With Li Yuan's current skill realm, it shouldn't be difficult to push for 300 points in the Fallen Star rank within a week or two. However, to rapidly increase his score in a short time is not an easy task. Because often after many consecutive wins, the matching system of the Starry Skies Fighting Network will implement a sanction, making it very likely to encounter opponents far beyond one's own limits. From the previous evening at around 10 p.m., it continued until nearly 2 o'clock the next morning. The empty duel space. Peeved. Along with a sharp spear shadow sweeping past, followed by the long spear's return to its original position, the burly man standing opposite to Li Yuan had already vanished into nothingness amidst his astonishment. The blood that had sprung from his throat also dissipated in an instant, and the ring was once again tranquil. It's really difficult. After several hundred moves, I finally managed to build up momentum and perform the Galaxy Waterfall's 12 consecutive spear strikes. Li Yuan retracted his spear, tilting it and holding it at the waist. The 12 consecutive spear strikes required continual buildup of momentum, each strike faster than the last, one wave higher than the previous, ultimately completely overwhelming the enemy. However, the experts at the Fallen Star rank are all 4th level experts, most of them prime warriors in real life, with extremely high vision and knowledge. Many could recognize the origin of Li Yuan's moves. They would naturally try by all means to disrupt Li Yuan's combo buildup, or even take advantage of the process to find an opportunity to directly kill Li Yuan. They're all experts, Li Yuan said with a smile, recalling the more than 20 bouts fought that evening. Dueling with one 4th level expert after another brought Li Yuan considerable gains. Techniques included in 2nd rank secret manuals that were the most suitable for various high rank cultivation methods, and even those from some 3rd rank secret manuals, all broadened Li Yuan's horizons. During his contemplation, Li Yuan's gaze glanced over the competition data. Rank competition. Fallen Star rank. Points. 306 points. 1,000 points are needed to participate in the promotion competition. Win rate for the rank. 41%, finally over 300 points. Last time, Xiao Yu said once I reached 300 points, I would receive a special file. Li Yuan muttered to himself, curious about its contents. With a thought, the battle ended, returning to personal space. Congratulations to you, Guardian Yuan, for gaining victory, rank points +9. Congratulations to you, Guardian Yuan. You are currently ranked as 48 globally in the Blue Star Young Talents list, 10 in Sha Country District, and 2 in the Zhongbei subdivision. Instantly upon returning, 2 system reminders flashed across Li Yuan's vision. Congratulations to you, Guardian Yuan. You have reached 300 points in the Fallen Star rank. Since you are under 18 years old, you are invited to the Bright Moon event. Another reminder flashed by. Sha Country's 10th. Zhongbei's 2nd, Li Yuan muttered to himself, as Zhongbei's first Tian Dazhuang? Although he hadn't interacted much with Tian Dazhuang, Li Yuan still admired him greatly. Another month had passed since the invitation event by Zhongbei Martial University, and with the other's frightening talent, his sword technique would only be stronger. Inside the personal space on the Starry Skies Fighting Network. Congratulations, Master, on successfully entering Zhongbei's 2nd place and Sha Country's top 10 of the Blue Star Young Talents list, the purple-clad young girl said, her body radiating flowing light as she circled around Li Yuan, her face full of excitement. She seemed to admire Li Yuan immensely. Enough, be quiet. Li Yuan laughed, Xiao Yu, I just received the Bright Moon event file you mentioned before. Open it up for me to see. Yes, Master, the purple-clad young girl nodded. Whoosh. A screen of light coalesced, filled with an abundance of textual explanations and corresponding images. Look, Master, the purple-clad young girl pointed at the screen and introduced, the Starry Skies Fighting Network offers respective rewards for those who reach 500 points in the Gold Stage, Fallen Star rank, Bright Moon rank, and others before turning 18. Li Yuan was aware of this. Before 18, reaching the Fallen Star rank, the reward is 500,000 Blue Star coins. Reaching the Bright Moon rank, the reward is 20 million Blue Star coins. The so-called Bright Moon event is an expectation sent out to the young masters who have reached 300 points at the Fallen Star rank, the purple-clad young girl said. Reaching 300 points in the Fallen Star rank usually means that one's martial arts skills can reach the threshold of 4th level intermediate rank. And to reach the Bright Moon rank, in general, one's martial arts skills should reach 4th level high rank, the young girl continued. The Sun Eclipse rank requires reaching the 4th level of perfection, that is, the subtlety of the spirit. Transcendent rank typically requires 5th stage skills. Li Yuan nodded. The more one cultivates and strengthens oneself, the clearer it becomes how rare the 5th stage skills are. Li Yuan estimated that those who can reach the 5th stage skills in real life are either exceptional geniuses, or they must be extremely powerful prime warriors, at least of the caliber of President Li. Because of this, on Virtual Network's martial arts live streams, Bright Moon rank is already considered quite high, while those who reach the Sun Eclipse rank and become hosts are exceedingly rare. On the other hand, in reality, the classification of martial arts skills is naturally not as clear-cut as the Divine Palace's panel, accurately down to the percentage point. Only the more vague notions of initial rank, intermediate rank, high rank, and perfection are used. Based on his own estimates, 4th level initial rank, approximately 0% to 30% of the 4th level. 4th level intermediate rank, approximately 30% to 60% of the 4th level. 4th level high rank, approximately 60% to 90% of the 4th level. From 90% to 100%, that's about the realm of perfection of the 4th level, or the subtlety of the spirit, as Uncle Juan refers to it. By then, I should be able to find a way to step into the 5th stage skills. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. The above is what Li Yuan inferred based on his experiences from the 3rd stage and 4th stage of his training thus far. Even if it's not accurate, the difference shouldn't be significant, Li Yuan thought to himself. This means, if I can reach around 60% of 4th level in spear technique by August 29th of this year, then I may have a chance to reach the Bright Moon rank. Instantly, Li Yuan was moved. Half a year ago, when struggling in the gold stage, Li Yuan never dared to think about the rewards for reaching the Bright Moon rank. But now? A hint of hope sprouted in his heart. It's the middle of April now. That means, I have 4 months' time to hone my spear technique, Li Yuan thought to himself. 4 months, to increase spear technique from 26% of the 4th stage to above 60% of the 4th stage, is highly challenging. After all, the further one progresses, the deeper the spirit's penetration into the body and the harder it is to continue extracting enhancements. If it were easy, the Starry Skies Fighting Network wouldn't set a reward of 20 million Blue Star coins. Always pursue and give it a try, Li Yuan grinned. Money is always tight. Li Yuan could clearly foresee that as his physical quality continues to improve, the variety of cultivation resources needed to push his body's evolution would only become more expensive. One must think of more ways to earn money. Besides, to upgrade to an S-class contract with the Starfire Marshal Hall, I must also step into the 5th stage skill before I turn 20, Li Yuan mused to himself. And I will get a Stellar Earth Marrow Crystal as an additional reward. What is a Stellar Earth Marrow Crystal? Li Yuan still had no clarity on the matter. But without a doubt, being specifically listed, it must be a treasure of immense value. First step, aim to achieve the Bright Moon stage before September, he planned. Second step, strive to reach the subtlety level, he continued. Third step, the 5th stage, Li Yuan structured his objectives, setting triple goals in his mind. On the path of cultivation, setting goals and then working tirelessly towards them is far more important than blind training. Nations develop 5-year plans. Why shouldn't an individual? After exiting the virtual network, Li Yuan did not rest but started practicing the Great Sun Starry Sky scripture again. At 5 o'clock, he left home to go to the school. Li Yuan was unaware. That very night, the news of the top 10 rankings of the Blue Star's juvenile prodigies changing had already spread to the relevant departments. Morning. In the office inside the Starry Sky Marshal Hall, Song Yi looked at the latest report on Li Yuan, her heart filled with shock. Yesterday, when Wan Qing mentioned it to her, she was somewhat disbelieving, thinking that he was trying to deceive her, and deep down, she did not believe him. After all, According to her intelligence on Li Yuan, his spear technique should have only just reached the 4th level at the beginning of March. Unexpectedly, overnight, Li Yuan not only broke through the 300 points mark of the Fallen Star stage but directly became the number 10 in Xia country. Such a pace of improvement was nothing short of astounding. Physical quality, he raised it by 1 level in a month. Martial arts skills, weren't they just advanced to the 4th stage at the beginning of March, and within just 1 month, he moved from the initial rank to the intermediate? Song Yi murmured to herself. The more she analyzed, the more shocked she became. Physical quality could possibly be attributed to some kind of treasure, but what about the martial arts skills? It had to be innate talent. He really is a monster. Song Yi shook her head, but then suddenly a smile appeared on her face. 6 million? Totally worth it, enough, Song Yi thought, and an idea surfaced in her mind. Since Wan Qing is quoting 10 million, why not completely satisfy him? This thought clung to her and wouldn't let go. 10 million. To completely resolve this dispute, Song Yi pondered. A few million blue star coins was a reasonable price to pay to ensure a supreme genius no longer held animosity towards her. A good deal. Afternoon. Thousands of kilometers away in the Kunlun Martial Arts University of Longxi Province. Inside a lecture building. A cloaked elder and a bald strong man. Both were fixated on the same screen projection, which displayed an abundance of information. There were analyses of Li Yuan's April performance review and the news of Li Yuan breaking into the top 10 of the Blue Star's junior prodigies. The two exchanged glances, their facial expressions somewhat pensively peculiar. Did you just say that, a month ago, you sent Li Yuan limitless cultivation guidance without technique? The bald man asked in a husky voice. Yes. The elder nodded. And you also said, initially, you hoped Li Yuan wouldn't be able to withstand it, to temper his arrogance a bit more, and then tell him that using body cleansing spirit marrow once a month could reduce the consecutive use pain by 50%, right? The bald man continued. Yes. The elder nodded again. And now, the message from the Starfire Martial Hall states that Li Yuan has been practicing using the limitless cultivation method for 1 month. The bald man asked finally, and the effects are outstanding, with his physical quality having reached the entry rank? Yes. The elder nodded numbly. Old fan. President Li stared peculiarly at the cloaked elder. Tell me, should I commend you or criticize you? President Li, we should consider the outcome. Fan Jin replied with neither his face reddening nor his heart panicking. The result is that my extreme training plan has proven successful, and it has tried and tested a true martial arts genius for our Kunlun Martial University. His willpower, his spiritual power, his physical talent, and most importantly, the speed of his skill improvement. Higher skills allow faster unlocking of the body's potential. All of this perfectly aligns with my research in the limitless cultivation guidance without technique, Fan Jin stated earnestly. I feel that he will become a prime warrior before his junior year. And I even think, Fan Jin suggested tentatively, Dean Hai might take a liking to Li Yuan. Should we give it a try? Kunlun Martial Arts University is divided into 8 institutes, each with 1 dean and 3 vice deans. Like President Li, he is a vice dean of the 6th institute. As for Wan Qingyi's 9th senior brother, he is Dean Zhao of the 8th institute. At this moment, the Dean Hai, referred to by both President Li and Fan Jin as the dean of the 6th institute. A real flying heaven warrior, well known throughout Xia country. Not so fast. Your idea is just a theory, and no one has tested it successfully before. President Li shook his head. You know Dean Hai's temper, don't you? If it's the wrong person, not only will Li Yuan not be affected, but we too will be the ones to suffer. Fan Jin recoiled slightly. Dean Hai was much older than both of them. Let's wait and see. It's just been a month. Let's wait until the end of the July combat assessment. If Li Yuan's progress continues unabated, I will consider recommending him to Dean Hai, President Li said. All right. Fan Jin nodded. I will keep a close watch on Li Yuan's progress. April 16, 2 p.m. Li Yuan took leave and, accompanied by Wan Qinghe who arrived to pick him up at school, rode a low-altitude flyer to the interview location. Uncle, is the interview set at the City Martial Hall? Li Yuan had just sat down in the flyer when he heard Wan Qingyi's words, which surprised him. "That's right," Wan Qing said with a smile. "It's because Elder Fei came back early today." He found out about this and decided to set the interview location at the City Marshal Hall. "So, after the interview, we'll go to meet Elder Fei," said Wan Qing. "Okay." Li Yuan's heart was still full of anticipation. The City Hall Master, after all, was from the capital city. In terms of status and power, he was probably even higher than President Li. "Have you memorized all the interview content?" Wan Qing casually inquired. "Memorized it. Following your guidance, uncle, I even practiced several times in front of the mirror. I should be able to come across naturally," Li Yuan said. "Do you want me to give you a couple of sections?" In actuality, the interview script was only given to Li Yuan this morning. Where would there have been time to memorize it? He had just skimmed through it hastily. "Let's see it then," said Wan Qing. Soon, Li Yuan performed roughly what he remembered from the content. Not bad. Wan Qing was won over by Li Yuan's acting, and laughed. "I glanced through the original script. Some parts were too official. Your performance is more natural, and some of the rougher words you used make it seem even more real. The changes were good." Yeah. Li Yuan nodded repeatedly. How could he not make changes? He hadn't memorized it completely. "That's also good. Song Yi has decided to donate 10 million to the association, after taxes," said Wan Qing nonchalantly. 10 million? Li Yuan was shocked. He suspected he had heard wrong. "Yes, she just chatted me this morning. It must be because she heard about your breakthrough of 300 points on Fallen Star, ranking you within the top 10 of the Blue Star's young talents of Sha country," Wan Qing said with a smile. "You're quite quick," probably gave her a real scare. "Or perhaps, she wants to form a good relationship with you." Form a good relationship? Li Yuan doubted his ears. His relationship with Song Yi wasn't that of enemies. But it didn't seem to be that good either. Logically, after taking a large sum from her, she should hate him. "Friend and foe, right and wrong, are never absolute," Wan Qing said with a smile. "You and Song Yi don't have unresolvable grudges, so why can't you be friends? On the contrary, becoming friends with Song Yi would actually highlight the authenticity of this program," Wan Qing said with a smile. "So, I answered on your behalf and agreed for you to have dinner together tonight." "Dinner together tonight? Uncle, isn't that too hasty?" Li Yuan hesitated. After all, she was involved with this program. "What program of hers?" Wan Qing shook his head. "This program is my doing, aimed at making your accomplishments widely known to motivate more youths to diligently cultivate. It has nothing to do with her. Her donation is unrelated to you, and the production and promotion of this episode are also unrelated to her. Your dinner with her tonight is just a coincidence. Do you understand?" Wan Qing lectured Li Yuan. "Got it, uncle?" The interview for the program took place in a conference room of the Starfire Zhong City Marshal Hall, fully equipped for the event. The host was very professional. It was even a locally famous program in Zhong City. A group of professional spectators came, and the 2-hour-long interview performance by Li Yuan was highly professional. By 5 p.m., Li Yuan and Wan Qing finally arrived at the central building of the City Marshal Hall. Upon entry, "These decorations, tisk tisk," Li Yuan privately marveled. Li Yuan didn't understand much about interior design, but he could sense that despite their seemingly humble ancient style, these decorations exuded luxury at a glance. "Old-fashioned and elegant, it truly reveals taste," said Wan Qing with a light smile. "Elder Fei has been in charge of the City Marshal Hall for 20 years and has always valued this aspect a great deal." Li Yuan nodded and couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, what is Lord Fei of the City Hall like as a person?" "He should treat you quite nicely," Wan Qing said with a smile. "Also, in front of Elder Fei, address me as Lord Wan." "Understood," Li Yuan responded, pondering the significance of the change in address. Soon, after passing through a security check, the two arrived at the highest floor's City Hall Master's office. It was quite spacious. The door was already open, and an elderly man in a black robe was leisurely practicing fist techniques, as if for health preservation, yet the invisible aura he emitted was very special. From a distance, Li Yuan instinctively sensed a hint of danger and became vigilant. This was the magnetic field caused by the life force of a strong being. Elder Fei, Li Yuan has arrived, Wan Qing said respectfully from the doorway. Li Yuan followed closely behind. He's here? Qing, bring Li Yuan inside. Fei Qian stopped his practice and turned around, his gaze landing on Li Yuan with a smile. Hello, Li Yuan. Li Yuan felt the other's gaze to be gentle and not sharp, but it was as if he saw right through him. Very powerful. Hallmaster Fei, Li Yuan greeted respectfully. No need for formalities, given our age difference I could be your grandfather. Just call me Elder Fei or Grandpa Fei, Fei Qian said with a smile. Grandpa Fei, Li Yuan knew which option to choose. The three of them sat down, and Wan Qing began with a few necessary reports about recent work as a formality. Today, Li Yuan happens to be doing a program. He mentioned that he has always admired you. Just now, before I could even talk to him, he brought you up himself, Wan Qing said smilingly. Is that so? Then he's thoughtful, Fei Qian said with a laugh. Li Yuan maintained a polite smile on his face. Admiration? He had never said such a thing. Uncle Wan was playing off script. I've heard of many of your deeds, Grandpa Fei. My uncle has been mentioning them for years, saying that you were his lifesaver, Li Yuan blurted smoothly. During the chaos at Shang River 34 years ago, my uncle was in the Shang River area maintaining the engineering projects and encountered an attack from Star Realm creatures. At that time, it was Grandpa Fei who led the team and arrived just in time to rescue my uncle and the others. My uncle always told me and my siblings to remember you, Li Yuan said earnestly. When praising someone, it's best to pinpoint something good or small they've done. It easily wins their favor. Wan Qing looked at Li Yuan in surprise, wondering how he had such a deep connection with old Fei. The chaos at Shang River? That was nearly 10 years ago, a major disaster. I saved many people at that time. Fei Qian's eyes revealed a reflection of memories, and he sighed. I never imagined that I had also saved your uncle. That's quite the fate. Speaking of which, had Grandfather Fei not saved my uncle back then, it would have been difficult for me to embark on the martial path, Li Yuan said with a smile. And today, it would have been very unlikely for me to meet old Fei. With that said, it's not too far-fetched for Li Yuan to call old Fei grandfather, Wan Qing said with a smile. Fei Qian responded modestly, as a hallmaster, saving people is my duty. But the smile at the corner of his mouth was very obvious. The scene was harmonious and warm for a moment. Li Yuan's mind was clear as a mirror. Save his uncle? During the great disaster at Shang River 9 years ago, his uncle was indeed working locally, but tens of kilometers from the epicenter. In fact, Li Changzhou hadn't faced any danger that time. However, over the years, whenever Li Changzhou watched the news, he would often say, Hallmaster Fei Qian of Zhang City is impressive. Li Yuan, knowing he would meet Fei Qian yesterday, had spent 15 minutes looking up his profile. He had noted many of his accomplishments, and his mind was filled with suitable conversation topics. I'm aware of your uncle's situation. Fei Qian continued smoothly. There were indeed some oversights in handling the front lines, and I will help look into it. Also, I just returned from the capital and happened to meet a level 29 prime warrior who is very adept at the spiritual secret technique. I've already made an arrangement with him. He will take the time to come to Zhang City in 3 days, to assist with the consciousness awakening device, and perform an awakening for your uncle, Fei Qian said solemnly, hoping for success on the first try. A level 29 prime warrior skilled in spiritual secret techniques? Coming especially for my uncle? Li Yuan held his breath. Li Yuan, Wan Qing explained softly, level 29 prime warriors are all 5th stage experts, who from the inside out, achieve unity of heaven and man and can begin to leverage the power of the elements gradually. Among them, those adept at spiritual secret techniques have a very high success rate in waking coma patients, even without the assistance of technological devices, Wan Qing said. Inviting such an expert has cost old Fei quite a favor. Thank you, Grandfather Fei, Li Yuan expressed his sincere gratitude. No matter if the other party was genuinely optimistic about him or had other motives, one should judge by actions, not intentions. As long as his uncle could be awakened, Li Yuan would remember it in his heart. Favors are of no particular concern. Your uncle is a hero who deserved to be saved, Fei Qian lamented. Such determination and courage are beyond ordinary people. If everyone had your uncle's courage and perseverance, the many wars we fight against the Star Realm creatures would be much easier to win. Li Yuan and Wan Qing both nodded in agreement. This was indeed true. Li Yuan, there's another matter I need to inform you about, concerning the stellar earth marrow crystal that Lord Yang of the province promised you, Fei Qian said gravely. You must do everything in your power to acquire it. Grandfather Fei, what exactly is this stellar earth marrow crystal? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. Wan Qing was curious as well. It's a very special treasure related to the use of origin power, Fei Qian explained. If you have it, Li Yuan, the success rate of your law creation could increase by at least 20%. Fei Qian had also obtained news about the stellar earth marrow crystal from his visit to the capital, where he specifically inquired about it. Increase by 20%? Li Yuan was somewhat surprised. According to what President Li had said, with his talent, the normal success rate for law creation was 40 to 50%. And this mysterious stellar earth marrow crystal could increase it by another 20%? It seemed almost too good to be true. Lord Yang of the province thinks highly of you, which is why he made such a promise, Fei Qian said with some emotion. Otherwise, even for flying heaven warriors, it would not be easy to obtain such heavenly materials treasures. To acquire it, there is just one condition: you must reach the threshold of 5th stage skill by the age of 20. Fei Qian looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan felt the pressure. 5th stage skill. Normally, this was the skill realm of level 29 prime warriors. What about him? He had just approached the intermediate rank of 4th level skill. The more he understood the gap between 4th and 5th stages, the clearer Li Yuan became about how difficult this step would be. Take it step by step. The provincial hall master made that promise because he believes you have the potential. Your growth rate has also been accelerating, Fei Qian said with a smile. Add my private V number, and if you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can directly message me. Thank you, Grandfather Fei, Li Yuan said respectfully, and they added each other on WeChat. At dinner, Li Yuan and Song Yi had a very enjoyable conversation. After the feast, Wan Qing and Li Yuan returned to Guan Mountain Martial Hall. Watching Li Yuan return to his martial arts room, Wan Qing also returned to his top floor office. Old Fei is old Fei. I thought he might try to close the gap with Li Yuan by sponsoring him, Wan Qing sighed inwardly. I didn't expect him to invite such a special level 29 prime warrior to save Li Yuan's uncle. Indeed. Simple money and goods, at Li Yuan's stage, continuing to give may not necessarily lead to heartfelt gratitude, Wan Qing realized. Being too deliberate in courting favor can easily backfire. Many things can't be resolved with just money, it takes heart. The Seven-Star Alliance represents the most powerful force of human civilization, overriding nations. Its headquarters is located on Feixing, which is also the most powerful among the 7 great planets of the human race. Early in the morning, within the floating giant Sky City, gazing downward from the Sky City, one could see a towering volcano in the far distance, its peak perennially covered with snow. Inside a martial arts room, swoosh, 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 streaks of sword light cut through the vast sky, exceedingly sharp. Little sis, you're up so early for cultivation? It's just 6 o'clock. A figure in a black robe entered the martial arts room and stared at Lin Lanyue in surprise. Brother, is 6 o'clock still considered early? Lin Lanyue sheathed her sword and looked toward the courtyard entrance. Is 6 o'clock not early? The figure in the black robe was taken aback. If practicing at 6 o'clock is regarded as early, then what about those who start cultivating at 4 o'clock or even earlier every day? Lin Lanyue gently shook her head. Brother, did you need something? Getting up at 4 in the morning for cultivation without rest? Big brother Lin was puzzled. Even for a prime warrior, that's not possible, is it? Combining work with rest is the only way to endure in the long run. Unless one reaches the level of a flying heaven warrior, becomes attuned with the heavens and nature, they might be able to rejuvenate at any time. Otherwise, who can push themselves so hard? Big brother Lin said earnestly. Even Dongfang Ji, our senior, only mentioned training for 16 hours a day. Lin Lanyue didn't say anything. In her mind, she involuntarily recalled the scene described to her by Ji Yu Chang'an after returning from Zhongbei Martial University. Sis, that Li Yuan is simply a madman, a masochist. He practices every night, and then gets up again at 4 or 5 in the morning. I really admire him. If he doesn't succeed, who would? Ji Yu Chang'an's emphatic words made the then Lin Lanyue gain a deeper understanding of Li Yuan. This was an extremely self-disciplined person with a steadfast goal, one who strove towards it relentlessly. Bro, what exactly is it? Lin Lanyue asked once more. It's about Li Yuan, Big brother Lin said with a smile. Do you want to know? Bro, if you're going to tell me, tell me. If not, don't delay my cultivation. Lin Lanyue shot him a glance. She clearly understood the difference between her eldest brother and her second brother. If the eldest got hold of some news, he'd be too antsy to keep it to himself. All right, I'm convinced, Big brother Lin said helplessly, raising his hand to bring up some data on the light screen. All of it concerned Li Yuan. First in both subjects? First in Zhong City's Bear Martial Path score, Lin Lanyue murmured to herself. Perfect scores. That was a truly terrifying achievement. Little sis, you don't seem so surprised, Big brother Lin said smilingly. Did you know in advance? Or have you been communicating with Li Yuan? No, and I wasn't aware, Lin Lanyue said with a smile. It's indeed incredible that he could achieve such results, but when I think about the effort he has put in, it's not surprising. He has indeed practiced arduously, Big brother Lin nodded. Besides his academic results in the April exams, I just got news that he should have broken past 300 points in Fallen Star. 4th level intermediate rank in skills? Lin Lanyue finally showed a hint of surprise. She was very aware that Li Yuan had just entered the 4th level a month ago. Has he progressed this fast? You should know, because of practicing the Nirvana Divine Scripture, she was able to come to Feixing early for special training. Whether in physical quality or skills, her progress has been much faster. But now, her skills were still slightly lacking behind reaching complete perfection of the 3rd rank. Fate often favors the more diligent, Lin Lanyue said with a slight smile. Little sis, do you really like him? Big brother Lin suddenly asked. Like? Facing her big brother's question, Lin Lanyue didn't show any embarrassment, but after thinking for a while, she said, perhaps, it's more that I admire him. That's fine, you've always been decisive, and it's good as long as you know what you want, Big brother Lin said with a smile. He was an experienced person. By looking at the way Lin Lanyue was, he clearly understood. But he didn't mind. It has always been thus, from ancient times until now, that young boys admire and girls cherish spring. It's better to guide than to suppress feelings. Bro, you better not tell father and mother about this. Lin Lanyue suddenly glared at her big brother. Ha ha. Why would I tell them? Big brother Lin laughed. You're not a child, just be happy. Big brother Lin was very open-minded, although if the family knew, they would definitely have opinions. But who was he? He was Lin Lanyue's big brother, after all. In his eyes, as long as his sister was not wronged, she could do whatever she wanted. Even if the sky were to fall, there were still her 2 brothers to stand tall for her. Besides, he also found Li Yuan to be not bad. However, little sis, I still have to remind you. You mean well, but do you know what Li Yuan thinks? You did quite a lot for him, just saving his uncle, but Big brother Lin couldn't help but say. Bro, Lin Lanyue cut him off, frowning and saying, before I came to Feixing, I told you, what's done is done, it wasn't a big deal. I don't care how he thinks. In the martial path, the aim is to have clear thoughts and a heart without regrets. Whatever I do for myself. Helping him wasn't to get him to do anything for me, Lin Lanyue said earnestly. Deep down, Lin Lanyue was a stubborn person, even carrying a hint of rebelliousness. That was related to her living alone in Zhong City from a young age. Although she had maids, bodyguards, martial arts teachers, and everything else she needed, she lacked familial warmth. All right, as long as you are clear in your heart. Big Brother Lin surrendered. Do you want to take a rest day today? The fire bath in Nirvana divine scripture gets better with each consecutive day of practice. Lin Lanue shook her head. I've only continued for 6 days. Let's get through today first. A glint of sympathy flashed through Big Brother Lin's eyes, but he didn't try to persuade her further. The fire bath is indeed a burning in special flames. Not many can completely endure such agony. But he had to admit, his sister's willpower was truly exceptional, certainly top-notch for her age. Okay, I'll take you to Changji Volcano later, Big Brother Lin said. Watching her big brother leave, a spiritual marrow cleansing 3 times a month, Lin Lanue murmured to herself, remembering the information about Li Yuan she had seen earlier. She knew very well the pain of a spiritual marrow cleansing. 6 days? Let's see if I can endure 10 days. I can't lose by too much. A flicker of determination shone in Lin Lanue's eyes. She continued practicing her swordsmanship. Every day, she practiced swordsmanship for half the day, then endured a fire bath for half a day to temper her body. On the evening of April 17th, Li Yuan returned home. Bro, come and watch your program. It's replaying. Come and watch. Li Qianqin and Li Muha had already dashed over, both quite excited. On the distant sofa, Chen Wei was all smiles. Program? Li Yuan was initially stunned, instantly realizing they were talking about his interview program. It's already being broadcast. Li Yuan, dragged by his brother and sister without even having time to take off his shoes, arrived in the living room. On the light screen projection, indeed, Li Yuan's interview program was being played. The impoverished martial arts champion from Zhongbei. Uncovering the bitter past behind a martial path genius? Li Yuan repeated the promotional language read by the host for the episode. In an instant, Li Yuan wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Which shock department did that come from? Auntie, this is a promotional program from the Marshall Hall. The script was prepared in advance, Li Yuan hurriedly explained. I understand. Don't worry, your aunt studied journalism before, Chen Wei said with a smile. I get all this stuff about the news. Li Yuan nodded with a smile, glad that his aunt didn't overthink it. Within the light screen. Since I was young, I've aspired to join the Starfire Martial Hall, Li Yuan said seriously. It's a martial hall founded by Dongfang Ji, and I've always admired Dongfang. I heard that the Starry Sky Martial Hall was the first to invite you, initially offering a D-level contract, right? The host asked. No. The Starry Sky Martial Hall was indeed the first to invite me, and they prepared a C-level contract for me. Li Yuan's face was filled with a young person's sincerity. Hallmaster Song Yi is a tremendously kind person. She spoke to me personally, saying although she didn't have enough authority, if I were willing to sign, she would definitely help me apply for a B-level contract later on, and was even willing to sponsor me privately. Hallmaster Song Yi is a very outstanding, dedicated Hallmaster, Li Yuan said earnestly. It's not that Starry Sky Martial Hall is bad, but I wanted to join Starfire more. Li Yuan is the most outstanding youth I've discovered in recent years. At the time, I didn't have enough B-level contract slots, so I made a special request to Fei Qian, the City Martial Hall Master. He approved immediately, Wan Qing said in an interview within the VCR. Li Yuan has a strong sense of justice. He's also the recipient of the Young Hero title, a classmate of Li Yuan's said during an interview. In the end, not being able to invite Li Yuan might be my life's biggest regret. Even Song Yi appeared in the VCR, her face showing loss, but also a hint of pride. But his growth along the way has proven that my initial judgment was correct. He truly is an uncut gem. If anyone's to blame, it's just that this kid, Li Yuan, is too determined. Once he sets a goal, he rarely deviates from it. However, no matter which martial hall he joins, he's a genius of Sha country, Song Yi said with resounding conviction, elevating the intention of the entire program. I have great faith in Li Yuan, and I look forward to the day when he becomes a flying heaven warrior, defending the lands of our Sha country. Li Yuan watched the program, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He remembered the dinner party from the night before, where both sides had a great time. Wan Qing had promised to Song Yi a spotlight. Exchanging a feature for an extra 4 million, Li Yuan mused to himself. Can the higher-ups of the Starry Sky Martial Hall really be trusted? But Li Yuan didn't care too much, as long as the money was in hand. Li Yuan had no idea that the evening's program was just the beginning. Over the next 2 days, the show continued to ferment, spreading in online forums in various districts of Zhong City, even throughout Zhongbei province. Li Yuan actually showed signs of becoming truly famous. Brother Yuan, 666. You even got on a show? Brother Yuan, when did you shoot this? You didn't tell us. Brother Yuan, your social media account followers have exploded, from over 1,000, now it's soared to over 30,000. Over 40,000, 50,000, it's broken 50,000, Li Yuan became the talk of the school once again. Brother Yuan, next time you go to the noodle shop by the school gate, the owner will definitely recognize you. Li Yuan didn't pay too much attention to the program. A week later, the Starry Sky Martial Hall's triennial review ended, and Song Yi had passed smoothly. She sent a thank you emoji to Li Yuan via WeChat. Inside Starfire Guanshan Branch's martial arts room 7024. I hustled her, and she's still thanking me? Li Yuan shook his head as he glanced at the bank account figures. Bank balance: 18.79 million Blue Star Coins. Martial Hall points: 4.08 million. Martial Hall cultivation points: 9.57 million inches. I haven't really spent any Blue Star coins. I gave Auntie 2 million, and here I've raked in 10 million, Li Yuan thought to himself, almost reaching 20 million. However, the consumption of Martial Hall points was massive. In just 1 month, just buying cultivation resources had cost Li Yuan over 2.6 million. The main reason was that his body's evolution required more than what the cultivation plan had estimated. To sustain a month, 30 bottles of first-rank blood qi medicine, 4 essence pills of origin power, and 3 portions of spirit marrow cleansing every month, would cost 1.3 million points, Blue Star coins. Got the second batch. Enough for body evolution needs until mid-May, Li Yuan murmured to himself. Clang. Li Yuan opened the door to the heat preservation box in the physiotherapy room, taking out a bottle of spirit marrow cleansing. He gritted his teeth. Damn, here we go again. Is everyone at Kunlun Martial University a freak? All tougher than me? Li Yuan grumbled to himself. Makes sense, university students are definitely stronger than high school students. High school students always have a bit of admiration for university students. After a while, from inside the whole body physiotherapy machine, Li Yuan's groan, a mix of pain and relief, sounded once more. On April 27th, the Prime Warrior, skilled in spiritual secret techniques and invited by Hall Master Fei Qian, arrived in conjunction with the hospital's top-level consciousness awakening device. After an hour's effort, Uncle Li Chongzhou finally woke up. On May 10th, Li Chongzhou was discharged from the hospital. He didn't return to his previous home but moved directly to the new house in Starfire South Lake Community, where Li Yuan and his family lived. By May 15th, Li Yuan and his family had moved all their belongings into their new home. As time went by day, Li Chongzhou temporarily stopped working and recuperated at home. Auntie went back to her job at the school, following Dongfang Ji's 7-Star Alliance Progress Movement for the recruitment of talents by martial arts universities and cultural universities across the 7 grade planets. A unified format of college entrance exams was adopted. So, as time stepped into June, in Zhong City and throughout Sha Country, one could even say the whole of Blue Star, almost all countries and all eyes were on the annual college entrance examination. This was the test that determined the fate of countless people. As the strongest nation on Blue Star, Sha Country's college entrance exam schedule also aligns with the unified schedule for all nations on Blue Star, which is on June 6, 7, and 8. June 4, at Guan Mountain District's first high school, a little after 10 in the morning, before the second period began. Starting from the afternoon of the 4th, a holiday would commence to allow all students to rest, adjust, and review independently. Therefore, this period was also the last class for all high school seniors. In Class 2 of the senior year, the classroom was still noisy and boisterous.
Aside from a few individuals, most students were chatting with each other, enjoying the last moments of their high school careers.
By this point, no one was making a last-ditch effort to cram for the exams. Everyone had a clear understanding in their hearts. In the last 2 days, all that was required was to maintain the right attitude and briefly review cultural class formulas. The big picture was already set. It's finally coming. It's been so hard to endure. At last, it's at an end, Yan Zhou muttered. Once I get into university, I'll relax and have several intense romances to make up for what I missed in high school. You? Zhou Qi scoffed. You blush at the sight of girls. What about you? Yan Zhou retorted. You talk about Peng Lingling all day. Did you even get a chance with her? Bullshit. That's not fawning, that's respect, Zhou Qi snapped. Besides, Lingling already agreed to date me after the entrance exam. Oh Zhou, believe me, last time she said she would date you after entering senior year, but what happened? This time is for real. The two talked excitedly. Deep down, Zhou Qi probably knew that Peng Lingling had been leading him on all along. But then again, wasn't Zhou Qi enjoying the process as well? Li Yuan sat calmly at his desk. With his entry-rank physical quality and powerful hearing, he could easily make out most of the conversations between his classmates. Although Li Yuan had spent more time practicing at the martial hall since the second semester of high school and his academic performance in martial arts cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, he had gradually become somewhat distanced from his classmates. This was something that couldn't be changed by mere will. Almost all students understood that after the entrance exam, Li Yuan was destined to soar high and get admitted into one of the top 5 prestigious universities. Becoming a prime warrior in the future would be a modest goal for him. Classmates appeared equal on the surface, but it was merely by chance they had shared a classroom for 3 years. Nevertheless, Li Yuan always enjoyed his time in the classroom, especially in cultural studies classes. After entering university, I'll focus on martial path. When my body reaches level 15, I'll need to venture into the star realms to hone my combat skills. Li Yuan silently reflected, when that time comes, these leisurely days will be gone forever. Li Yuan looked out the window at the midsummer sunlight. It was very bright but not dazzling. It felt warm on his skin. Soon, it would be the last class of high school. Ding ling ling. A few minutes later, the bell rang, and all the students gradually quieted down, preparing for the teacher's arrival. Suddenly, bang, thud, a series of footsteps sounded outside the classroom, indicating the presence of several people. Li Yuan caught it immediately. So many people? Li Yuan wondered. Soon, Li Yuan's puzzlement was resolved. It wasn't just the cultural studies class teacher, Teacher Chen, who came, but all the subject teachers. Instantly, the students in the class became excited and began to laugh with joy. You should know that yesterday and today, many subject teachers had already had their last lesson with the students and said their farewells. Young people are so easily moved. Students, this is the last class. To speak of knowledge points, actually, there isn't much left to say. With 3 years of high school study, I believe everyone is well prepared, Teacher Chen said with a smile, and slowly continued. For the last class, I and the other subject teachers discussed it. We still felt we should formally say farewell to the students, said Teacher Chen, her eyes brimming with tears. She was very strict, and every student in the class, including Li Yuan, had been criticized by her. But at the last class, she became quite emotional. Our teachers in this class are all excellent. Teacher Chen's voice softened, like Teacher Li, who insisted on working until just a few days before giving birth last semester. Like Teacher Long, you are his last group of students. As she spoke, all the subject teachers looking at the students they had been with day and night for 3 years, felt somewhat nostalgic. And the students sitting in the class, especially many of the girls, began to tear up. Actually, every teacher has a lot they want to say to you all, but we feel that it's time for goodbyes and there is no need for too many words. Teacher Chen struggled to control her emotions and spoke slowly. In this final stretch, all we teachers want to do is leave you with a message. As she spoke, whoosh, Teacher Chen tapped her smart ring, and immediately, a lot of text appeared on the blackboard's screen behind her. All the students looked over. Fortunate to have known you all, it has been a privilege. As your teachers, we are limited in our skills. We have shared all we could, but still fall short. Teacher Chen tried her best to manage her emotions and repeated the words on the screen word for word. May all students have a bright future and may your efforts not be in vain. As the last word was spoken, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Teacher Chen, along with all the subject teachers, bowed deeply to all the students. Finally, this scene caused almost everyone to get up from their seats, with many girls unable to hold back their tears. Teacher, you are the best. We will definitely achieve good results and not disappoint you. Teacher, more and more students couldn't help but exclaim, their voices tinged with sobs or filled with determination. Even the rational Li Yuan was slightly affected, feeling a warmth in his eyes. It was the purest of emotions, untainted by any interests. All the teachers stood up, with several female teachers also having teary eyes but smiling faces. Suddenly, teacher, a voice, slightly choked and clear, rang out, we've also prepared a few words in private, which we'd like to give to you teachers. It was Li Shutong, the class valedictorian and class president. At that moment, not just the subject teachers, even teacher Chen showed a hint of surprise on her face. All stand, Li Shutong said with a trembling voice, loud and clear. Rustling. Immediately, all the students stood up one by one, their lips pursed, eyes earnestly fixed on the figures on the platform. The next instant, as if by an unspoken understanding from 3 years of day-to-day association, no one called out a preparatory command. Teachers above us. All the students began to recite in unison. We students, dull and slow, have been fortunate to receive generous instruction from our teachers. Though mountains high and paths long lie ahead, we shall stride forth and endeavor to repay the peach and plum graces of our mentors. Accompanied by the sound of the end of class bell, the last lesson for all the senior 3 students ended with the teacher's blessings of a future as bright as brocade. The high school journey was about to come to an end. Many classmates began to make promises to apply to the same university, meet up more often after the college entrance exam, gather once a year in the future, and return to school together to visit the teachers. But nearly all the teachers, watching the students they had taught for 3 years making these solemn promises to each other, understood one thing very well: the future as bright as brocade meant parting ways. High school graduation means many people say goodbye, which could mean never seeing each other again. However, no teacher would burst their bubble, because, what good would that do? These students wouldn't believe it. They mostly think, with Weixin and groups and convenient transportation, meeting up is easy, so why won't we see each other again? They are in the prime of their youth, they should enjoy their youth. The greatest regret in life is being unable to possess youth and the full appreciation of it at the same time. But likewise, this is precisely what true youth is about. Without experiencing it, how can one gain that appreciation? It's like a video game, where the exploration phase is the most enchanting one. You get to enjoy every bit of growth. Once you clear the game, it becomes tasteless. With his backpack slung over his shoulders, Li Yuan left the classroom, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards the neighboring class. It was the classroom of Class 1, Senior 3. Scanning the bustling crowd, he didn't spot the figure he wanted to see in his heart. Brother Yuan, where are you planning to go? Zhou Qi smiled as he spoke from beside him. We're thinking of sitting on the sports field a bit longer before going home. No, I'm going to the martial hall to train, Li Yuan said with a smile. You guys chat. All right, Zhou Qi nodded. See you, Brother Yuan. Goodbye, Li Yuan. Many people greeted Li Yuan as they passed, and even students from other classes waved to him. Down the stairs. As if driven by some inexplicable force, Li Yuan didn't head directly out of the school gate but instead went to the elite building. He climbed to the 4th floor and just took a glance. Li Yuan then turned around and went downstairs, striding towards the distant office building, and arrived on the 1st floor. Teacher, Li Yuan stood at the door of Xu Bo's office. Xu Bo was standing by the window, lost in thought as he watched a throng of smiling students streaming out in the distance. You've come? Xu Bo turned around to look at Li Yuan, a look of relief spreading across his face. They both knew that this chapter of their teacher-student bond was coming to an end. Li Yuan was soon to enter a much broader field of development. Do your best on the exam. With your abilities, performing normally is as easy as playing, when it comes to breaking the national line, Xu Bo said with a smile. I believe in you. Imhum. Li Yuan responded with a smile. I'll just do as you've always said, treat every test as if it's the college entrance exam, and then, the college entrance exam will be just another test. Ha ha ha, Xu Bo laughed proudly. This was the most outstanding disciple he had taught over the years. In the last 2 days, Li Yuan neither relaxed nor grew tense, as his considerable strength had given him enough confidence. He continued to practice regularly, but also didn't give up on reviewing his academic subjects on the last day. Time moved forward to June 6th. The college entrance examination assigned students to random testing centers in various districts. Li Yuan was assigned to Guan Mountain District High School No. 5. Amidst the citywide processions, traffic police clearing the way, and sounds of gongs and drums, Zhang City's 2043 college entrance exam officially began. Even though Li Yuan said he would take a flying vehicle to the test center and there was no need to worry, Uncle Li Chongzhou and Auntie Chen Wei still insisted on being there to see him off. For them, even though they know Li Yuan has a 99% chance of getting into one of the top 5 universities, and even though they're aware that Li Yuan has become accomplished, their hearts won't be at ease until everything is settled. Everyone is going to send off their kids, so we should too, Chen Wei declared. Li Yuan laughed, his heart as clear as a mirror. To his uncle and aunt, him taking the college entrance exam was like a rite of passage to adulthood, as well as the most important comfort to his deceased parents. How could they not be present at such a moment? A day and a half of academic testing. A whole day of practical martial arts examinations. As each senior student stepped out of the final martial arts testing venue, it ushered in the end of their youth. In a certain sense, the end of high school signaled the upcoming university era, which symbolizes youth itself. The college entrance examination was a solemn affair, and thus, the scoring, reviewing, and tallying of results took 3 days. On June 12, the results came out, also marking the day when various score lines were drawn. 12 years of arduous study culminated on this day as the dust settled. Starfire South Lake Residential Area, Zone 1. House number 225. As one of the top villa areas in Guan Mountain District, it's on par with Starry Sky South Lake Residential Area, where each villa occupies a substantial plot. That's where Li Yuan's new home is located. 3 floors above ground, with a construction area of over 800 square meters, a garden of more than 500 square meters, and even larger underground space. This is the new home prepared for Li Yuan by Starfire Martial Hall. If it were to be put on sale, this villa alone, in its bare-bones state, would cost more than 50 million. Not to mention, the specially reinforced martial arts room underground. The total cost exceeds 80 million Blue Star coins, and key point, it's not even eligible for purchase. 20-year residential rights. Today is June 12, the day high school examination results are released. Li Yuan, his uncle Li Chongzhou, and his aunt Chen Wei, all stayed in the living room on the first floor, waiting for the results. It's Friday, so Li Qianqin and Li Muha have already gone to school. Uncle, aunt, don't worry, Li Yuan, seeing his uncle and aunt nervous and fidgety, smiled and said, I will definitely pass. After experiencing so much and having absolute confidence in his own abilities, Li Yuan was very composed. The national line? Easy to surpass. We know, but, Li Chongzhou shook his head. The closer it gets to the revelation of the results, the more nervous parents tend to become, because they understand the significance of the college entrance examination. During the waiting time, relatives occasionally called to ask about Li Yuan's exam results. You see, over the past decade, Li Yuan barely made an impression on the relatives around him. These years, not many have come to visit. For one thing, relatives are aware of the situation of Li Yuan's uncle and aunt. The medical expenses for Li Yuan when he was a child were staggering, and with such a heavy burden, these relatives all feared being asked to lend money. Secondly, Li Yuan's father and Li Chongzhou were the only 2 siblings, and Aunt Chen Wei was an only child, so most of the so-called relatives were cousins or distant kin. With one generation close, the next generation becomes cousins, and by Li Yuan's generation, these familial ties were already quite distant. But most of these relatives were from Zhang City. Thus, starting in April, after the broadcast of the program Li Yuan was on, and it spread throughout Zhang City and even Zhongbei province, the number of relatives who cared about Li Yuan slowly increased. Hey, cousin, Li Yuan's results aren't out yet. Let's talk later, Chen Wei answered nonchalantly. Of course. There were also some calls from those who had truly cared and helped Li Yuan's family through the years, like Zhang Cheng and Uncle Wang. Finally, it reached 9 o'clock. Li Yuan, you can check the results now, said Aunt Chen Wei, approaching with a nervous smile, trying not to seem too eager. Li Changzhou also looked over, but didn't speak. As the head of the family, the uncle always managed to stay calm. Okay. Li Yuan smiled, tapped on the smart ring watch, a screen popped up, and he directly entered the score checking page. Li Yuan was well prepared. Beep. The page even paused momentarily, an almost unbelievable occurrence with today's communication efficiency, but it was just a brief hiccup. At this moment, it wasn't just the people of Sha country but those from all nations of Blue Star checking their high school examination scores. Swish. The score page popped up, with Li Yuan finding two more heads peeking from either side, all staring at the score displayed. Name: Li Yuan Major. Marshall Path ID number: 4201112025082988013. Examination number: 4x Physique, 500 Technique, 400. Culture: 86 bonus points, 20 total score, 1006 National Line, 941. Provincial Line: 772 Provincial Ranking, 77. Upon seeing the total score of 1006 and the provincial ranking of 77, Aunt Chen Wei finally let go of a burden that felt like 1,000 kilos, her excited smile breaking out, even accompanied by tears of joy. Her decade-long worry, at this moment, it was completely released. Chen Wei felt that all her efforts over the past decade were truly worth it. Great. Great. Li Changzhou also laughed, reaching out to embrace his wife. He knew of the hardships Chen Wei had endured over the past decade, with anxiety, struggling, and enduring so much, often alone at home caring for 3 children. Now, it was finally time for the bitter to turn sweet. Uncle, Aunt, you can relax now, Li Yuan said with a smile, very satisfied with his score. He still scored full marks in the martial arts section. With his spiritual power getting stronger and learning capacity improving, Li Yuan's cultural score also reached a new high in the college entrance examination. However, limited by the bonus points, his total score was doomed to fall short of many others. So, Li Yuan was very satisfied with the 77th provincial ranking. On this side, Aunt, having regained her composure, started ringing back the relatives one by one. Hello, cousin. Let me tell you. The results have just come out. Li Yuan only scored 1006, barely over the national line for martial arts by 60 points. He didn't perform well. Li Yuan and Li Changzhou exchanged a glance and both smiled. Today, for Chen Wei, Li Yuan's results were like a work summary of her more than 10 years, her most glorious moment. No amount of bragging would be too much. You should quickly give a V-call to those seniors and teachers of yours to report your score, Li Changzhou reminded. The sooner, the better, to show your respect. Especially the teachers from Kunlun Martial University, give them peace of mind, said Li Changzhou. Okay. Li Yuan immediately made a series of V-calls. Xu Bo, Teacher Chen, Wan Qing, Fei Qian, the military base's Senior Ji, Fan Jin, President Li. This too was a summary of Li Yuan's achievements. For Li Yuan, who had already signed with Kunlun Martial University, this result was a near-perfect report card. Yes, President Li. Oh, the admissions notice will be issued in 5 days, with registration on the 28th of June, and classes starting on July 3rd. Li Yuan spoke with President Li on the call. After all the calls were done, it was already after 10 o'clock. Aunt Chen Wei, after having bragged for a while, had already moved into the kitchen to get busy. She wanted to cook some dishes to celebrate the occasion. Li Yuan and Uncle Li Chongzhou stepped out into the yard together, basking in the midsummer sunlight. Li Yuan, we owe you a lot for this time, Li Chongzhou said softly. If it wasn't for you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to come back. Uncle, don't say that, Li Yuan shook his head. Our family should be well, and now everything is fine. Li Chongzhou smiled, refrained from any rebuttals, knowing Li Yuan's character. When do you plan to report to Kunlun Martial University? Li Chongzhou asked. 7.2. Li Yuan had already decided. That late? Li Chongzhou was somewhat surprised, having just overheard the conversation between Li Yuan and President Li. I wanted to spend a few more days at home, to keep you and Auntie company, Li Yuan said with a smile. Kunlun Martial University has only a half-month vacation every 6 months. Once I go to university, it will be difficult to come home. It won't delay your training, will it? Li Chongzhou frowned. Not at all. The martial arts room at home is sufficient for my training, and there is no shortage of cultivation resources, Li Yuan said with a smile. Li Chongzhou's brows relaxed. In that case, it's settled. You make your own decisions regarding the martial path. I've got some free time too, so let's have a good chat, just the two of us. In truth, Li Chongzhou hoped that Li Yuan could relax for a few days. During the time at home, he had watched Li Yuan's cultivation and had come to an updated understanding. He felt Li Yuan was pushing himself too hard. His fanatical dedication to cultivation made even him feel queasy. Too much is as bad as too little. By the way, Uncle, Li Yuan said with a smile, I just bought a fishing rod yesterday. Starting tomorrow, I'll accompany you to the community fish pond for fishing. Sounds good. Li Chongzhou's interest was piqued. With work keeping him busy all year round, it had been a long time since he had indulged in this hobby. Li Yuan watched his uncle smile and looked over at his aunt cooking in the kitchen in the distance. He couldn't help but smile as well. After so many years of hard training, wasn't this scene right before him what he had been striving for? What needed to be done next was to become even stronger, to protect this happiness. Basking in the sun, looking at the lawn, Li Yuan's mind drifted back to his childhood, when he often used to say, Uncle, take me out to play, will you? In middle school, it turned into, see you tonight, Uncle and Auntie. Now, it was finally about to become, Uncle and Auntie, I'll be back at the end of the year. People often say that once most finish high school, they've already spent 90% of the time they'll ever spend with their parents, Li Yuan thought to himself. In June, I'll spend more time with Uncle and Auntie. That night, Li Qianqin and Li Muha came home, excited and thrilled upon hearing about Li Yuan's college entrance exam scores. The whole family was celebrating. At 8 o'clock in the evening, under the watchful eyes of his family, Li Yuan used the newly launched volunteer reporting system to fill in his choices. For his first preference, he filled in Kunlun Martial University. Late at night, after his uncle and auntie had gone to bed. Villa 225, the basement. This was actually a martial arts room that covered nearly 1,000 square meters and had a ceiling over 6 meters high. As usual, Li Yuan was practicing the stellar spear technique for nearly 2 hours before he finally stopped to rest. Li Yuan's eyes glanced at the Divine Palace panel. Life level 10.6, first rank, fist strength 1623 kilograms. Speed 23.8 meters per second, spiritual power 17.5, spiritual awakening level 12.8%, current max 20%. Physical body cultivation method, solid rock cultivation method, mental cultivation method, observing the great sun starry sky scripture.
Skill realm. Spear technique, 4th level 34%, movement technique, 4th level 26%, fist technique, 4th level 36%.
From April until now, thanks to the new cultivation plan, my physical quality has not slowed down in its improvement, Li Yuan thought to himself. However, the gap in physical quality grows more astonishing the further you advance. For example, at level 11, the standard fist strength is 1,800 kilograms. At level 12, it's 3,000 kilograms. At level 13, the standard fist strength reaches a terrifying 5,000 kilograms. When it comes to life level advancements, The speed of elevation is going to slow down more and more, which is unavoidable. I'll start school in July. At the end of July, there's a combat assessment. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. I hope to reach a 20% spiritual awakening level by then, to see if I can undergo another infusion of origin power. If he could experience it again, it would greatly enhance Li Yuan's physical quality and spiritual power once more. On the other hand, advancing in the 4th level of skills is indeed harder the further you progress. Li Yuan glanced over his spear technique and fist technique. Nearly 2 months had passed, and his progress was actually quite significant. But if the rate of progress continued like this, the hope of reaching the Bright Moon stage on the Starry Skies fighting network before the age of 18 was virtually zero. I'll give it my all. Li Yuan was at peace with himself and resumed practicing the basic cultivation method. At 9 o'clock in the evening, thousands of miles away from Zhongbei Province, at Kunlun Martial University, light spilled from an academic building, glowing brilliantly in the night. In one of the meeting rooms, where there was a constant flow of people. What's the situation with admissions? Are the results out yet? President Li asked in a deep voice. We are still continuously contacting and doing our best to persuade more students to choose our Kunlun Martial University, the teacher whispered. For the top 50 in each province, our recruitment teams have already set off to invite them one by one. Tomorrow, we should be able to gather the results. President Li nodded and then inquired, what about the students on the early contract signing list? Give me their scores. Yes. The teacher was already prepared, promptly taking out a list and handing it to President Li. President Li looked down and saw that the first name on the list was Li Yuan. Why is Li Yuan first? President Li couldn't help but say, I remember his ranking in the province was just over 70. That's change. This year, Principal Fang's order was to rank everything after admission based on actual scores, the recruitment teacher explained. This Li Yuan, our admissions office has also taken notice of him. His total score ranks 77th in Zhongbei Province, nothing eye-catching, and is expected to be around 350th among all students after enrollment.
That is, if we include the spiritual bonus points and other adjustments.
If we don't count those bonus points, with a full score in Martial Path, Li Yuan is the number 1 in Bear Martial scores in Zhongbei Province, said the admissions teacher. Moreover, he ranks 10th nationwide. Number 1 in Zhongbei? Top 10 in the whole country? President Li didn't know whether to be happy or annoyed. He was certain that Li Yuan's profile was now laid out on the desks of all institute heads in Kunlun Martial University's 8 institutes. His plan to secretly recruit Li Yuan into the 6th institute just got harder. Principal Fang really has nothing better to do, President Li grumbled to himself. Students ranked within the top 50 or even top 100 in the entire province would be fiercely competed over by the recruitment teams of the 5 prestigious schools. After all, if a martial arts university wanted to remain prosperous, the first requirement was to continuously receive funding, and the second was to keep producing a large number of prime warriors and even flying heaven warriors. Powerful martial artists often give back to their alma mater, whether by directly donating money or providing care within their scope of authority. Alumni form a circle, but no university came to find Li Yuan. Li Yuan's reputation as a martial arts prodigy had long spread throughout Zhongbei, and as the actual top scorer in Zhongbei Province's Martial Path total score, all the major school recruitment teams knew about him. However, the fact that he had been signed by Kunlun Martial University with an S-level contract was also well known. An S-level contract? Moreover, to persuade Li Yuan to break his contract and offer a better one, the overall cost was too great, so the other prestigious schools had all chosen to give up. June 17th, in the afternoon, at the residential community's fishing spot. Uncle, why have I been so unlucky today? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask while sitting on the stool. Your beginner's protection period is over, Li Chongzhou said with a grin. Didn't you see how many you caught the past 2 days? You caught twice as many as me. It's good that you didn't catch any today, or else your aunt would keep saying we have too much to eat. It's obviously because of my superior skills. Li Yuan was about to retort when he suddenly felt his smart ring vibrate. Looking down, his eyes lit up. Uncle, my admission notice is here, Li Yuan said, raising his hand. Oh, let me see. Li Chongzhou stood up immediately. Suddenly. Uncle, quick, the float. Li Yuan hurriedly pointed into the distance where the float had completely sunk into the water. It's a big one. Double happiness. Li Chongzhou hastily bent down to grab the fishing rod. After putting the fish in the box, Li Chongzhou sat down and looked at the admission notice document that Li Yuan had sent over. His mouth couldn't stop curling upwards. Uncle, which institute do you think I should choose? Li Yuan asked offhandedly. The 6th Institute or the 8th Institute? The 6th Institute was where President Li resided. The 8th Institute was where President Zhao resided, who was the one who had originally recommended him to Kunlun Martial University. This President Zhao was also Wan Qingyi's elder martial brother. Therefore, in Li Yuan's heart, after entering Kunlun Martial University, it would definitely be a choice between the two. I recommend the 6th Institute, Li Chongzhou said. There are circles among martial artists too. Which university you come from is a large circle, which institute you attend is a small circle, and after graduation, which martial hall you join or whether you enter the military or large corporate groups form new circles. Li Yuan listened attentively. A hero supported by 3 gangs, a martial artist with a broad network can also smooth the path of martial path. Li Yuan had no intention of being a loner. Different circles may intersect with each other, Li Chongzhou said. President Zhao of the 8th Institute seems closer to you in terms of relationships, since he was the first to recommend you. But has he sought you out these past few months? Li Chongzhou asked with a half-smile. Given you any guidance? Li Yuan shook his head. He definitely knows about your situation and was the first to make the connection, yet he hasn't sought you out, which indicates that he doesn't really care about you, Li Chongzhou said. Li Yuan nodded slightly. The other party was a level 29 prime warrior, with astounding strength. Not seeking him out didn't necessarily mean he looked down on him. It could be his personality, or perhaps he wasn't too concerned about mentoring juniors. On the contrary, President Li has always cared about you, Li Chongzhou said. Before the college entrance exam, he even made a special call to you. Originally, it was also he who offered you the S-level contract. In a sense, if you enter Kunlun Martial University, he will be akin to your C-teacher, Li Chongzhou said. That's a very rare relationship. Li Yuan understood his uncle's meaning. It's better to stick with the familiar than to enter a circle that's unfamiliar and likely doesn't value you. President Li is quite a good person, Li Yuan nodded. Uncle, should I give President Li a V-call first? Yes, you should. However, it seems you can apply and fill out your target institute directly on your enrollment notice, Li Chongzhou said. First fill in the 6th Institute, then give him a V-call, he will be even happier. All right. After Li Yuan finished filling out the admission notice response, he filled in his personal information and his wish to join the 6th Institute. He then directly made a V-call to President Li, just as Li Chongzhou had expected. President Li, Li Yuan said directly, I've received the admission notice and filled out the receipt. I've filled in the 6th Institute. Do you think it's appropriate? Not considering the 8th Institute? President Li said with a smile on the screen, aware of Li Yuan's relationship with President Zhao. The 8th Institute is very good, but these past few months, you and teacher Fan Jin have given me a lot of guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such progress. Li Yuan spoke sincerely. I believe that cultivating under your guidance is the best choice for me. Haha, good. President Li's voice contained a laugh. Rest assured, your choice won't be wrong. I will arrange everything so that you can become a prime warrior in the quickest time possible over the next 2 years. Li Yuan could tell that President Li was very satisfied with his decision. For this half-month break, you can relax a bit, President Li said, but don't completely fall behind on your cultivation. I'll expedite your institute admittance checks. Soon, you will be able to enter Kunlun Space, and the resources from the S-level special training contract will be provided to you, President Li instructed. Understood. I won't disappoint you, President Li Yuan said. At the end of July combat assessment, I will definitely bring honor to our 6th Institute. Well then, I'll be looking forward to it. President Li listened as Li Yuan said, our 6th Institute, and found it quite heartening. That evening. You've already chosen the 6th Institute? Wan Qing and Li Yuan were communicating through a V-call. Not considering the 8th Institute? Uncle, I am very grateful to President Zhao. Li Yuan seems somewhat embarrassed. But President Li has been guiding my cultivation all along. He asked about my intentions, and it was hard to say no, so I applied for the 6th Institute. I have always remembered President Zhao's kindness. Although we belong to different institutes, I am still a part of Kunlun Martial University. When I get to the school, I will definitely pay him a visit. Haha, all right, Wan Qing chuckled. Don't worry, I will explain everything to President Zhao, he won't blame you. Wan Qing knew how to dispel any dissatisfaction that his 9th senior brother might have towards Li Yuan. 9th senior brother. Li Yuan said he volunteered to join the 6th Institute, but I feel his words were hesitant, as if there might be something else going on. Wan Qing sighed. Before, Li Yuan often mentioned he was grateful to you, and he said many times that he would pay a visit to you once he was enrolled at Kunlun Martial University.
You also know that, no matter how talented he is, he's still just a teenager. How can he withstand so much pressure? Wan Qinghe sighed. If anyone is to blame, it's me. I should have clarified things with him sooner. He doesn't know your attitude.
This matter, it's my fault, Wan Qing said with a look of regret. I understand. It's not related to you and even less Li Yuan's fault. The figure of President Zhao appeared on the light screen, imposing and slightly angry. It must be Li Yong who's behind this. President Li's real name was Li Yong. What about Li Yuan? Wan Qing asked at the right moment. Let him focus on his cultivation. Tell him that it's all the same whether he is in the 6th Institute or 8th Institute, President Zhao said. When he arrives at Kunlun Martial University, if he has time, he can also attend my lectures. Brother, your magnanimity exceeds that of President Li by far, as you don't fixate on institute affiliations, Wan Qing praised. In martial arts universities, each province had only one. The top elite schools in the country numbered only 5, thus the national and provincial cutoffs were very clear. For the martial path, the top 10,600 were the provincial cutoff. The top 520 were the national cutoff. It had always been this way. Cultural universities, on the other hand, had much more complex admissions processes. Therefore, until June 20th, the admissions for all universities in Xia country were only concluded. On June 22nd, Class 3-2 held a graduation dinner, but less than 60 students were able to attend. The day we checked the results, I cried, and my mom hugged me and we cried together. High school was finally over. I cried too, but it was from getting a beating from my parents. Brother Yuan is amazing. Kunlun Martial Arts University, and he was even selected for the special training program, way too awesome. Brother Yuan, I toast to you. Brother Yuan. Li Yuan was almost the center of attention among his classmates. This group of students who had just graduated from high school was awkwardly learning the etiquette of adult social interaction. Li Yuan. Thank you. Li Tianyu poured a glass of beer. His eyes slightly red, he said earnestly to Li Yuan, if it weren't for you, I might not have been able to make it in the end. Li Tianyu had narrowly made it into Zhongbei Martial Arts University, ranking just over 9,900 in the province's martial path. It has nothing to do with me. This is all the result of your own efforts, Li Yuan said with a smile, trying to ease the other's emotions. Don't worry, I will find a way to pay you back the money I owe as soon as possible, Li Tianyu said in a low voice. All right. I trust your character, Li Yuan said with a smile. But there is no hurry. Once you are in university, cultivation should still take priority. Li Yuan never said, the money is a gift to you. Li Yuan understood that insisting on repaying the money was an act of dignity that Li Tianyu was making every effort to maintain. Why trample on it, Brother Yuan? Let me drink another with you. Zhou Qi came over with his glass. This time in the college entrance examination, his performance was not bad. He got into a C9 university. Time passed, and many students gradually became tipsy. Li Yuan was very sober, looking at many classmates who, just half a month ago seemed so familiar, now already appeared somewhat strangers. He understood that aside from a few good friends like Zhou Qi and Li Tianyu, he might never see many of these classmates again. His adolescent years were completely over. Without a sound, Li Yuan settled the bill and left. June, not too hot yet, after the class reunion. During the subsequent vacation days, Li Yuan often spent his days accompanying his uncle fishing, helping his aunt plant flowers, and going shopping for clothes with them at the mall. On weekends, the family of 5 would even go for outings to Beihu Moshan together. Since junior high, Li Yuan had never felt as relaxed as he did this June. In the evenings, he would focus solely on the martial path training. After the college entrance exams ended, I've been practicing the spear, and spent less time on the martial path, Li Yuan realized. But why has my spear technique improved even faster? Li Yuan wondered about this. This phenomenon made him reflect. Efficiency. For success in any endeavor, the energy and time invested are very important, Li Yuan thought to himself, just as the 10,000-hour rule makes sense in any ordinary profession. However, once a certain level of proficiency is reached in something, blindly accumulating time may not be the best approach. These days, with a more relaxed state of mind, the free time during the day allowed me to think more, to see more of the world. These changes, the relaxation of the spirit, actually made my practice of the spear technique more efficient, with fewer distractions, and even my spirit seemed purer, more peaceful, Li Yuan came to understand. Practice, like life itself, sometimes the more you crave, the less you receive. A moment of inspiration can be worth years of practice, but such inspiration cannot be gained solely through internal strife. The cultivation of the spirit. In the past, I've been blindly chasing time, longing for greater efficiency. Li Yuan suddenly smiled, just like Uncle said, being too tense for too long, one must loosen up from time to time. And so, Li Yuan began to enjoy spending time with his aunt and uncle even more. June 29th, past 10 in the evening. Clang! Clang! Li Yuan was practicing with the long spear, swinging it to create dazzling arcs of light and after shadows. Gradually, Li Yuan practiced with increasing ease, fully immersing himself in the spear technique, truly enjoying it. Bang! Bang! The heavy punching bag was continuously hammered with strikes. So comfortable, the images in Li Yuan's mind whirred rapidly, scenes flashing by, making the heavy punching bag in front of him seem like a formidable opponent. His spear technique became faster and steadier, each explosive hit became almost instinctive. All of a sudden, at one moment, whoosh, Li Yuan's mind and heart aligned, and with a fierce thrust of his long spear, his speed surged dramatically, the tip of the spear moving almost inconceivably fast. It tore through the air with a roar. Bang! The incredibly tough punching bag was unexpectedly burst open by the blunt-tipped long spear. Innumerable special sands inside scattered wildly, raining down chaos. Your spear technique realm has progressed from 4th level 36% to 4th level 42%. Your fist technique realm has progressed from 4th level 39% to 4th level 44%. 2 notifications from the Divine Palace scrolled by. Li Yuan stood still, letting the sand fall and bury up to his ankles. The third form of the stellar spear technique, dawn piercing the clouds, I can finally execute it fully, Li Yuan silently recited in his mind. Before long, Li Yuan phoned the staff responsible at the Martial Hall. People came to replace the punching bag and clean up everything. The leisurely vacation had to come to an end at last. July 2nd was the last day to report to Kunlun Martial University, and it was also the day Li Yuan would leave home. Xiaoyuan, when you get to the university, cultivate well and don't worry about home, Li Changzhou advised. I'll take care of things here. Call home when you get to school. The aunt's primary concern was always Li Yuan's safety, even though Li Yuan was already an entry-rank martial artist. Okay. I know. Uncle, Auntie, it's windy, go back inside, Li Yuan, with his backpack on, waved with a smile. A small flying vehicle hung motionless in the air. Swoosh. Li Yuan leapt more than 2 meters high, catapulting straight into the cabin as the door closed. The flying vehicle quickly ascended, heading towards Tianhe Airport to catch a connecting flight. Li Changzhou and Chen Wei stood outside their villa, continuously waving goodbye, watching the flying vehicle disappear into the misty rain. Li Yuan. officially embarked on his university journey. Sitting in the short-range flyer prepared by Marshall Hall, he hurried to the airport. Suddenly, Li Yuan noticed a vibration on his smart ring and looked down, his eyes moving slightly. It was a message from Lin Lanyue. Since the invitation event at Zhongbei Marshall University, they had not seen each other again. Before and after the college entrance examination, Li Yuan had intended to meet Lin Lanyue to thank her in person. However, she had not returned to Guan Mountain District's No. 1 high school. Li Yuan had asked Ji Yu Chang about it. He confirmed only one thing. Lin Lanyue indeed returned to take the college entrance exam, but her exam site was at Guan Mountain District No. 2 high school. And she had not returned to her home in Starry Skies South Lake community. Where does she live now? Ji Yu Chang also didn't know. VChat. Li Yuan had tried several times to send messages to Lin Lanyue, but they all sank like stones in the sea. It was as if she was deliberately avoiding him. Li Yuan hadn't expected that, just as he was about to set off for Kunlun Marshall University. Lin Lanyue sent a message. The content of the message wasn't long. Li Yuan, I've seen your messages. Last time, I just happened to hear from teacher Shu Bo, and then my elder brother was passing through Zhong City, coincidentally having the Yan Tong spiritual spring. You don't have to take it too much to heart. Also, congratulations on getting into Kunlun Marshall University, the best martial arts university in Xia country. I believe you can become a flying heaven warrior in the future. Keep it up. Li Yuan stared at the content on the screen, lost in thought for a while. Coincidence? Was it really a coincidence, or was it an excuse Lin Lanyue found so he wouldn't feel too burdened? After pondering for a while, Li Yuan replied to the message, regardless, thank you. If there's anything I can help with in the future, make sure you find me. I also wish you smooth sailing at Starry Sky University. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Or perhaps after the incident with Li Chongzhou, Li Yuan realized the huge gap between them. The words he spoke were becoming somewhat formulaic. Lin Lanyue's score on the college entrance exam for martial arts was first in Guan Mountain District, second in Zhong City, and third in Zhongbei Province. The martial arts top scorers of Zhongbei Province were Wu Dongdong first, Wang Yu second, and Lin Lanyue third. Lin Lanyue was smoothly admitted to Starry Sky University. She was also the only student from Guan Mountain District who was admitted to one of the top 3 global prestigious schools. Some time passed again. All right, we may meet again if it's meant to be. Lin Lanyue sent another message. Li Yuan stared at the screen, silent for a long time, and with a light sigh, he did not send another message in the end. He turned off his smart ring, closed his eyes to rest. Not long after. Li Yuan, we've arrived at the airport, a deep voice rang out. Enter the terminal building, and you can check in and board the plane. Clang. The cabin door opened. Instructor Xing, thank you. Li Yuan opened his eyes, and the man sitting in front of him was indeed Instructor Xing. Do we still talk like this among us? Just go train well at Kunlun Marshall University. I look forward to Guan Mountain District producing a flying heaven warrior, Instructor Xing laughed. Don't worry about home. I'll arrange for Marshall Hall people to keep an eye on it. If there's any major issue, I'll also report it to the hall master. All right. Trouble you, Li Yuan nodded. During the months he lived in the Starfire South Lake community, Li Yuan also got to know many Marshall Hall warriors. People like Instructor Xing, Fang Longhu, who lived in the 3rd District and had a great relationship with Li Yuan, could be entrusted. Secondly, Li Chongzhou's character and ability were something Li Yuan greatly admired. In addition, as Li Yuan had left behind 2 million Blue Star coins, he wasn't too worried about his family. Half an hour later, a large flyer took off from Tianhe Airport and flew towards Longxi Province. In the central villa of Starry Sky South Lake community. In the living room on the 1st floor. Little sister, it's just 2 kilometers away, why not see him? The young man in blue laughed. It's not necessary, said the girl sitting on the sofa, shaking her head gently. I understand him, he's a person with great pride in his heart. At this moment, he must feel like he owes me a big favor that he can't repay. If we met, What else would we talk about? Awkward small talk. Or watch him clumsily say, "Thank you," to me? Lin Lanue looked at the young man in blue. The young man in blue was speechless. Let's wait. I believe there will come a day when we meet again. Lin Lanue stood up, her delicate face filled with calm. By then, I believe he can face me with composure. Aren't you afraid it's a wait in vain? The young man in blue looked at his little sister. Aren't you afraid he might fall for someone else? He felt that in the past 6 months, his little sister had undergone many changes. Gradually shedding her immaturity, she had become steadier, more resolute, and firm. She was truly starting to grow up. Beyond these changes, there was also a hint of a love that had not yet fully blossomed. The girl was silent for a long time before finally saying softly, "I trust my judgment. If I'm wrong, then I'll accept the consequences of the mistake." Lin Lanue smiled. "Second brother, let's go." From Zhongbei province to Lantis continent, it's over 30,000 kilometers. Today is the last day for registration, don't be late. Catching a large flyer to Longxi province, then a smaller flyer for a connecting flight. At 3 in the afternoon, Li Yuan finally arrived at Kunlun Martial University. Kunlun Martial University. Li Yuan sat in a window seat of the flyer, able to see far into the distance. He already caught sight of it. On the endless expanse of land below, there were numerous villas, buildings, airports. The most eye-catching was a sci-fi-like, immense war fortress. This was Kunlun Martial University. The overall layout and structure were actually similar to Zhongbei Martial University, though even smaller in scale. After all, Zhongbei Martial University had 40 to 50,000 students, while Kunlun Martial University only had about 10,000 students year-round. But that war fortress was towering, far surpassing the one at Zhongbei Martial University. Kunlun Fortress. Li Yuan murmured to himself, conjuring up the name of the fortress. This fortress was one of the top 10 ranked war fortresses on the vast land in the northwest of Xia country. Its height nearly reached 900 meters, covering an area of nearly 20 square kilometers, an absolute behemoth. The other 9? Mostly located around the Robe Lake Star realm. The flyer approached rapidly, just as I thought. Apart from the teaching buildings, they are all villas. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. According to the enrollment introduction, every student gets a detached villa, equipped with a flying vehicle and a housekeeper. It allows every student to devote themselves entirely to cultivation. In Zhongbei Martial University, only the top 5% of students can enjoy such treatment. But in Kunlun Martial University, everyone does, or even more so. Li Yuan's gaze rose, and in the distance, he could see a huge mountain range that undulated like a dragon stretching across the land. It was Xia country's first mountain range, Mount Kunlun. The ancestor of all mountains, Kunlun, Li Yuan murmured to himself, the name of Kunlun University does have a deeper meaning. Whoosh! 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 Several students on the flying vehicle got off one after another, following Li Yuan. Today was the last day for registration. Since it was already afternoon, almost all students had completed their registration. Therefore, under the terminal building in the distance, the banner that read, "Welcome new students" had fallen down halfway, and no one had bothered to fix it. Li Yuan, over here, hurry up, a handsome young man called out loudly from a distance. Next to him stood another youth with a robust physique, and behind them gathered more people. Seeing the two, Li Yuan couldn't help but smile and quickly walked over. Ji Yu Chang, Haifeng, long time no see. Stepping forward, he greeted them with the habitual form of salutation among boys, a punch to the chest. Indeed, Ji Yu Chang'an and Dong Haifeng, they had both successfully been admitted to Kunlun Martial Arts University. Along with Li Yuan, the three of them were the only students from the number 1 high school in Guan Mountain District to be admitted into any of the 5 famous schools. Having been admitted to the same university from the same high school, their relationships were naturally closer, and they had been in touch early on. Before departure, Li Yuan had sent messages to Ji Yu Chang'an and Dong Haifeng, informing them about his approximate time of arrival. Li Yuan. Li Yuan. Behind the two, stood 30 or 40 people who all greeted Li Yuan one after another. Are you all from Zhong City? Li Yuan hesitated a bit, noticing many familiar faces. Yes. Li Yuan. We all participated in the invitation event of Zhongbei Martial University together. You might not remember us very well, but we all remember you, a tall, skinny boy said with a smile. I'm An Nong. Li Yuan. My name is Tong Ji. My name is. Dozens of people quickly introduced themselves. Oh, I actually do remember a bit, Li Yuan smiled. Seeing a big group of fellow townspeople and old friends. The strangeness of being far from home was immediately dispersed by quite a lot. What are you all doing here? Li Yuan hesitated. It was one thing for Ji Yu Chang'an and Dong Haifeng to come to pick him up. The others? They seemed familiar, but surely they were not that close yet. What else? We are waiting for you, the great, senior brother, of the new students from the 6th Institute. Ji Yu Chang'an glared. Being the senior brother of new students of the 6th Institute, and you're the last to come? You have no sense of responsibility. Senior brother of new students? Li Yuan was confused. He had just arrived. How had he suddenly become the senior brother of new students? Stop talking. We have to finalize the ranking by 8 o'clock. Our institute is currently 6th. Ji Yu Chang'an called him over. Get on the flying vehicle. I'll explain everything on the way. Have you completed all the entrance procedures in the Kunlun space already? Yes. Room 61032, Li Yuan said. The sequence number meant villa number 1032 of the 6th Institute. Next to mine, I'm in 61031, Ji Yu Chang'an smiled. Once things are settled, you need to boost our 6th Institute's ranking. To the Xuanwu building. Ranking? Li Yuan became even more bewildered, unable to grasp everything as he had just landed. But still, he followed Ji Yu Chang'an onto the flying vehicle. The flying vehicle seated 4 and was essentially a flying car, suitable for short trips. Each student was assigned one, capable of autonomous driving, commuting smartly to any place within the campus. When needed, it could be summoned directly. When not in use, it would automatically return to the villa, where it would charge, park, and wash itself. The students of Zhongbei Martial University seemed to use running as their means of transportation, Li Yuan couldn't help but say. He remembered the scenes from the invitation event. Different levels of universities have different training programs, Ji Yu Chang'an said. Even the weakest students at Kunlun Martial University can be compared to their strongest ones. Li Yuan smiled and said nothing. Perhaps it was so at the start of their studies. But by the 2nd or 3rd year, it might not be the case anymore. Traveling at ultra-low altitude along the road, Li Yuan saw many flying vehicles coming and going. All were filled with students from Kunlun Martial University. Level 13 Martial Artist, Level 16 Martial Artist. Prime Warrior, Li Yuan glanced around casually, utilizing Divine Palace Inquiry, and found that most of the people had a body level below 15. Those above level 18 were very rare. Prime Warriors. Very rare to see, Li Yuan only noticed a few along the way. Aside from the freshmen, martial artists were everywhere. Those above level 15 were common, and even Prime Warrior students existed. This was Kunlun Martial University. The top 2 martial arts higher education institutes in Xia country. On their way, Ji Yu Chang'an also quickly briefed Li Yuan, giving him an idea of the situation. Inter-institute competition. Pre-admission points ranking? The total points of the top 200 students in each institute? The deadline tonight at 8 o'clock. The first ranked institute receives 20,000 Blue Star coins per student, and the student ranked first in individual points gets 500,000 Blue Star coins. Li Yuan listened to Ji Yu Chang'an's explanation. Are all of you from the 6th Institute? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask, why such concentration? The number of students from Zhong City admitted to Kunlun Martial University was supposedly less than 100. And Kunlun Martial University had 8 institutes. Because of you. You chose the 6th Institute, and right after you told me half a month ago, I immediately contacted all these fellow townspeople. Before and after enrollment, we all strongly requested to join the 6th Institute, to support you, Ji Yu Chang'an said eagerly. After all, someone has to offer support, it might as well be us. Li Yuan, students from other provinces don't know, but we do, he continued. Your ranking in the college entrance examination was low because of spiritual nature points. Based on raw scores, you are the number one in Zhongbei province. But in university, what counts as true strength? Wu Dongdong, my sister, Tian Dazhuang, and all the other top talents who could compete with you, have gone to Starry Sky University, Starfire University. In terms of strength, if you say you are second in this batch of freshmen at Kunlun Martial University, I won't believe anyone dares claim to be the first. Ji Yu Chang'an's eyes shone. Li Yuan, I've said before, my sister can't be counted on. For the 5 years in university, I'll be depending on you to cover for me. Cover you for 5 years? Li Yuan listened to Ji Yu Chang'an's words and couldn't help but want to say something. But when he thought about the other person's family background and personality, he closed his mouth. Just like Ji Yu Chang'an had said, he really could live off his parents. Moreover, Li Yuan had long discovered that Ji Yu Chang'an, despite appearing nonchalant, actually had a very high IQ. Combined with his family background, such a person often believes they've seen through everything. If he doesn't wake up completely on his own, it would be useless no matter what others say. Besides, being friends with Ji Yu Chang, being roommates, both are quite good, Li Yuan thought silently. Brothers and sisters. Ji Yu Chang'an laughed loudly. Aren't you going to call Li Yuan Big Brother? Big Brother. Big Brother. A dozen flying machines above, with dozens of freshmen from Zhong City, shouted out. Their voices echoed across the campus. It startled Li Yuan and also drew the attention of many passing students. Big Brother? Such a title was a rarity throughout the entire school. Is this Big Brother title something you guys came up with? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. Wrong. Li Yuan, Ji Yu Chang'an said with a grin. This isn't self-proclaimed, it's publicly recognized. We all recognize you as the Big Brother of the freshmen in the 6th Institute. Ask around, who would disagree? Agreed. Dong Haifeng said with a smile. Li Yuan, you should be our 6th Institute's Big Brother of the new students, and Nong and the other freshmen shouted. The students who could get into Kunlun Martial University were all exceptional, often the prominent figures in their own high schools. Admitting another freshman as Big Brother, no one was truly convinced. So what if he's a bit stronger? Being stronger now doesn't mean he'll stay that way forever. But Li Yuan was different. This group of students from Zhong City had all witnessed Li Yuan's capabilities firsthand during the Zhongbei Martial University's recruitment event. Moreover, at that time, Li Yuan's physical quality was only around level 9, and now that he'd reached entry rank, he was bound to be even more formidable. Most importantly, Li Yuan had broadcast a show that these students had watched and roughly understood the terrifying speed of Li Yuan's rise. Various factors and the huge gap had earned their immense respect for Li Yuan. Joining the 6th Institute didn't mean they really expected to ride on Li Yuan's coattails, but they did generally want the warmth of the group. Big Brother? Li Yuan shook his head and didn't argue further. In fact, speaking of strength, Li Yuan was among the top of his age globally, but due to martial spirit reasons, he had come to Kunlun Martial University. Li Yuan couldn't help but feel stifled inside. Deep down, he too wanted to prove himself. Li Yuan had ambition. Unable to get into Starfire University, Starry Sky University, then he would work hard at Kunlun Martial University, striving to surpass the martial arts geniuses of the 3 top martial schools. He would strive to become a flying heaven warrior or even stronger. He wanted to prove through action that one doesn't need to attend Starfire University or Starry Sky University to become the strongest. First among the new students at Kunlun Martial University, Li Yuan shook his head slightly. From the beginning to the end, Li Yuan's goal was never just that. His sight was set further in the future. Haifeng, how are the total points rankings for the competition between the 8 institutes determined? Li Yuan asked. It's based on the points from the Kunlun 9 mountains, said Dong Haifeng. Each institute has about 250 new students, each of whom can attempt the Kunlun 9 mountains. They will take the best scores of the top 200, and the combined points of these 200 people will be the total score for an institute's entry competition. Rankings are divided into individual rankings and total institute score rankings, Dong Haifeng explained quickly. Right now, our 6th institute is ranked 4th, with over 5,700 points in total. So you're saying that on average, Each person doesn't even have 30 points? Li Yuan felt a twinge of toothache. The score was too low. Before coming to school, Li Yuan had seen all kinds of study arrangements, competitive settings, and reward systems of Kunlun Martial University on the Kunlun space of the virtual network. He had some understanding of the Kunlun 9 Mountains, a kind of virtual contest, set up by the university specifically to test martial arts skills, divided into 9 levels. The Kunlun 9 Mountains, it was somewhat similar to the advancement matches of the Starry Skies Fighting Network, but not exactly the same. Right, the score is quite low. Dong Haifeng touched his head, somewhat embarrassed, because most of the new students' martial arts skills are actually less than 3rd stage. Li Yuan mused to himself. 3rd stage skills score 360 in the martial arts portion of the college entrance exam, which is actually very hard to achieve. 4th level skills? That's one of the 3 major thresholds for a prime warrior. As far as Li Yuan knew, although a large number of prime warriors would emerge from Kunlun Martial University in the future, most people would not become prime warriors before graduating. Those who did become prime warriors mostly continued their cultivation after graduation, struggled through life and death in the star realm, and ultimately broke through their bottlenecks. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few prime warriors within human civilization. Take Li Yuan for example. Achieving 4th level skills during his high school phase, globally, that placed him at the very pinnacle among his peers. Otherwise, would Li Yuan have received such attention from Starfire Martial Hall? Li Yuan. Oh no, big brother. Ji Chang'an immediately changed his address, visibly excited. Our 6th institute, we're actually only 100 or 200 points behind the 2nd and 3rd places. Only the 3rd institute is more than 600 or 700 points ahead of us, Ji Chang'an said seriously. You just need to be worth 30 people, get 800 points, and we're sure to win. 800 points? Ji Chang, you didn't say that before, didn't you say we'd aim for 2nd place? 800 points, huh? Others were amazed. They were full of confidence in Li Yuan, thinking that getting 400 or 500 points wouldn't be difficult. But 800 points? That was a bit of an exaggeration, because they had all challenged the Kunlun 9 Mountains and knew the difficulties of the 9 levels. 800 points, huh? Li Yuan smiled. Then I'll give it a try, but let's make it clear first, even if I don't succeed, don't blame me. Haha, good. Even Wu Luo could score over 300 points. Big brother will definitely be stronger. Back then, Wu Luo was totally defeated by Big Brother's hand. Wu Luo's martial arts skills have stepped into the 4th level. Otherwise, many at the 3rd stage would be stuck at the 3rd mountain. And there's Yang Hong, who nearly scored 400 points. With Big Brother's strength, surpassing those two shouldn't be difficult, everyone said one after another, discussing. They were all filled with expectations for Li Yuan. Soon, they passed through a vast villa area. More than a dozen flying vehicles had already arrived in front of an extremely large building. In front of the building lay a colossal creature resembling a sea turtle, tens of meters tall and over 200 meters in length, its statue looming. The statue was made of stone. Only its shell on the back appeared so real that it even gave off an inexplicable aura of horror, as if a powerful Xuanwu was genuinely lying there, closing its eyes to rest. Is this the Xuanwu statue? Li Yuan was shocked in his heart. He had seen it in school introductions. Yes. Legend has it, a long time ago, there was a star realm creature Xuanwu that exceeded the sky flying level on Feixing, Ji Chang'an said excitedly. It was Dongfang Ji, the first strongest human, who hunted it down alone. A world-shattering battle erupted between them on Feixing, devastating heaven and earth. In the end, Dongfang Ji killed it. Its remains were turned into a gift by Dongfang Ji and given to his alma mater, Kunlun Martial Arts University. That shell in front of us, it's the remains of a life form that surpassed the sky-flying level. After thorough research by Kunlun Martial University, the shell was made into this statue to serve as a warning, prompting all students to maintain a sense of awe, Ji Chang'an said confidently. This building was therefore renamed Xuanwu Tower in memory. You're quite mediocre in ability but quite knowledgeable, Li Yuan joked. Damn. Here we go again, Ji Chang'an complained. It's not that I'm too weak, it's that you're too abnormal. Let's get off. The flying vehicles slowly landed in the square, and dozens of people jumped out. 8 institutes, each with its own specialized area. And there are comprehensive buildings. Xuanwu Tower is a comprehensive building, divided into east and west wings, Ji Yu Cheng'an explained. The east wing is the main area for first-year freshmen. Important activities for freshmen from all 8 institutes are held here. Li Yuan listened, knowing some things while still unaware of others. Clearly, Ji Yu Cheng'an had arrived several days earlier and was quite familiar with many things. Let's go into the east wing, Ji Yu Cheng'an said. A crowd surrounded Li Yuan as they entered the east wing of Xuanwu Tower. The building was only 12 stories high, but it covered an enormous area. Upon entering, there was a vast open-air plaza, easily capable of accommodating 2,000 to 3,000 people. At the moment, there were 600 to 700 people gathered in the plaza. As Li Yuan and his group of dozens entered with great momentum, they immediately attracted the attention of the many first-year freshmen on the plaza. They are from the 6th Institute, that one is Ji Yu Cheng'an. From the 6th Institute, someone recognized them. In just a few days, Ji Yu Cheng'an gained a certain level of fame among the freshmen for his excellent organizational abilities. Could it be that they still want to compete in the entrance competition for the institutes? The deadline is almost here. Their strongest members should have participated already. What are they doing here? Many students showed puzzled looks on their faces. The entrance competition for the institutes was already nearing its end. Li Yuan. Li Yuan is here? He's from the 6th Institute? Damn. So why did they all from Zhong City join the 6th Institute? Didn't Li Yuan go to Starfire University? He actually came. Among the several hundred people, many were from Zhongbei Province and quickly recognized the conspicuous figure with the large backpack. Li Yuan? Who is Li Yuan? Students from other provinces showed expressions of confusion. Never heard of him. He wasn't mentioned in the top 10 admission scores this year. Forget about it. Go notify Wu Luo and Yang Hong. It's possible our 3rd institute might lose the top spot. Some students from Zhongbei Province started to panic. They had witnessed Li Yuan's prowess. On this side. Rankings. Li Yuan looked up and already saw 2 giant light screens on each side of the plaza displaying 2 sets of rankings. Kunlun 9 Mountains Individual Ranking, First Year. First place. Yang Hong, 399 points. Second place. Wu Luo, 329 points. Third place. Han Hongjun, 288 points, Institute Entrance Competition, Institute. First place. Third Institute, 6,563 points. Second place. 7th Institute, 6,043 points. Third place. 5th Institute, 5,956 points. Fourth place. 6th Institute, 5,789 points. Big brother, let's start, and Nong whispered. The sooner we secure it, the sooner we can relax. Okay. Li Yuan nodded and walked directly toward the virtual network pods in the distance. Hai Feng, help me with my bag, Li Yuan called out, slipping off his backpack to pass it to Dong Haifeng. After all, he was most familiar with Ji Yu Cheng'an and Dong Haifeng. The others? Although they called him senior brother, Li Yuan didn't take it seriously. Senior brother, leave it to me. I'm the best at this, said Nong, the tall and skinny boy standing alongside, as he caught the backpack from Li Yuan's hand and patted his chest. I will definitely hold on to it well. Li Yuan was stunned for a moment, giving Nong a curious look. The kid sure knew how to curry favor. All right, Nong, thanks a lot, Li Yuan said with a smile, not rejecting the offer. In the short time from the terminal to Xuanwu Tower, Li Yuan had already made up his mind. The students who were able to enroll in Kunlun Martial University might not have talents that matched his own, but they were all top choices, and at the very least, they all had the potential to become prime warriors in the future. What's most important is that this group of people were all from Zhong City. In ancient times, this meant they were naturally fellow villagers, thereby naturally having a foundation of trust among each other. Therefore, now that Ji Yu Cheng'an had already laid some groundwork for him, if he could truly rally this group of people together, unite them, and truly establish prestige and influence among them, it might be of great use in the future. So-called social networks and relationships are all built up step by step. His uncle, Li Chongzhou, had taught Li Yuan from a young age not to focus only on the present. For instance, learning a few foreign languages, understanding an industry, acquiring additional certifications, and making more friends among classmates. Might seem useless at the moment, even mostly useless, but at some critical moment in the future, you might be able to use one or two of these skills to great effect. In a word, gathering more resources, it's never a mistake. Senior brother? Are we electing the senior brother now? Don't we wait until the combat assessment in July to choose the new senior brother? Is this Li Yuan really that amazing? Many freshmen were shocked upon hearing Anong's address. The title of senior brother is clearly recognized for each class and each institute by the school. It's based on strength, and moreover, one must be willing, with competitions every half year. There are responsibilities, but also benefits. What do you guys know? Anong, holding the large bag, laughed coldly and said loudly, everyone says Yang Hong is the senior brother for the freshmen of the 3rd Institute, and Wu Luo will be the senior brother for the 7th Institute. But do all the people in those 2 institutes truly acknowledge them? The people in the venue looked at each other. At this moment, there were mostly students from the 3rd and 7th Institutes in the venue. Truly acknowledging Wu Luo and Yang Hong? Forget about it. Many freshmen truly had never met Wu Luo and Yang Hong, so how could they recognize them? So you guys from the 6th Institute genuinely recognize this Li Yuan? Someone finally couldn't help but shout. Of course, we do. Our senior brother of the 6th Institute is way stronger than those 2, just you wait and see. Anong, waiting for this cue, immediately shouted towards Ji Yu Cheng'an and the others, brothers and sisters, show them the unity of our 6th Institute, call out to senior brother. Senior brother, over 30 people, seemingly prepared, shouted in unison towards Li Yuan, their voices echoing throughout the entire venue. Li Yuan was taken aback and looked at Anong again. The kid was a pro. Just one glance, and you could tell he was great at creating hype, laying the groundwork, and building anticipation, perfect for public relations work. If he learned to write cliffhangers, he could try writing serialized novels online, and he'd likely do well. Are they really calling him that? Do so many people acknowledge him? This Li Yuan, is he really that incredible? The unified shouting from tens of people instantly subdued the 600 to 700 freshmen in the venue. Many students who were originally skeptical started to become doubtful. Is this Li Yuan really that incredible? In fact, there were also many students from the 6th Institute in the venue who came from other provinces and didn't know Li Yuan, but they didn't dare to speak out in the face of such a situation. People have the instinct to conform and fit in, and nobody wanted to be labeled as a traitor of the 6th Institute. For a moment, everyone in the venue couldn't help but turn their eyes toward Li Yuan, waiting to see his performance. They wanted to see how incredible he could really be. Could he truly reverse a deficit of over 700 points with his own strength? Senior brother, you can do it. Beat the 3rd Institute, take the top spot. Anong, with the bag slung over one shoulder and waving his fist with the other hand, appeared extremely excited. The atmosphere was perfectly charged up. Li Yuan's expression showed a trace of oddity as he murmured to himself, if this act fails, it's game over, we'll probably get ridiculed for years. To be the big brother, it's crucial to hold your ground in big moments. Well, it's okay. It's only a 700-point gap, not 7,000. Otherwise, it really would be a headache, Li Yuan muttered to himself, and sat straight down into the public virtual network pod. The pod door closed. Li Yuan's eyes tightly shut, his consciousness connected, already entering the virtual network. Whoosh! 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 Everyone subconsciously looked up, eyes fixed on the 2 giant screens with the leaderboards on either side. In reality, every student could participate in the Kunlun 9 Mountains virtual battles from their own villa. They could also see the real-time updates of the rankings. But however realistic the network is, what could be more exciting than being there in person? Hence, when the enrollment competition of the 8th Institute approached closure, so many people came to the East Hall of Xuanwu Tower. Primarily students from the 3rd and 7th Institutes, they were actually prepared to celebrate. All freshmen from each institute have various chat groups. Therefore, in a very short time, many of the freshmen in the Xuanwu Tower were able to spread the news to their respective institute groups. Who is Li Yuan? Does anyone know? The 6th Institute is boasting that Li Yuan alone can chop down 800 points. How arrogant. Never heard of him. 800 points? Aren't those idiots from the 6th Institute saying that Li Yuan can grab 1,000 points? 1,000 points? Bullshit. I don't believe it. Wait till I get there. I want to see the face slapping. An abundance of messages began spreading immediately across various institute groups. Many new students started hurrying over from their villas, wanting to catch the excitement. Others who were reluctant to go out also instinctively followed the rankings and group messages. Inside a villa belonging to a student of the 7th Institute, underground martial arts room, a handsome youth holding a sword and shield was silently practicing in the martial arts room. Wu Luo. At the Zhongbei Martial University's invitation event, although he was defeated by Li Yuan in the cage brawl, he performed well in the combat assessment and broke into the top 10. Eventually, Kunlun Martial University used another of their S-grade special training contracts to sign him. Wu Luo did not disappoint, ranking 8th in martial arts scores in Zhongbei Province in the college entrance exam. This achievement was barely enough to qualify for the top 3 global premier martial schools.
If I went to Starry Sky University, I'd be the least noticeable one, the bottom class, with no one valuing me. Wu Luo silently practiced his sword technique. But at Kunlun Martial University, I am among the top-tier talents, able to receive the most cultivation resources.
The odds of achieving great success are even higher. Moreover, after the college entrance exam, I managed to break through to unity of mind and body, and my sword technique has just stepped into the 4th level. Wu Luo thought to himself. Among the 2,000 freshmen, aside from that Yang Hong, no one else is my match. Wu Luo had his own considerations. He was well aware that compared to geniuses like Tian Dazhuang and Wu Dongdong, he was slightly inferior and would struggle to rise rapidly at Starry Sky University. Yang Hong. Just you wait. Wu Luo's eyes were resolute. When it comes to physical quality, you're not my match. By the end of July's combat assessment, I will definitely be stronger than you. Suddenly. Beep. The assistant AI sounded an alert. Master, an important person has sent a message, with the remark, new student Yang Hong. Yang Hong. Wu Luo was slightly surprised as he spoke in a low tone. Answer. Whoosh, a beam of light shot out, and a hologram formed, displaying a burly man holding a large axe, who seemed to have also been practicing just now. Yang Hong, what's up? Wu Luo said indifferently. Have you seen the ranking for the entrance competition? The burly youth asked in a low voice. No, Wu Luo frowned. He typically did not take calls during his practice time, and since it had only been a few days since entering school, there were only a few in the 7th Institute who knew his communicator number. Thus, even after 10 minutes had passed, no one could contact him. Someone has surpassed both your score and mine, the burly youth said somberly. What, surpassed? Are there any other 4th-level martial arts skill masters among the freshmen? Who? A hint of shock flashed through Wu Luo's eyes. From what I've heard from other students, you should be quite familiar with this person. The burly youth's face showed a trace of puzzling meaning. Someone I'm familiar with? Wu Luo grew even more confused. Li Yuan. The burly youth almost seemed to smile as he uttered the 2 words. Boom. Those 2 words, like a thunderclap, caused Wu Luo to widen his eyes in disbelief. That monster, Li Yuan, came to Kunlun Martial University? After ending the call with Yang Hong, Wu Luo immediately walked over to pick up his smart bracelet and swiftly tapped on the Kunlun Martial University app to check the rankings. Kunlun 9 Mountains Individual Rankings, Freshman. First place. Li Yuan, 586 points. Second place. Yang Hong, 399 points. Third place. Wu Luo, 329 points. Fourth place. Han Hongjun, 288 points. 588, 591. Wu Luo watched as the numbers beside Li Yuan's name on the hologram quickly jumped. In the blink of an eye, they had soared past 600 points. What did this indicate? Li Yuan had hardly faced any significant resistance, sweeping through all his opponents with ease. Wu Luo, who had also reached over 300 points, knew all too well the strength of the opponents Li Yuan was facing. Li Yuan? Wu Luo muttered to himself, his eyes revealing a touch of unwillingness. Could it be that after several months, though I finally made a breakthrough to the 4th level, the gap between us hasn't narrowed, but has in fact grown even wider? He stared intently at the hologram. 1,000 points. You can't possibly break through 1,000 points and directly enter the 5th mountain, can you? Wu Luo thought silently. In the virtual network, within a space affiliated with Kunlun Martial Arts University. Some extremely mysterious and special areas, enveloped in mists, vast and boundless, stood 9 tall mountains. The Kunlun 9 mountains, with each peak taller than the last, the highest peak reaching into the clouds. 4th mountain, on the spacious mountain path. At this moment, blood had already flowed like a river, and one after another the bodies of Star Realm creatures, resembling wolves with their silvery bodies, lay in pools of blood. A handsome young man holding a long spear moved along the mountain path with a subdued expression, unfazed by the bloodshed. The spear flickered, like lightning. With each thrust of his weapon, another Star Realm creature fell, symbolizing death. Li Yuan's points were skyrocketing. This challenge of Kunlun 9 mountains is easier than I thought. I breezed through to the 4th mountain. Li Yuan even had the energy to observe his surroundings. In Kunlun 9 mountains, one can freely choose their physical quality level, and by killing off all opponents on each mountain, you can pass. Li Yuan had chosen the physical quality level of 10.0, and so far, the opponents that had appeared were at level 9.0, including all types of Star Realm creatures. The further one went, the higher the skill level of the opponents encountered. Roar! Suddenly, a low growl resounded, and an enormous silver wolf king emerged, darting towards Li Yuan with noticeably faster speed and strength. Finally, it's here. Is this the part where you clear the minions and the final boss shows up? After getting rid of the boss, should this level be considered passed? Li Yuan grinned and advanced to meet the challenge. Whoosh! 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 The spear's shadow shifted unpredictably as Li Yuan instantly unleashed 12 continuous strikes in an attempt to kill the Silver Wolf King outright. Clang! Whoosh! Whoosh! The wolf's claws changed as if they were made of metal, effortlessly blocking Li Yuan's rapid spear strikes. So fast! Worthy of being the boss. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. After nearly 20 minutes storming through the Kunlun 9 mountains, he finally found an opponent worth fighting. This Silver Wolf King, in terms of physical quality, was even inferior to the Moon Demon Wolf King that Li Yuan had faced in the past. But its skills were extraordinarily adept. It must have achieved Unity, a threshold skill of the 4th level. Li Yuan instantly judged, its physical quality should be around level 11. In terms of skills, Li Yuan was stronger. In terms of physical quality, the Silver Wolf King was stronger. Who would have the last laugh? Kill! Li Yuan finally stopped holding back. His spear transformed into a blur, instantly wiping out the last 3 common silver wolves, and pounced on the Silver Wolf King like lightning. In the building of Xuanwu Tower, the venue was now filled with over 900 students. It wasn't just freshmen, there were quite a few sophomores and even juniors who had come to join in the excitement. The venue was very quiet. Almost everyone's gaze was fixed on 2 huge screens in the distance, displaying the rankings. Kunlun 9 Mountains Individual Ranking, Freshman. First place. Li Yuan, 700 points. Second place. Yang Hong, 399 points. Third place. Wu Luo, 329 points. Fourth place. Han Hongjun, 288 points. 6th Institute Admission Competition, Institute. First place. 3rd Institute, 6,563 points. Second place. 6th Institute, 6,467 points. Third place. 7th Institute, 6,043 points. Fourth place. 5th Institute, 5,956 points. 700 points already. 6th Institute has already surged to 2nd place. This Li Yuan is too formidable. His martial arts skills are so much stronger than Yang Hong and Wu Luo. freshmen from other institutes were rather shocked. Almost all freshmen had tried the Kunlun 9 Mountains Challenge, but most couldn't get past the first mountain. Managing to obtain 30 points and enter the second mountain was already considered good. Li Yuan. He alone had scored a whopping 700 points. And he hadn't stopped yet, he was still progressing. Senior brother is still as fierce. Senior brother seems much stronger than when he was in the Zhongbei Invitational event. Amazing, our 6th institute has already reached second place, and Nong, Dong Haifeng, and other students from Zhongbei province expressed a mix of admiration and shock. There were many freshmen from Zhongbei at Kunlun Martial University, over 300. Most had witnessed Li Yuan's battles. They felt that Li Yuan was even more formidable than before. At this moment, there was only one thought in the minds of most freshmen in the venue.
Could Li Yuan truly lead the 6th institute to take first place directly?
In the venue, everyone was staring at the two giant screens, eager to see the final results. Li Yuan, truly impressive. You should change your name to Li Cheng'an. Ji Yu Cheng'an stood among the crowd, eyes shining. The score isn't changing. 700 points. Why has it stopped moving?
Could it be a failure? Could he have been killed by the mountain guardian of the Star Realm creatures? Li Yuan's score had been stuck at 700 points and hadn't moved, which immediately sparked speculation among many first-year newcomers.
Even Dongfang Hai and Anong were a bit worried. Don't worry, trust the big brother to take down 1,000 points as if it's nothing. Ji Yu Cheng'an alone remained utterly confident. Really? Many students from the 6th Institute expressed their concerns. Trust my judgment. Ji Yu Cheng'an grinned, giving off an air of unfathomable depth. Ji Yu Cheng'an muttered to himself, according to my sister's words, Li Yuan's martial arts skills are among the top few dozens globally for his age, and within the first-year students of Kunlun Martial University, he is utterly dominant. Why did Ji Yu Cheng'an have such faith in Li Yuan? Was it blind trust? No, it was because of intelligence. He had learned from Lin Lanyue about the level of Li Yuan's skills, which should have reached the intermediate rank of the 4th level. However, Ji Yu Cheng'an never disclosed this information to other students because he wanted to maintain his own image. Similarly, dozens of 2nd and 3rd year students in the venue were also well aware. This junior named Li Yuan is indeed formidable. Junior? In our 2nd year, except for senior brother Lu and the other two who reached the 5th mountain, the rest can't compare to him. Don't just talk about 2nd year. As far as I know, even most of the older students from 5th year have been stuck on the 3rd mountain for several years. These 2nd and 3rd year students were quite shocked. It was simply too ferocious. Li Yuan, a first-year newcomer who hadn't even started school. Based solely on the exposed martial arts skills, he was already in the top tier among 3rd year students. In the 2nd year, he was absolutely in the top 5. How exaggerated. He hasn't finished yet, his name is still lit up, indicating he's still challenging. He must be battling with the mountain guardian of the 4th mountain. Probably. These older students were communicating. I feel like he can totally compare with those creatures from Starry Sky and Starfire. Compare with the creatures from Starfire? Indeed, he can compare with them. Our school has produced a monster this year, haha. Can he win against the mountain guardian of the 4th mountain? Unlikely. If he wins, wouldn't that mean he could enter the 5th mountain? A first-year newbie who hasn't officially started school, crossing the 5th mountain in the entrance competition? Even senior brother Jin didn't achieve that. Not just senior brother Jin, I just looked at the historical records, and in history, only one senior has ever done it. It's impossible. 700 points, already outrageously impressive. Compared to him, we're practically nothing. These 2nd and 3rd year students subconsciously found it inconceivable. Most people, when living through a significant historical event that will be remembered for millennia, are usually completely unaware of it. Because of this, most people tend to underestimate the present compared to the past. Suddenly, buzz, the numbers on both screens jumped at the same time. Li Yuan's score leapt from 700 points straight to 1,000 points. First, Li Yuan, 1,000 points. Second, Yang Hong, 399 points. Third, Wu Luo, 329 points. Fourth, Han Hongjun, 288 points. 8 Institutes Entrance Competition, Institutes. First. 6th Institute, 6,767 points. Second. 3rd Institute, 6,563 points. Third. 7th Institute, 6,043 points. 4th. 5th Institute, 5,956 points. 1,000 points. Holy shit, he really won. Big Brother is amazing. And Nong and Ji Yu Chang'an almost jumped up at the same time, both suddenly swinging their fists. It was as if they themselves had cleared 1,000 points. Subconsciously, Ji Yu Chang'an couldn't help stealing a glance at Nong, sensing a familiar aura about him. The scent of a rival, Brother Chang. And Nong touched his head sheepishly and then quickly continued cheering and swinging his fist. Number 1. The 6th Institute is number 1. Big Brother is amazing. 1,000 points. Grabbing the first place. The whole venue erupted at that moment, whether they were from Zhongbei province or not. Every student from the 6th Institute was boiling over. They all felt a sense of glory. 1,000 points? This Li Yuan, did he really score 1,000 points? He's that much stronger than Yang Hong and Wu Luo? Is the system broken or something? Newcomers from other institutes were somewhat incredulous. It was just too preposterous. If Li Yuan had scored 500 or 600 points, they might have reluctantly accepted it, but 1,000 points? This indicated that even the very top new recruits could not compare to Li Yuan. It was a precipitous lead. What do you all know? That Wu Luo was completely defeated by our Big Brother as early as March. And Nong immediately took up the role of a commentator and began to shout, our Big Brother, in terms of strength, is one of the very best nationwide. It's only because he hasn't awakened his martial spirit that he came to Kunlun Martial University. Our Big Brother's high school exam, the martial arts score was 900 points. Full score, Ji Yu Chang'an also shouted. 900 points? He hasn't awakened his martial spirit. What? Many students from other provinces in the venue were stunned. A full score prodigy? You should know that, on average, each province across the country only sees 1 to 2 of such martial arts prodigies. Shouldn't such an individual definitely go to one of the global top 3 martial arts schools? Yet he chose Kunlun Martial University? Truly 1,000 points? This is even more ferocious than Senior Brother Jin back in the day. He's a monster. Where did he pop up from? His score is still rising. His martial arts skills must be at the intermediate rank of the 4th level. Just how old is he? He hasn't even started school. Such a monster would be very highly ranked even at Starfire University, right?
He actually came to our school. Full score in martial arts and hasn't awakened his martial spirit. The dozens of older students, watching the score and listening to the tales of Li Yuan's past glories told by new students from Zhong City's 6th Institute, were utterly unsettled.
They couldn't help but feel that way. 1,000 points and 700 points were completely different concepts. Most of these 2nd and 3rd year students knew the specific point scores and the requirements of the Kunlun 9 mountains. First mountain. 1 to 30 points, with the full score requirement around 2nd stage perfection. Second mountain. 30 to 100 points, with the full score requirement around 3rd stage high rank. Third mountain. 100 to 300 points, the full score requirement is approximately at the initial rank of the 4th level. Fourth mountain. 301,000 points, the full score requirement is approximately at the intermediate rank of the 4th level. Fifth mountain. 1,000 to 3,000 points. Sixth mountain. 3,100 points. He's still breaking through, 1,200 points now. He surely won't make it to the 6th mountain. Everyone stared intently at the 2 colossal light screens in the distance. Over the years, Kunlun Martial University had students who suddenly burst forth and rose to prominence during their time at university. But overall, they were far from matching the top talents at the top 3 martial arts universities. Today, Li Yuan's dimension-reducing strike genuinely delivered a shocking blow to the hearts and minds of both new and old students of Kunlun Martial University. Is this a freshman? Virtual Network, Kunlun 9 Mountains, 5th Mountain. The difficulty of the 5th mountain has suddenly skyrocketed so much. Just now, I was forced to use the 3rd form of the Stellar Spear technique. dawn piercing the clouds, to barely kill the final Wolf King of the Fourth Mountain. Now these opponents, each and every one, could be considered a weakened version of the Wolf King. Li Yuan, holding his long spear, was in a very sorry state, his figure shifting like the wind as he dodged the attacks of human-shaped Star Realm creatures. These Star Realm creatures were physically much weaker than Li Yuan, but all possessed martial arts skills at the threshold of the 4th level. Every move was ruthless. Under the combined assault of more than 10 opponents, Li Yuan was utterly suppressed, and it was difficult for him to kill even one. Suddenly, Pucci, Li Yuan seized an opportunity, his spear like lightning. Its tip instantly pierced the throat of one of the Star Realm creatures. Blood splattered. Dead. But in the next moment, whoosh, a blurred blade light also instantly swept across Li Yuan's back. The terrifying impact made him stumble. His body involuntarily surged forward, no longer able to maintain perfect balance. Clang. Boom. The other Star Realm creatures instantly seized the chance, unleashing a barrage of ferocious combos. After barely dodging 3 strikes, puff, a slash of the blade, and Li Yuan's figure vanished from the 5th mountain. Failed. Congratulations, freshman, Li Yuan, for reaching the 5th mountain on your first attempt in the Kunlun 9 Mountains, achieving 1,300 points, setting a new historical record in the admission competition, and entering the top 100 of the freshman records for the Kunlun 9 Mountains. A system voice announced. Whoosh! Li Yuan had already returned to his personal exclusive space, in the Kunlun space. Admission competition historical record? Li Yuan paused, then clicked twice on the light screen to check. Admission competition historical record, 7 stars calendar 2009 to present. First place. Li Yuan, 1,300 points, 2043. Second place. Yan Jing, 1,100 points, 2029. Third place. Jin Huguo, 700 points, 2041. Kunlun 9 Mountains freshman record, 7 stars calendar 2009 to present. First place. Yan Jing, 8,000 points, 2030. Second place. Jin Huguo, 8,000 points, 2042. Third. 67th place. Li Yuan, 1,300 points, 2043. First in history. Li Yuan pondered for a moment before he understood the significance of the 2 leaderboards. The first leaderboard represented that since 2009, among all students who participated in the admission competition, he was the first in points. First in history. The second leaderboard was not limited to the admission competition, but reflected the overall scores of all freshmen who had ever challenged the Kunlun 9 Mountains. Jin Huguo? Li Yuan murmured to himself, remembering the name from the leaderboard. Because with a simple calculation of the time, Li Yuan knew that Jin Huguo was the only one still in school among the top 10 in the history of the admission competition records. Jin Huguo must be a senior who just started his 3rd year. He reached 8,000 points in the Kunlun 9 Mountains at the end of his freshman year. That score, it must be the 6th mountain. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with a hint of light as he smiled. Very good. It looks like Kunlun Martial University also has some geniuses. Finally, there's a bit of a challenge. Clank, the virtual network pod opened, and Li Yuan stood up, feeling the outside atmosphere boiling over. Senior brother, and Nong and Ji Yu Chang'an stood at the front, exchanged a knowing glance and excitedly shouted out these words. Following that, dozens of new students from the 6th Institute in Zhong City started shouting, "Senior brother," with excitement. Then, new students from other provinces who belonged to the 6th Institute also joined in. In a short time, the entire venue resounded with shouts of "Senior brother." This scene left the new and old students from other institutes speechless, yet unable to refute. With such strength, who else could be the senior brother? 1,300 points. Wu Luo, who was in the basement, looked at the score on his smart ring. After a long silence, "Damn, is he this freakish? If I had known, I would not have chosen Kunlun Martial University. 1,300 points? First in history? Damn impressive." A hulking young man by the name of Yang Hong, also in his villa, chuckled to himself while looking at the score above. With such a score, will he participate in the Global University Martial Arts competition in his freshman year? The Global University Martial Arts Competition was a contest among students from martial arts universities around the globe. But normally, freshmen wouldn't get the chance to participate. Such important news didn't require students to inform the teachers. The relevant teachers had already received notifications from the auxiliary AI the moment it happened. Hailong Building, a building dedicated to students and teachers of the 6th Institute. 9th floor, inside an office. President Lee, who was pondering over a cultivation plan, suddenly felt his smart ring vibrate and looked down to check. President Lee was taken aback. 1,300 points? Goodness, that's a big leap from last time, isn't it? Could it be that this kid is really cheating? President Lee knew that Li Yuan's skills were very profound. His expectations for Li Yuan were also very high. In April, Li Yuan scored over 300 points above Fallen Star on the Starry Skies Fighting Network, which was clear evidence of his prowess. However, the match-up duels of Kunlun 9 Mountains and the Starry Skies Fighting Network were a bit different. One could say that the matches on the Starry Skies Fighting Network, to some extent, involved elements of luck, so when scores were close, it was difficult to say that the party with the lower score had a lesser level of skill. But Kunlun 9 Mountains? It was more akin to a promotional competition in the Starry Skies Fighting Network. Strong meant strong, weak meant weak. Generally speaking, a slightly larger gap in scores indicated a clear difference in skill levels. And Li Yuan, he actually stormed into the 5th mountain? 1,300 points, meaning he has stormed into the 5th mountain and even killed 3 guardians, even more formidable than Yan Jing. President Lee marveled silently. His age, among this batch of freshmen, belongs to the youngest few. The youngest in age, but the highest in achievement? With a bit of thought. Let's have a closer look. President Lee reached out to tap the light screen, and quickly, the light screen's projection displayed Li Yuan's battle scenes on the 5th mountain. As the vice president, he had the authority to observe students of his institute fighting for the 7th mountain and below. After watching it several times over, whoosh, in the light screen, every time, Li Yuan burst forth suddenly, emitting a terrifying spear light that immediately caused a Star Realm creature to die. Dawn piercing the clouds? The third move of the Stellar Spear technique? President Lee finally confirmed his suspicions, growing ever more astonished. The Stellar Spear technique was a second-rank spear technique manual with great renown. President Lee, too, had observed and practiced it for a while and was very familiar with it. To be able to fully execute even the third move, if he continues to practice like this, in at most a few months, he could completely touch the threshold of 4th-level high-rank spear technique. President Lee muttered to himself. Logically, the further one progressed in skill, the more difficult it was to improve. Even reaching a certain bottleneck, being stuck in a level for 10, 20 years, or even a lifetime without being able to break through, was quite normal, and this was the reason why prime warriors were rare. But Li Yuan's spear technique. If the timescale is extended, from his first year in high school, it has been getting faster and faster, the rate of progress becoming more exaggerated as time goes on. President Lee secretly marveled. After entering the 4th level, there wasn't the slightest sign of slowing down. This was indeed an incredible thing. It must be partly because his spiritual power is getting stronger, but more importantly, his natural talent for spear technique is continuously revealing itself. President Lee speculated. Perhaps, the plan could be moved up a bit, allowing him to participate in the Global University Martial Arts Competition a year in advance. President Lee thought privately, at least by next February, he should qualify to participate in the virtual competition. Wait until after he officially enrolls tomorrow, then have a chat with him. Having thought everything through, President Lee suddenly smiled. Heh, I indeed picked up a treasure. With Li Yuan here, for the next few years, I don't have to worry too much about the group competitions of this class. I guess. The other old geezers must be cursing me, President Lee said with a smile. Cursing? He didn't care at all. On the contrary, President Lee was very pleased at the moment. Evergreen Building, an exclusive building for faculty and students of the 8 institutes. In an office on the 10th floor, an argument was bursting forth. Get lost. It's my fault for not signing Li Yuan. President Zhao, with a burly figure, sneered. You two have the ability to sign Li Yuan yourselves. Old Zhao, it's not that we blame you, said a tall woman dressed in black, frowning. It's just a pity, since you were the first to contact him, yet President Li snatched the opportunity from you. If we had signed Li Yuan, the guidance points we've accumulated would have risen by a large margin. Yes. Such a good talent. If we had been outcompeted by the Sixth Institute, we would have accepted it. Another rotund elder shook his head, but to lose without even contesting, I truly can't accept it. HMPH. Can't accept it? What's the use of that? President Zhao scoffed coldly. In any case, Li Yuan has already signed with the Sixth Institute. Do as you please. He spread his arms, his legs propped up in an arrogant leg position, gazing out into the beyond. The woman in black and the rotund elder exchanged glances, both feeling helpless. The three of them were the vice presidents of the Eighth Institute. The teachers of Kunlun Martial University were divided into ordinary teachers, vice presidents, presidents, vice principals, and principals. As for ordinary teachers, there were several hundreds throughout the university, all at least at the 25th level as prime warriors, often teaching students from several institutes at the same time. Vice presidents and presidents, on the other hand, focused specifically on students from their own institutes. The students' achievements were closely linked to the guidance points they received. Let's not talk about it anymore. After all, he's just a youngster. No matter how formidable, he won't have a big impact on us. Since we've missed the chance, there's no way to recover it. The woman in black shook her head. President Zhao, I'm planning to enter the Kunlun Star Realm again to hunt the Thundercloud Flying Dragon. Are you willing to go? To hunt the Thundercloud Flying Dragon. The one in the Moyan mountain range. President Zhao, who had been sprawled in his chair, suddenly sat up. Yes. The woman in black nodded. President Zhao glanced at the woman in black and frowned. Just the two of us? Looking to die? I've invited Korea from Europa. The woman in black smiled. He will also bring along 2 level 29 prime warriors. 5 level 29 prime warriors? Including 1 Korea? President Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Give me some time to think. The Kunlun Star Realm is fraught with danger. The Immortal Ruins civilization is overwhelmingly powerful, one of the highest-ranking foreign civilizations known to our human civilization, with the Kunlun Star Realm subtly under its control. Even if we disguise ourselves, it's easy to go awry. Hunting a second-rank perfection Thundercloud Flying Dragon is not easy. President Zhao nodded and then shook his head again. He appeared to be weighing something. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Let's do it, but I must invite Senior Brother 5 to join us. With 6 people working together it's more reliable, and we can also prevent Korea from playing tricks. Agreed. As you know, I only want the Thundercloud Dragon Spine. The rest of the loot you guys can divide, the woman in black said with a smile. By 8 o'clock in the evening, when the scores of the 8 major institutes in the entrance competition were finally locked in, the entire east wing of Xuanwu Tower plunged into a wave of jubilation. More than 200 newcomers of the 6th Institute, over 90% had come over, celebrating together. First, Senior Brother, awesome. These freshmen were indeed excited. To know, most of the freshmen had reported to the school on the first or second day. Whether for honor or rewards, students of the 8 major institutes would secretly compete with each other. Teachers of the school would also encourage such competition. This afternoon, most of the institute's freshmen had already given up, the gap too difficult to bridge. I never expected it. In the last half-day, twists and turns occurred, and Li Yuan could be said to have single-handedly secured first place. An astonishing lead like a sheer cliff. One battle significantly raised Li Yuan's prestige among the freshmen of the 6th Institute to an amazing degree. So strong. He alone is worth 30 of us. 30? I suspect he could take on 100 of us. The freshmen from the 3rd and 7th Institutes felt helpless. The institute ranking first would award each freshman 20,000 Blue Star coins. The institute ranking second would award each person 10,000 Blue Star coins. The institute's ranking beyond that would not have any group rewards. Of course, the top 100 students in the individual rankings would all receive personal awards. Who could have expected that such a monster would suddenly emerge from the 6th Institute among the hundreds of freshmen from both institutes? Regardless, following this battle, Li Yuan's fame had completely surpassed that of Wu Luo and Yang Hong. He imperceptibly became the top freshman of this year's class at Kunlun Martial University. Most importantly, it was Li Yuan who created a new historical record in the entrance competition, becoming the new #1 in history. It was foreseeable that, as time passed, today's battle would quickly become well-known among the whole school's upperclassmen. Could he be stronger than senior brother Jin? Hard to say. His physical quality is definitely not there yet, but with his high level of skill, it wouldn't be strange for him to catch up to senior brother Jin by junior or senior year. The upperclassmen in the venue discussed among themselves. They had quickly elevated Li Yuan to a level on par with Jin Huguo. It was after 9 o'clock in the evening. Li Yuan and other freshmen from the 6th Institute said their goodbyes one after another and followed Ji Yu Chang'an, and Nong, and a few others back to the villa area. Outside villa number 61032. Big senior brother, I'll be going now. And Nong waved to Li Yuan and said with a smile, I will organize everyone. When we vote for big senior brother tomorrow, there will definitely be no dissenting voices. I think we still need to respect the wishes of all the students, Li Yuan said with a smile. Don't worry, big senior brother, this is the students' will, and Nong assured, patting his chest. Then, and Nong left. Big senior brother. Ji Yu Chang'an looked at Li Yuan with a grin. Ji Yu Chang, just call me by my name. Li Yuan said rather helplessly, it was you who took the lead today and made such a big scene. What big scene? Just a little fuss. Ji Yu Chang'an shook his head, I'm doing this for your own good. Becoming big senior brother gets you an additional 1 million Blue Star coins every half a year. That's not a lot, but it adds up, Ji Yu Chang'an continued, and there are some hidden perks. 1 million Blue Star coins? Li Yuan was a bit surprised. That was quite a lot. After all, it was just a title. Calling you big senior brother, I'm really not used to it. How about this, like your high school classmates, at a disadvantage, I'll call you brother Yuan, Ji Yu Chang'an said as if he was at a great loss. Even though you're younger, you're stronger than me, I can accept that. Okay. Li Yuan smiled and didn't insist anymore. He understood Ji Yu Chang'an's temperament. In the Xuanwu Tower, you've already done your identity verification. Go ahead and set up the facial and fingerprint dual authentication when you enter. Ji Yu Chang'an pointed to the villa behind Li Yuan. All of the villa's functions can be added to your smart wristband. It's quite similar to the villa in the Starfire Lakeside community. Ji Yu Chang'an went into detail. All right. Li Yuan had been whisked off to the Xuanwu Tower when he arrived at the school. He was still unclear about many things. Thanks to Ji Yu Chang'an's thorough introduction, Li Yuan now understood much more. All right. Call me if you need anything. Ji Yu Chang'an waved his hand. His place was just next door. Li Yuan watched him leave. Entering the villa, Li Yuan followed Ji Yu Chang'an's advice and various instructions to quickly set up all the rooms to his liking. Luckily, it was the era of smart technology, which made everything convenient. It was past 10 o'clock at night. He also made a video call with his aunt and uncle. Don't worry. Everything is quite nice at Kunlun Martial University, Li Yuan reassured them. Aunt and uncle, look, I'm living in a detached villa. When away from home, it's still best to speak of good things to completely put elders' minds at ease. After hanging up the video call, past 10 o'clock, Li Yuan looked up at the starry sky. In Zhang City, the haze and light pollution are severe, making it hard to see stars. Kunlun University is actually situated in the suburbs where the air quality is really good. That's good. From now on, the night sky I see at 3 in the morning will be that of Mount Kunlun. Li Yuan smiled. Turning around, Li Yuan went down to the martial arts room to begin today's practice. Securing first place among the new students at Kunlun Martial University, Li Yuan didn't care about that, nor did he see it as any glory. Nationwide, there were fewer than 100 of his contemporaries who could achieve unity of body and mind. The vast majority had gone to the 3 top martial arts schools. The few remaining, such as Wu Luo and Yang Hong, were basically at initial 4th level. And Li Yuan? In March, his spear technique had been far inferior to Tian Dazhuang's sword technique. But nearly 4 months had passed, and after 2 mental transformations, his progress in spear technique was terrifying. He might not even be weaker than Tian Dazhuang anymore. Under such circumstances, if he still couldn't secure first place among the freshmen at Kunlun Martial University with a sheer cliff advantage, that truly would have been strange. My opponents have never been the freshmen at Kunlun Martial University, but rather the top talents of the 3 top martial arts schools. And even further, the top talents of the 7 great planets of human civilization. Li Yuan was filled with desire. Whoosh! Li Yuan calmed his mind and began his first day of practice since arriving at Kunlun Martial University. 2 hours after practicing the basic cultivation method, Li Yuan felt exhilarated, his body more invigorated than ever. It's just a basic method, but it's one forged through thousands of refinements by my ancestors of the human race, Li Yuan thought to himself. After advancing to the 4th level in all martial arts skills and using auxiliary treasures like body cleansing spiritual marrow and essence pills. With the basic cultivation method, the evolution speed of my body is extremely rapid, surpassing by far most of the freshmen who cultivate high-rank methods, Li Yuan thought to himself. High-rank cultivation methods indeed help one advance faster, but everyone's talent is different, and there is often a limit to how fast one can progress. And without a doubt, Li Yuan's physical talent was exceptionally high, augmented by an abundance of resources bought with a considerable sum of money. Most importantly, Li Yuan could endure the terrible pain that came with using body-cleansing spiritual marrow 3 times a month. This made the speed of his physical quality improvement astonishingly fast. However, considering my current rate of improvement, achieving what Uncle Wan mentioned, becoming a prime warrior within 2 years, that's tough. Li Yuan frowned slightly as he glanced at his Divine Palace panel. Life level 10.8, first rank, fist strength 1710 kilograms. Speed 24.5 meters per second, spiritual power 17.9 level. Spiritual awakening level 12.8%, current limit 20%. Physical body cultivation method, solid rock cultivation method, mental cultivation method, observing the great sun starry sky scripture. Skill realm. Spear technique, 4th level 42%, movement technique, 4th level 31%, fist technique, 4th level 44%. Since the grading exam in April, when I became an entry-rank martial artist, I've been improving by about 0.3 levels each month, Li Yuan thought to himself. But it will definitely get slower as I progress. Becoming a prime warrior in 2 years? Nearly impossible? However, if Uncle Wan says so, he must have his reasons. Li Yuan pondered. After all, he is a prime warrior and part of the management at Starfire Martial Hall, and he graduated from Kunlun Martial University. He must know something. Li Yuan could only think of 2 possibilities. First, as his martial arts skills improved, especially after reaching subtlety, the efficiency of his body conditioning would be much greater than he imagined. Second, Kunlun Martial University had special cultivation methods for students with S-grade special training contracts that he was unaware of. Tomorrow is the official start of the school year. Then I'll see President Li and ask for more details. Li Yuan looked forward with anticipation. At 3 in the morning, after ending his cultivation of the observing the great sun and stars technique, Li Yuan, as usual, entered the virtual reality pod, preparing to have a few rank-matched fights on the Starry Skies fighting network. But as soon as he entered his personal space, "Master, you received 3 transfers and 2 document explanations yesterday," said the black-clad young girl respectfully, like a maid. 3 transfers? Li Yuan was slightly surprised, and he quickly checked them. One was for 20,000, another for 500,000. These were for the team award and the individual award in the entrance competition. And there was another of 10 million Blue Star coins. Kunlun Martial University's S-grade contract cash reward? Li Yuan thought to himself, they've already issued it upon my confirmed arrival at the campus? This was for the entire year. As per the contract, a signing fee of 1 million Blue Star coins had already been given to Li Yuan. Subsequent annual rewards amounted to 10 million, totaling to 50 million Blue Star coins over 5 years. Meanwhile, In the S-grade special training contract with Kunlun Martial University, it was stipulated that as soon as Li Yuan became a prime warrior, all subsequent cash rewards would be issued in one lump sum. Becoming a prime warrior signified being qualified to graduate, with the option to apply for early graduation. Compared with Starfire Martial Hall's A-grade contract, the cash rewarded by Kunlun Martial University is indeed lesser, Li Yuan thought to himself. Under the A-grade contract Li Yuan signed with Starfire Martial Hall, a total of 43.2 million Blue Star coins and 43.2 million Martial Hall points would be issued over 6 years. Plus, over 80 million cultivation points. And this was just an A-grade contract. If it were an S-grade contract with Starfire Martial Hall, the various cultivation resource rewards would at least quadruple. Before becoming a prime warrior, such rewards were astronomical. However, Li Yuan was well aware of the difference between the two contracts. The Martial Hall's rewards were mainly cultivation resources, and they rarely supervised how the cultivation was done. For those who excelled, the contract level could be elevated. For those not making enough progress, they would simply be one among the masses, without a decrease in the contract level. As for martial arts universities, their training programs were much more comprehensive, offering full guidance in all aspects, with many benefits not specified in the contract. For example, the reduction in benefits isn't in cash rewards but many other special resources that aren't written in the contract, like teaching staff, practical combat training partners, heavenly materials treasures, and so on. At 4 in the morning, Li Yuan's day of arduous cultivation truly began. At 8 in the morning, after consuming an essence pill, he also ate 3 nutritious meals that were delivered. That's right. The cafeteria of Kunlun Martial University was very small, and students hardly ever ate there. Because each student could order meals anytime they wanted, delivered to their villas or academic buildings, and up to 20 nutritious meals a day were completely free. The entire Kunlun Martial University, with its massive number of logistics staff, assistant robots, and more, just for student services. Their goal was to allow every student to devote themselves entirely to martial path cultivation. At 9 in the morning, Li Yuan took a flying vehicle and arrived at the Hailong building, exclusive to teachers and students of the 6th Institute. Hailong. As Li Yuan got off the flying vehicle, he immediately saw the gigantic skeletal remains coiling up in front of the building. Even though it coiled around, its height nearly matched that of the whole building. If stretched out, it would probably be hundreds of meters long, a sight so shocking it could stir the soul. It resembled the skeletal remains of a giant serpent. Even though it had been dead for many years, as Li Yuan approached closely, he could still feel a wisp of its aura, causing one's heart to tremble. "Big brother, Brother Yuan." 2 voices called out from a distance. It was Ji Yu Chang'an and Anong. "Good morning." Li Yuan turned his head and smiled at the two. Looking at the skeleton of the black dragon, Ji Yu Chang'an asked curiously. "Yes." Li Yuan nodded, looking up at the gigantic skeleton of the black dragon. "I read the Academy's brochure yesterday. It is a black dragon that burst forth more than 20 years ago, from the deep South Sea not far from the ruined Star Realm, stirring up the wind and clouds, causing a terrifying tsunami that resulted in hundreds of thousands of casualties," Li Yuan said softly. "In the end, it was our university's Dean Hai who took action, traveling thousands of miles across the South Sea, diving thousands of meters into the seabed, before finally killing it." "Right. We know too. Dean Hai's famous battle, the Flying Heaven Duel, the slaying of the South Sea Black Dragon," both Ji Yu Chang'an and Anong couldn't help but say. "Dean Hai is the only Flying Heaven warrior among the 6 institutes. His power is terrifying, his fame illustrious. The battle to kill the South Sea Black Dragon, back then, shook the entire Xia country. The children of their generation mostly heard about it, and even saw some video clips of it. Big brother. Elder brother." More freshmen walked over, and after yesterday's event at Xuanwu Tower, all the first years from the 6th Institute recognized Li Yuan and greeted him. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Big brother, rest assured." Sounding low, Anong said, "I've hastily chosen 6 people overnight and have started informing all the freshmen in batches." "It's not a problem," said Anong. "All right. Thank you for your hard work." Li Yuan could not help but glance at Anong, seeing him as a real talent. But he wondered how good Anong's martial arts skills were. The 6th Institute's freshman orientation ceremony officially began at 10, and all the students were looking forward to seeing Dean Hai, who did not show up. 2 vice deans came instead. After various speeches, at 11 o'clock, when President Lee announced the selection of the Master Brother for the first semester of freshman year. Lee Yuan. Master Brother, Lee Yuan. The whole venue, within just a few seconds, erupted with a tsunami of cheering. Such enthusiasm. Not to mention President Lee and the other leaders and teachers of the institutes, even Lee Yuan himself was a bit flustered. Could I really be this popular? Lee Yuan doubted. But what Lee Yuan didn't know. Last night, Anong used only one argument to dispel any doubts among the 6th Institute's freshmen. It's not that Lee Yuan wants to be Master Brother. Do you think he, a martial arts prodigy, cares about a title like Master Brother? Without being the Master Brother, do you think the vice deans and the dean would not cultivate him personally? Remember, we need Lee Yuan. It's not that Lee Yuan needs our support, but that we need his help. Only if Lee Yuan becomes Master Brother will he be willing to lead us to winnings for the next few years. Anyone opposing Lee Yuan as Master Brother is not opposing him. They are opposing all of us, the more than 200 new students of the 6th Institute. They want to cut off the financial lifeline of all the new students. They are our sworn enemies. Now, I ask again, does anyone still oppose? No one questioned anymore. Finally, today's freshmen's orientation ceremony saw such a frenzied scene. Amidst shouts calling for his unanimous election as Master Brother. A grand, successful, and perfect orientation ceremony for the 6th Institute's new first-year students officially ended. In the afternoon, a drizzle began to fall, gently landing on the spiraling skeleton of the enormous black dragon. On the 9th floor, in President Lee's office. You're quite popular. Arriving on the last day, and yet everyone willingly voted for you to be Master Brother, President Lee said to Lee Yuan, with a smile that was not quite a smile. You flatter me, President Lee, Lee Yuan replied with a smile. No matter, we're aware of your performance in the Xuanwu Tower yesterday, President Lee smiled. If not you, no one else could convince everyone. Lee Yuan nodded slightly. This is a minor matter, your cultivation is what's important, President Lee smiled. Are you just proud about creating a record in the entrance competition? I would not dare, Lee Yuan shook his head. Sit down, take your time, President Lee said, his demeanor becoming like that of an ordinary elder. Lee Yuan obediently sat down. Your performance is indeed commendable, stronger than both Yan Jing and Jin Huguo. President Lee laughed. Those two, Yan Jing graduated a few years ago and is already a 29th rank prime warrior, not inferior in strength to me. Lee Yuan listened intently, calculating it. This senior Yan Jing should only be around 30 years old now, having become a 29th rank prime warrior. His cultivation speed was indeed terrifying. The other, named Jin Huguo, is our school's current top genius, and also the only student from our school who made it into the top 100 of the Global University Martial Arts Competition's virtual battle this past February. The only one? Lee Yuan was somewhat surprised and couldn't help saying, not a single one from the senior year students could catch up to Jin Huguo? Seniors in their 4th and 5th years of study have been cultivating for longer, and there are naturally those who are on par with, or even stronger than him, President Lee explained. However, the Global University Martial Arts Competition only allows students up to the 3rd year to participate. The Global University Martial Arts Competition consists of virtual battles and real combat. Within virtual battles, you need at least a 4th level skill realm to qualify. For real combat, you must at least be a prime warrior to participate, President Lee said with some emotion. Jin Huguo isn't a prime warrior yet, so he could only partake in virtual battles last time. Lee Yuan was speechless. It was as he suspected. Becoming a prime warrior before one's senior year indeed seemed difficult.
As for seniors, President Lee smiled. The senior students can partake in the human race martial elite battle.
It is a real combat competition for martial elites of all martial universities from the 7-Star Alliance, across the 7 great planets. It is also the highest honor every martial arts university strives to achieve. Human martial elite battle? Li Yuan's eyes shimmered slightly. He had heard of this competition, and it was very popular on the virtual network. There were many rumors, but mostly just text messages, as concrete videos of the battle were rarely searchable on the internet. It seemed like all videos were controlled and their distribution not allowed. Only students of 4th and 5th year can participate? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. Haha, that's not the case, President Li laughed. In fact, both of these competitions set age restrictions based on September 1st, similar to the Blue Star Youth Ranking. For example, to participate in the next Global University Martial Arts Competition, one must be born after September 1, 2022. For the next Human Martial Elite Battle, participants must be born after September 1, 2020, President Li said with a smile. Over the decades, a tradition has formed where freshmen, sophomores, and juniors participate in the global competition. And seniors and 5th-year students join the Human Martial Elite Battle. Li Yuan suddenly realized. This was a continuation of the current college entrance examination system, which used September 1st as a cutoff date for admission ages, not allowing either early or delayed admissions and strictly enforced. One could retake the exam for cultural universities. But to apply for martial arts university, you must be at least 17 years old and under 18. In fact, even if you don't get into martial arts university, as long as you meet the age requirement, you can still participate. However, over the decades, there have been very few martial arts geniuses who rose to prominence without the cultivation of martial arts universities, and gradually it has become a competition between the various martial arts universities, President Li said with a smile. Li Yuan nodded slightly. A dark horse coming from the general populace? In most cases, that's just some people's fantasy. Only the strongest talents, combined with the best instructors and cultivation resources, can give rise to genuine geniuses. Normally, the champion of the Human Martial Elite Battle is a 5th-year student, as having longer training naturally confers an advantage, said President Li. However, there have been some extraordinary geniuses in history who won the championship early. Really? Li Yuan asked curiously. Quite a few, President Li said with a smile. In the 60-plus-year history of the competition, we in Xia country have had a genius who won the championship as a junior. Who? Fang Hai, President Li said with a smile. You might not have heard of him, but he is very famous among high-rank martial artists, reaching 5th stage skills at the age of 16. 16 years old? 5th stage skills? Li Yuan was dumbstruck. Was that even possible? Unfortunately, his later achievements weren't great. President Li shook his head. He only became a Flying Heaven Warrior. Li Yuan was astonished. Becoming a Flying Heaven Warrior was considered an underachievement? You don't understand. He was taken as a direct disciple by Dongfang Ji at the age of 17 and was expected to surpass the Flying Heaven level, even rivaling Dongfang Ji, President Li sighed. Unfortunately, he encountered a bottleneck and remains at the Flying Heaven level. Li Yuan inwardly lamented. Comparison is the thief of joy. So, don't be arrogant. Your talent in martial arts skills is indeed one of the best in the recent 30-year history of Kunlun Martial University, President Li said. But in the full 200-year history, you wouldn't even rank in the top 100. Top 100? Li Yuan was taken aback. That low? In the earliest days, there were no 3 top martial schools, and Xia country's most exceptional talents all stayed domestically, President Li said. Understand? Li Yuan got it. Just like himself, in terms of pure spear technique, he was indeed top-notch among this year's students of Xia country, but there were still a bunch who could compare with him. In the past, these top talents would enter the top 5 famous schools. But in recent decades, each year's most powerful geniuses have almost always headed to the 3 top martial schools. Those who enter Kunlun Martial University are mostly second-tier students. Therefore, standing out at Kunlun Martial University was naturally easy. Don't dwell too much on the strength now. Starting early doesn't mean you'll reach the Flying Heaven level. There are many who advance gradually, President Li said. I still have high hopes for you to become a Flying Heaven Warrior, President Li said with a smile. Li Yuan, you currently have 2 main goals. Li Yuan was all ears. This was an elder assigning a mission. First, is to make it past the 5th mountain of the Kunlun 9 mountains before next February, President Li said. As long as you do, I'll allow you to participate in next February's Global University Martial Arts Competition virtual battle. Making it past the 5th mountain means your skills have reached high rank 4th stage. Making it past the 6th mountain means your skills have reached 4th stage perfection. Making it past the 7th mountain means your skills have entered the 5th stage, President Lee said seriously. In theory, you could join the virtual battle with 4th stage skills, but if your strength isn't enough, it would just be embarrassing. Normally, sophomores are allowed to compete, President Lee said. If you reach it, I'll let you go as a freshman to broaden your horizons. Making it past the 5th mountain? High rank 4th stage? Li Yuan murmured to himself, not finding it too difficult. After all, Li Yuan had set a goal for himself to reach the high rank 4th stage threshold by September. Only then could he claim the 20 million Blue Star coins reward. The second goal is even more important, the 10 schools freshman battle this October, President Lee said. Your goal is to come first, or at least make it into the top 4. The 10 schools freshman battle? Li Yuan was puzzled. Which 10 schools? Does it include our Xia country's 5 famous schools? Yes. And 5 other great martial arts schools from Asia, like Sakura country, Tianzhu country. The united competition is set to take place in our Xia country this year. Each year, the freshmen from the 10 top martial arts schools will fight, and the rewards are substantial, President Lee said with a smile. The top 16 will receive a 20 million Blue Star coins reward. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. That was a lot. Money is just one aspect. The 7-Star Alliance has prepared a heavenly materials treasure for each of the top 4 in our freshman battle, which is really what's most important. President Lee looked at Li Yuan. These treasures mostly come from some mysterious star realms, and their value is hard to calculate with money. If sold, they'd easily fetch several hundred million Blue Star coins. Each treasure is prepared specifically for your individual situation, President Lee continued. Do you understand? I understand, Li Yuan replied, holding his breath. Heavenly materials treasures? Anything entitled with these words was extraordinary indeed. The last time he encountered one was the stellar earth marrow crystal, promised by Lord Yang of the province. But the requirements were extremely demanding, and he couldn't see hope of achieving it anytime soon. Conversely, the 10 schools freshman war in October is closer and more relaxed for me. Don't take it lightly, President Lee reminded. Just as our school has you, the other 4 famous schools in Xia country also have some geniuses. The other 5 famous schools in Asia also produce geniuses year after year. In short, it's quite difficult to compete for the top 4. All right, I'll work hard, Li Yuan affirmed with a nod. A fighting spirit also kindled within him. This freshman war of the 10 schools seems to involve not just individual rewards but also the honor of the nation. Although the 7-Star Alliance was established over 100 years ago, and the threat from foreign civilizations is significant, wars between the nations of Blue Star have ceased. But the competition during peacetime and the contest for national honor has never stopped. As Li Yuan communicated with President Lee, he gained an increasingly thorough understanding of the various training systems of Martial Arts University. You will personally teach me skills? Li Yuan asked in surprise. What's the matter? Am I not qualified? President Lee asked with a half smile. No, not at all, Li Yuan said with a laugh. I'm just a bit overwhelmed. I thought I'd be following some other teacher. Li Yuan had learned this from the school's introduction. The school's curriculum is divided into 4 categories: general education, skill classes, cultivation classes, and practical combat classes. Each category has different teachers. The most important are the skill classes, followed by the practical combat classes. Normally, a freshman would choose to follow one teacher for cultivation, for example, practicing spear techniques under a spear technique teacher. Those who practice swords would follow a sword technique teacher, President Lee explained. Just for skills teachers, the school has more than 300. A teacher might lead as few as 20 or 30 students but as many as nearly 100 students. Skills teachers are at least 26th level prime warriors, with skills perfected to subtlety at the 4th stage. It's quite easy for them to teach 2nd and 3rd stage students, President Lee said with a smile. Li Yuan held his breath. Does that mean there are at least 325th level or higher prime warriors at Kunlun Martial University? Such teaching resources are indeed formidable. Once a student's martial skills reach the 4th stage, ordinary teachers struggle to provide guidance, President Lee continued. They must be led by a vice president. In our institute, there are nearly 1,100 students currently. Including you, there are 52 students with skills at or above the 4th stage. The weapon I practice is the spear, which is perfect to teach you, President Lee said with a smile. For the next while, you'll be learning under me. Okay. Li Yuan desired nothing more. Before coming here, Li Yuan had spoken with Wan Qing. High school teachers and martial arts university teachers are completely different concepts. University skills teachers are more akin to the ancient master-disciple relationship. So without any hesitation, Li Yuan stood up and respectfully performed a deep bow, saying, Li Yuan greets the teacher. Teacher, a title much more intimate compared to president. No need for such formalities, we're not in the times of ancient master-disciple practices, President Lee said as he stood up, reaching out to raise Li Yuan up. But Li Yuan moved more quickly, completing his deep bow. From beginning to end, without the slightest hesitation. Why bother? We're in modern society, don't stick to these formalities, President Lee said with a smile, yet unable to hide the joy on his face. Rituals might seem superficial, but they represent a kind of respect. In dealing with people and affairs, if one can't even manage the superficial, how can they discuss what's substantial? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In a huge martial arts room on the 7th floor of the Hailong building, there were already 18 students in martial arts uniforms waiting inside. Most of these students were practicing with long weapons, mainly long spears. Teacher is here. He's arrived. Looks like there's someone with him too. More than 10 students promptly took their seats. They turned to look at Li Yang entering the martial arts room and Li Yuan following behind. Take a seat here. Li Yang directed him to one of the empty seats. Li Yuan sat obediently, feeling the gazes of the group around him.
With a thought, he activated his Divine Palace inquiry, subsequently examining 4 individuals. All were martial artists, and there was even one prime warrior among them.
Let me introduce, the new student joining us today is freshman Li Yuan, the big brother of the new students in our 6th institute. Starting today, he'll also be your fellow classmate, President Lee said slowly. Don't underestimate him. In terms of physical quality, he has reached the entry rank. As for his skill level, he's at the intermediate rank of 4th stage, already placing him in the middle of the pack. President Lee's gaze swept over his students. To reach the entry rank at 17? That's impressive. His name is Li Yuan. I've heard about it, the entrance competition yesterday. It was Li Yuan who stood out. Our 6th institute got first place and even broke the historical record of the competition. Isn't that more impressive than Jin Huguo? Is our 6th institute going to rise this year? These senior classmates whispered among themselves, and the few who didn't know quickly became aware of Li Yuan's achievements from the day before. They cast friendly, even admiring glances at him. Li Yuan also promptly nodded in response, very courteously. He knew very well that these 18 senior classmates, mostly 4th and 5th year students, were almost destined to be prime warriors after a few more years of tempering their bodies post-graduation. Even in terms of martial skills alone, several were stronger than him. All right, everyone look this way and listen to the class. Today, I'll be talking about stellar spear technique. Listen carefully. President Lee deliberately looked at Li Yuan. Martial arts skills reached the 4th level. Whether it be the spear or the sword, many weapons are merely external. The most essential aspect is the heart, Li Yang said. To practice any weapon, it must first resonate with the heart. The spear seeks an unstoppable advance, unpredictable changes, and is best suited for attack. To unleash its maximum power, our spirit must also resonate with it. The stellar spear technique may seem most adept at defense, yet it's the explosive offensive burst hidden within the defense that is the essence, Li Yang explained in great detail. Time ticked away, second by second. In reality, this wasn't the first time Li Yang had explained the stellar spear technique. But because of Li Yuan, he deliberately chose the stellar spear technique today and started from the beginning. From the spear technique's concept to the breakdown of each move, and even the ultimate state of unity of the 5 techniques. Every student listened intently. Not everyone practiced the spear, but as they were all training with long weapons, there were commonalities. So that's the stellar spear technique. Li Yuan listened, engrossed and captivated. Even though the secret manuals one gets access to also offer guidance from AI teachers, and AI teachers' abilities are limited. Li Yang's explanation was clearer. Half an hour later, it was time for each student to go up in turn and train with Li Yang in breaking down moves. Ultimately, a class lasting nearly 2 hours came to an end. Reflect on this well after you return. At this time next week, I will explain the stick technique, Li Yang said. Class dismissed. Li Yuan, interact more with your fellow students. In half an hour, come to my office, Li Yang instructed before directly leaving the martial arts room. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. As soon as Li Yang stepped out of the classroom, the other dozen senior male and female students turned their attention to Li Yuan. Junior brother Li Yuan. Where are you from? How did you train to be so freakishly strong? Junior brother Li Yuan. Do you have a girlfriend? Come on, junior brother, let's connect on WeChat, one of the senior sisters said directly, all of them showing great enthusiasm. Li Yuan felt a little embarrassed, replying to them one by one. Li Yuan, I'm Yan He. Welcome, said the only prime warrior, a tall, slender young man with a smile. Immediately, the others quieted down, evidently regarding Yan He with high esteem. Senior brother Yan, Li Yuan nodded in response. Li Yuan, senior brother Yan is the strongest among us, not only a prime warrior but also proficient in subtle technique for spear skills, ranking among the top 10 fighters in the whole university. A senior named Shi Shao, from the 3rd year introduced. Prime warrior. Subtle technique level? Li Yuan was inwardly shocked. Even Uncle Wan had not reached the subtle technique level. As Li Yuan had anticipated, within the top echelon of students at Kunlun Martial University, having undergone years of training and accumulation, there was indeed a group of formidable fighters. Yan He, who presented himself with an aura of scholarly grace, said with a smile, Junior brother Li Yuan has just arrived today and still needs to acquaint himself with the place. How about tomorrow night I host a banquet at my villa? We can all celebrate and, in doing so, welcome junior brother Li Yuan. A banquet? Li Yuan was surprised. A banquet in the school? Ha ha, junior brother Li Yuan, it's a tradition, senior sister Shi Shao explained with a smile. Whenever there's a new junior under the teacher, we hold a banquet, also as a way to build rapport. Just provide some money, and the school's logistics department will take care of everything. We at Kunlun Martial University are not like ordinary martial arts universities, senior sister Shi Shao added with a laugh. Besides, senior brother Yan is a prime warrior who often ventures into the star realm and earns money at an incredible rate. He's very wealthy, so don't worry about saving these few tens of thousands for him. Li Yuan instantly understood. In a sense, this group of senior brothers and sisters represented another circle, the pinnacle of Kunlun Martial University's student body. They were not to be regarded as ordinary college students. Despite their current calm demeanor, once a fight broke out, each one's martial strength would be overwhelming. Especially this senior brother Yan, with his proficiency in subtle technique, his power would be terrifying once unleashed. Upon graduation, his status would likely be much higher than Uncle Wan's. After all, how old was he? He had a promising future and could even aspire to become a flying heaven warrior. All right. Li Yuan smiled. Thank you for the invitation, senior brother Yan. I will definitely come tomorrow. This group of seniors would be his future network. Good, we'll wait for junior brother Li Yuan tomorrow, Yan He said with a smile. If you have any questions about training in the future, feel free to ask us. All right. Li Yuan nodded. Li Yuan wanted to make more friends. In the same way, none of these senior brothers and sisters were fools. A brief analysis would reveal the terrifying potential of Li Yuan. Fellowship among sect members was very precious. It was similar to the relationship between Uncle Wan and Vice President Zhao of the 8th Institute. The two had a similar bond when they were younger. By the way, junior brother Li Yuan, since you've just arrived today, if you have time, you might want to try the Pillar of Spirit, Yan He suggested. Thank you for the reminder, Senior brother. After saying goodbye to the new group of senior brothers and sisters he had just met, Li Yuan arrived at Li Yang's office on time. The door was open. Teacher, Li Yuan knocked on the doorframe, not entering directly. You've arrived? Li Yang smiled slightly, come in. Inside the office, besides Li Yang, there was also a tall, thin middle-aged man who smiled at Li Yuan. Li Yuan, this is your practical combat teacher, Zhang Lun, Li Yang introduced. A level 27 prime warrior with subtle technique, and also a spear technique instructor. Starting from tomorrow, every 3 days, he will personally train with you for 2 hours, Li Yang said. A practical combat teacher? Li Yuan was shocked. Having a level 27 prime warrior to spar with him? Was this not overly lavish? Such a prime warrior was far stronger than Uncle Wan. Isn't practical training usually with sparring coaches? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. According to the induction at enrollment, practical combat classes for first-year students are usually arranged with martial artists ranked between level 15 and 20 as sparring partners. After all, there are only so many prime warrior instructors available, generally capable of providing broad guidance. What, is that strange? Li Yang asked with a smile. Ordinary students, of course, would only get practical training with level 10 plus sparring partners. The very best might get a regular prime warrior by their 4th or 5th year. But you're different. An S-level special training contract, less than 50 in the whole school, each one trained personally by a real teacher, Li Yang said. Zhang Lun is an excellent teacher, and you will benefit much more from sparring with him than with a regular sparring partner. Li Yang chuckled. Now hurry and greet Teacher Zhang Lun. Teacher Zhang, Li Yuan greeted respectfully. I heard from President Li, Zhang Lun said with a smile, that you were at the intermediate 4th level as soon as you enrolled. I've never taught such an impressive student before. I hope that my practical combat training can help you advance even further. Li Yuan nodded. He finally felt the special nature of the S-rank special training contract, to have such a powerful prime warrior as a sparring partner. If you were to pay for this, how much would it cost? A single sparring session would cost at least 200,000 Blue Star coins. And that was only once every 3 days. Li Yuan arranged the training time with Zhang Lun. Zhang Lun is a regular teacher after all, he can only train you once every 3 days. Every day, I'll arrange for another ordinary prime warrior to spar with you for practical combat training, Li Yang continued. Practical combat training stimulates the body comprehensively. Any duration is fine, as long as your body can withstand it. The effect will be much better than virtual battles, so from now on, try to reduce your fighting time on the Starry Skies fighting network. Yes, Li Yuan said, shaking emotionally. Indeed, the effects of practical combat training were much better than virtual combat. The key question was, how many could afford it? Li Yang's arrangement was equivalent to having several prime warriors rotating shifts to train him. It was incredibly lavish. Let's go. Follow me to the spirit pillar, Li Yang said as he walked out of the office. Li Yuan hurriedly followed. Taking a flying vehicle, they soon arrived outside the Vermilion Bird Building. The Vermilion Bird Building was a public building for 3rd, 4th, and 5th year students, divided into 3 towers. Undoubtedly, named after the large plaza outside the building, where a huge skeletal statue of a bird creature, with wings spanning more than 200 meters, stood. It was simply awe-inspiring. A fire system creature beyond the flying heaven level? Li Yuan gasped as he looked at the enormous skeleton. Yes, Li Yang said, it is a fire system avian creature beyond the flying heaven level that Dongfang Ji had slain before donating its body to the university, which was eventually placed here as a memorial. Li Yuan inwardly sighed. He had read the introduction to Kunlun Martial University. Just the openly displayed skeletal remains of Star Realm creatures beyond the flying heaven level amounted to 3. As for those of the flying heaven level, there were more than 10. These were both a warning to the junior students and a display of Kunlun's glorious accomplishments. Whoosh! Whoosh! They both landed and walked towards the Vermilion Bird Building, with many students along the way greeting President Li. President Li responded to each one. Shortly thereafter, President Li, leading Li Yuan, reached the eastern tower of the Vermilion Bird Building after passing several powerful guards. They headed straight underground. A flash of light passed through the stairs. Appearing before Li Yuan was a huge underground plaza, over 10 meters in height and spanning several thousand square meters. The lights were bright. On the plaza, there were as many as 100 students scattered in different areas, all with their eyes closed. Many of them had contorted faces, seemingly enduring immense pain. There were also quite a few with sweat dripping from their foreheads. Li Yuan held his breath as he watched this scene, his gaze instinctively drawn to the giant bronze pillar at the far end of the plaza. About 5 meters tall, with a diameter of roughly 2 meters. Bronze-colored. Not the green of ancient bronze, but a shiny gold. Its surface was engraved with countless intricate and complex secret runes, giving it a mysterious and distinguished air. At the same time, though 100 meters away, Li Yuan could still feel the mysterious spiritual pressure emanating from that bronze pillar, making him slightly uncomfortable. Teacher, is this the spirit pillar described in the school's introduction? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. That's right. The spirit pillar is Kunlun Martial University's most prized treasure and also unique among the top 5 prestigious schools of Sha country, Li Yang said with a hint of pride in his voice. This is the most important gift Dongfang Ji gave to our Kunlun Martial University. Thanks to the Spirit Pillar, for decades, Kunlun has been able to slightly overshadow Kyoto Martial University, Li Yang said smilingly. Li Yuan nodded in amazement. The top 5 prestigious schools of Sha country, with Kyoto Martial University located in the capital, held a unique position because it received the most funding. But Kunlun Martial University was no less prestigious and it seemed even stronger. Why? According to many sources, it was because of the spirit pillar that Dongfang Ji had presented. Go give it a try and see how far you can go, Li Yang said with a chuckle. Yes, Li Yuan said, descending the steps and walking towards the great bronze pillar in the distance. For the first 20 meters, it was easy, not too uncomfortable. But then, as Li Yuan approached within 50 meters of the bronze pillar, stepping over the specially marked caution line on the ground. It was as if he had stepped into a special domain as an invisible spiritual pressure enveloped Li Yuan instantly. Bang! As if a large hammer had smashed down on Li Yuan's consciousness. Fortunately, Li Yuan's spiritual power was exceptionally strong. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed in shock, such strong spiritual pressure. Bang! Bang! This spiritual pressure wasn't a one-off but washed over Li Yuan's spirit like a tide, continuously assaulting and increasing the mental pressure he endured. For your first attempt, to be so eager and still manage to endure easily, your spiritual power is indeed very strong. Li Yang appeared beside Li Yuan, smiling. Do you understand the importance of the spirit pillar now? To temper and strengthen spiritual power? Li Yuan spoke softly. Exactly. Li Yang nodded. Just like physical training, after countless rigorous sessions, strength and speed naturally improve. The same goes for spiritual power. The spirit pillar is meant to exhaust martial artists' spiritual power, making the spirit continually fatigued, Li Yang whispered. Then when the spirit recovers, the spiritual power naturally becomes stronger. Li Yuan listened to Li Yang's words and looked towards the pillar of spirit. This method of cultivating spiritual power was indeed unique. Previously, when Li Yuan was in Zhong City, he had never heard of such a thing. After all, spiritual power isn't visible or tangible like physical strength, and it's not easy to enhance. Spiritual power is very important. You must have a deep understanding of this, Li Yang said. The stronger the spiritual power, the better control over the body and the easier it is to cultivate skills. Li Yuan nodded lightly, the speed at which his skills improved. Apart from his natural comprehension, the rapid increase in his spiritual power was the most important reason, without a doubt. With strong spiritual power, perception, calculation, and understanding capabilities would continuously improve. In a way, it's like enhancing one's comprehension. But it's difficult to improve spiritual power, Li Yang explained to Li Yuan. The first method is the cultivation of the flesh. The body nourishes the spirit. The stronger the body, the stronger the spirit it will nourish. Like 19th rank martial artists, their spiritual power is at least of the 17th or 18th rank standard. The second method is using treasures to nurture the spirit, from the most common spirit-nourishing potions to the precious divine nurturing spring, and even some heavenly materials treasures like soul-nurturing 9-leaf grass, sweet spirit core crystal, and so on. Li Yong said. The thing is, low-level medicinal effects are mediocre and costly, while the good heavenly materials treasures are not only expensive but also scarce. Li Yuan pondered. Sweet spirit core crystal. It sounded somewhat similar to stellar earth marrow crystal. At least they both include marrow crystal in their names. As for spirit nourishing potion, Li Yuan had heard about it from his uncle Li Chongzhou. If one uses the basic ones, it's 30,000 blue star coins a dose. If it's a first-rank spirit nourishing potion, it's even more expensive, 100,000 blue star coins each, and at least 3 bottles per month, costing several million blue star coins a year. Only long-term use for several years would significantly help one advance to a prime warrior. The third method is the mind method, Li Yong continued. It's difficult to cultivate spiritual power because spirits are ethereal and it's difficult to exert pressure on the consciousness. If there is an unsurpassable strong being beyond the flying heaven level, or some flying heaven warriors who are proficient in this method and are willing to leave a trace of their spiritual imprint in the spirit, constantly oppressing it, this can have a polishing effect, Li Yong said with a smile. It's just, to do this without damaging weaker warriors and still leave the spiritual imprint is very difficult, requiring at least half a day each time. Over time, the imprints will gradually dissipate, at most lasting 2 or 3 months. The imprints must be consistently applied over a long period. Unless one is a very close relative, or an extremely favored direct disciple, who could ask those top-level strong beings to go to such trouble? Li Yong said, shaking his head. Li Yuan couldn't help but nod. So there was such a method of spiritual cultivation in human civilization, the mind method? Too bad the requirements were too high, it was doomed not to be widely utilized. Of course. Legend has it, there is an even more powerful method than the mind method, known as the visualization method, Li Yong said with a smile. It is said to have been brought over from some extremely strong foreign civilizations, but it has never been confirmed. I've only heard of it, so I don't understand the specifics. Li Yuan maintained a calm exterior while his heart stirred with a tumult of surprise. The visualization method, the observing the great sun starry sky scripture, that he was practicing seemed to be the visualization method. However, the practice was very demanding. Li Yuan had tried practicing solely with the spoken mantra but found it useless. He had to concentrate his spirit in the jade platform of the great sun, within the mind-spirit divine palace to enter the state of visualization, which killed the idea of passing it on to his family members. The pillar of spirit at my Kunlun Martial University. You can think of it as a weakened version, a wide-ranging mind method. Although its effects are not as strong as the specialized mind method, as long as one is within the influence of the pillar of spirit, they can be polished, Li Yong said with some pride. Across the entire Blue Star, only Starfire University and Kunlun Martial University possess a pillar of spirit. Even Starry Sky Martial University and Blackstone Martial University don't have it, Li Yong said. Impressive, Li Yuan remarked sincerely. Cultivation resources would eventually be exhausted. But treasures like the pillar of spirit, which could be passed down from generation to generation, no wonder it's known as the #1 treasure of Kunlun Martial University, a true cornerstone of the legacy. Okay, you must have mostly adapted by now, Li Yong said. Keep moving forward and try. Let's see how far you can go now.
There are 9 layers in total. The pressure is strongest in the 9th layer, weakest in the 1st layer.
Yes, Li Yuan nodded his head. Bearing the strong spiritual pressure, he began to walk step by step towards the pillar of spirit. Despite the short distance of 50 meters, the area was divided into 9 layers according to the warning lines on the ground. Most students remained in the first 3 layers, and even then, they were in pain. Li Yuan took steps deeper into the pillar, walking very slowly, feeling the intangible spiritual pressure emanating from the pillar of spirit. It was as if invisible hammers were striking him, with the force growing stronger and stronger. Li Yuan's physical quality might be weak, but reaching the 3rd layer should be about right, President Li thought to himself. As a 29th rank prime warrior, he could vaguely sense the strength of Li Yuan's spiritual power. Very soon, Li Yuan entered into the second layer with ease. Without waiting for Li Yong to react much, Li Yuan quickly stepped into the third layer. Still, his expression did not change. He continued to advance toward the fourth layer. The fourth layer? Li Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Normally, one would need the spiritual power of the 19th rank to set foot in this area. Can Li Yuan handle it? After just over a dozen seconds, Li Yuan, bearing the immense spiritual pressure, stepped into the fourth layer. Then, he continued towards the fifth layer. This sight shocked Li Yong, and it also drew the attention of many students cultivating their spiritual power at the Pillar of Spirit. The fifth layer area? Who is he? The fifth layer, that's already the requirement for a prime warrior? I sensed his blood and breath, seems very weak. Is his spiritual power that monstrous? Some returning students wondered. They didn't have Li Yuan's mind spirit divine palace, which made it hard for them to accurately judge someone's life level. But as martial artists enhance their body and spirit, their perception sharpens, allowing them to make out quite a bit despite the vagueness. Him? I saw him yesterday in the VChat group, seems like a freshman, named Li Yuan. I remember now, he broke senior brother Jin's admission record. Li Yuan? Must be him. Dean Li Yong accompanied him here. Many students started whispering among themselves. Even, quite a few students took out their smartwatches to start recording. These students were secretly astounded. Great skills could be explained by good comprehension, but without physical enhancement, it's usually hard for spiritual power to rise rapidly. Not far away. The fifth layer. Li Yuan was beginning to struggle, his face betraying a trace of pain. Indeed, if it were purely the intensity of spiritual power, Li Yuan would have had difficulty even in the fourth layer area. However, like the same body, the stronger the skills, the more terrifying the strength displayed. Spiritual power is similar. At the same level of spiritual power, if the willpower differs in strength, the performance will be utterly different. It's like one person consuming various heavenly materials treasures, both body and spiritual power being of the 19th level. The other is one who reached the 19th level through arduous and painstaking cultivation. The data looks the same for both, but if faced with horrible torture, can the duration of their endurance be the same? Willpower is akin to the skill of the spiritual power. Li Yuan, relentlessly practicing observing the great sun-starry sky scripture, day and night, enduring repeated hellish torments, had long since tempered his will to an extremely high level. Naturally, he could concentrate his spiritual power to a terrifying degree. One step and another step. Finally, Li Yuan stood steadily at the end of the fifth layer area, his face and demeanor faintly twisted. The tremendous pain caused by the strong spiritual pressure made Li Yuan's entire head buzz. A freshman? He has rushed to the fifth layer area and is still standing firmly, which means he still has some strength left. This monstrous, strong skills and such terrifying spiritual power? The fifth layer area, doesn't it mean his spirit can compare with a prime warrior? And this scene shocked the other students. Prime warrior level? Li Yang's eyes also shone. Is it the will? No wonder he could endure the thrice-monthly spirit marrow cleansing. This willpower is truly unique. Li Yong felt slightly emotional in his heart. Many high-level prime warriors probably don't have such willpower. Among the prime warriors, those between levels 20 to 22 are often called junior prime warriors. Levels 23 to 25 are called mid-level prime warriors. Levels 26 to 28 are known as high-level prime warriors. A 29th level prime warrior is a top-grade origin martial artist. 5 minutes later, Li Yuan, step by step, retreated from the fifth layer area back to the first layer area. His breathing and expression returned to calm as he came back to Li Yang's side. Teacher, your student is incompetent, only managed to reach the fifth layer area. Li Yuan said seemingly earnestly. I couldn't make it to the 9th layer area. Incompetent? The 9th layer area? Li Yang's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help saying, all right, stop flattering yourself. I only reached the 9th layer area after becoming a 29th level prime warrior. You are quite young, already very outstanding. Teacher only reached the 9th layer area? Li Yuan was surprised. This pillar of spirit, usually only warriors of the 13th level and above dare attempt it, otherwise it's easy to sustain severe mental damage, hurting the psyche. Li Yong said. But it's mainly for high-level prime warriors to temper their spirit. For a top-grade prime warrior like me, it has very little effect. As for flying heaven warriors, it's completely useless, Li Yong said. Li Yuan couldn't help nodding, so that's how it was. That's right. Martial Arts University, in essence, is a training base for martial artists. The Pillar of Spirit is indeed quite suitable. If it were greatly beneficial even to flying heaven warriors, it might easily lead to trouble. Let's go out first, Li Yong said, turning around to walk outside. The two walked out of the Vermilion Bird Building all the way to the empty plaza outside. Did you feel the flaw in the Pillar of Spirit? Li Yong asked as they walked. Exhausting the spirit too heavily? Li Yuan pondered. During the session he just had, he had felt slightly tired mentally. Right, Li Yong nodded. Just like exercising the body, if you train too hard at once, your whole body will be sore for several days. A first-rank martial artist, if they stay for 2 hours at a time, needs at least 3 to 5 days to recover. During this period, their mental exhaustion will even affect their normal cultivation, Li Yong said. That's why it needs to be paired with spirit-nourishing potions. To speed up the recovery of spiritual power. Even so, most students, the majority, only go to the Pillar of Spirit to cultivate once a week, Li Yong said. Li Yuan suddenly understood why there were so few students at the Pillar of Spirit earlier. However, as an S-tier special training contract member, every month, the school will provide you with a divine nurturing spring, Li Yong said. Each one, if sold outside, is worth at least 1 million blue star coins. Its efficacy is much stronger than that of a first-rank spirit-nourishing potion, with even fewer side effects. Divine Nurturing Spring? Li Yuan was secretly astonished. He had only heard about it online. Adding it up, just this one cultivation resource alone was worth tens of millions of blue star coins a year. Truly extravagant. Without hesitating more than 3 seconds, Li Yuan directly said, "Teacher, can this be exchanged for other cultivation resources? I don't really need it." Such as those that assist in cultivating the body. Not needed? It was Li Yang's turn to be stunned. "Teacher, my spiritual talent is high enough, and the Pillar of Spirit helps me very little," Li Yuan said. "Right now, what's most important for me is to enhance my physical quality." Divine Nurturing Spring? In terms of effect, it definitely can't compete with the visualization method in restoring the mental and physical state. Pure waste. The school has already prepared for you a high-origin spirit spring each month for your physical cultivation. Its effects are equivalent to 5 or 6 essence pills of origin power, and its value is comparable to Divine Nurturing Spring, but it puts less strain on the body. Li Yong frowned. However, if you exchange it for 2 high-origin spirit springs, will you take one every half a month? I'm afraid your body won't be able to take it. He knew Li Yuan was making sense. With Li Yuan's demonstrated talent for spiritual power and willpower, he basically doesn't need to rely on many external substances, unless they are heavenly materials treasures.
High origin spirit spring, thought Li Yuan. He had seen it before in the mall of Starfire Martial Hall.
But he couldn't afford to buy it. Too expensive. Thinking carefully, Kunlun Martial University had indeed prepared many cultivation resources for him. Seeing that Li Yuan had fallen into thought, "There is one way you could try," Li Yong suddenly said. "Please tell me, teacher," Li Yuan responded without even lifting his head. "Use the washing marrow essence more often, 4 times, even 5 times. Li Yong stared at Li Yuan, speaking slowly. "However, you've used the washing marrow essence before and should be clear about it. It is essentially scraping bone to heal poison and a thorough cleaning of various impurities from the body in various places. Using it consecutively in a short period of time, the pain becomes increasingly exaggerated." Li Yong sighed. "Using it 3 times a month, for you to be able to persist at your age would be incredible." Li Yuan had listened in astonishment. Washing marrow essence, 4 times a month? 5 times? After a long silence, just when Li Yong thought Li Yuan was going to give up. Suddenly, Li Yuan said, "Teacher, I want to try, for some reason." After saying those words, Li Yuan felt a burning sensation in his lower body. After discussing with Li Yong for half the day, Li Yuan finally knew the truth about the extreme cultivation method that teacher Fan Jin had given him. But in the end, Li Yuan had persuaded Li Yong. 2 portions of high-origin spirit spring each month. To be trialed for a month. If after 1 month, Li Yuan couldn't keep up, they would switch to a cultivation plan of 1 divine nurturing spring and 1 high-origin spirit spring each month. At night, Li Yuan returned to his villa, entered the virtual network, Kunlun Space. Following teacher Li's advice. Apart from the regular cultivation of the body and refinement of spiritual power, if I want to improve my skill quickly, I need to study more second-rank spear techniques. Li Yuan clicked on the light screen, and consider more opinions from my predecessors. Martial Path Knowledge Net. This is a global network shared by all martial arts universities, where every university student can log in to learn, free of charge, a certain number of martial arts secret tomes. Soon, Li Yuan saw the privileges he had as an S-tier student. Free access to study 52nd rank secret manuals, including skill secret manuals, origin power manuals, spirit usage secret manuals. Free access to study 3 3rd-rank secret manuals. Virtual network, Martial Path Knowledge Space. Can I choose so many secret manuals? Li Yuan looked at the massive number of secret manuals available for him to learn. Indeed, as long as anyone attends martial arts university, they can get a large number of cultivation resources distributed for free by the nation. Li Yuan inwardly sighed. Outside, if one wanted to purchase a 2nd-rank secret manual, it would cost at least 1 million blue star coins. Even in the Starfire Martial Hall, it would cost 1 million cultivation points. In the university, free to learn. Let's have a look. Li Yuan casually clicked, and saw the massive secret manuals quickly transform into books one by one. Their covers sparkled with light. The secret manuals were mainly divided into 4 categories: skills, origin power, spiritual power, and physical quality. But Li Yuan had already discussed it with teacher Li Yong and had some understanding of it. Origin power manuals and physical quality manuals are for 2nd stage prime warriors to cultivate. As for himself now, choosing a few spear technique manuals to learn and comprehend the skills would be enough. Spiritual secret manuals? To cultivate those, one would at least need to wait until reaching spiritual power level 20. Skill secret manuals. Li Yuan clicked, and the light screens of the surrounding secret manuals flickered again. What was presented were spear technique manuals, saber technique manuals, sword technique manuals. There were secret manuals for all 18 types of weapons, all at least 2nd-rank secret manuals. These secret manuals, were they all created by generations of human martial artists over hundreds of years? Li Yuan was secretly astonished. Many secret manuals have been contributed for free to the arsenal by powerful martial artists. Some secret manuals were free, while others required payment. However, for Li Yuan, there was no difference. Even if he had to pay, it was within the free allowance of grade S. It was as if Kunlun Martial University was paying on his behalf. Although there are 50 secret manual slots, the teacher said not to bite off more than you can chew. Li Yuan thought to himself, right now, selecting 4 spear technique manuals is enough. Li Yong had already listed the spear technique manuals that Li Yuan was to learn next. Cloud Commanding Spear Technique, True Flame Spear Technique, Meteor Spear Technique, Golden Cleaving Spear Technique. Li Yuan quickly clicked to check the numbers and names. There were many accumulated secret manuals, so many of the names were the same, only the numbers were different. Confirm purchase. First-year student, Li Yuan. Your 2nd-rank secret manual free learning quota has been reduced by 4, remaining quota 46. The system's voice had already sounded. The skill secret manuals you just purchased have been sent to your personal space. A reminder once again. Secret manuals are only permitted for your personal understanding and learning, and are strictly forbidden to be disseminated privately. Severe penalties will be imposed if discovered. The system's voice stated. Li Yuan smiled and didn't take it too seriously. Begin cultivation. With a thought, Li Yuan returned to his personal space to start learning the 4 newly acquired spear technique manuals. First, learn the Cloud Commanding Spear Technique. Li Yuan was clear about the purpose of teacher Li Yong having him learn the spear technique. If the skill level was only second stage or third stage, pondering a second-rank spear technique would be enough. At this time, specialization was most important. Learning too much could easily confuse the core essence of one's spear technique, leading to loss outweighing gain. If one reached the fourth level, especially someone like Li Yuan who had stepped into the intermediate ranks of fourth level, in ancient times, that would qualify them to be called a spear technique master, enough to start a school. Since he was gradually becoming clear about his own path, it was time to start integrating the strengths of hundreds of schools. One should learn more spear techniques to incorporate into oneself. According to the teacher, to break through to the fifth stage, he studied over 30 second-rank spear technique manuals in the past. Li Yuan secretly said, only by absorbing the essence, was he able to achieve unity of heaven and man and step into the fifth stage. Unity of heaven and man? Tai Zan. Li Yuan still didn't quite understand. But with successive generations of predecessors summarizing successful paths, Li Yuan just needed to follow in their footsteps step by step. Shortcuts? Many apparent shortcuts are actually cliffs at the end. While Li Yuan was starting to learn the new spear techniques in the residential area for students of the 3rd Martial Hall. In one of the villas, the lights were bright. The nearly 1,000 square meter martial arts room below, where the ground and the 4 walls were all made of special materials strong enough to withstand the wanton burst of a 19th level martial artist without being damaged. At the moment, a lean young man in a black martial path uniform holding a combat saber was practicing his saber technique. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of saber light flickered, as the black-clad young man moved at lightning speed, unleashing incredibly fearsome saber light that was agile and dreamlike, stirring one's heart. His casual bursts of speed exceed 50 meters per second, forming terrifying afterimages in this cramped space. When he was seriously practicing, suddenly, ding, master, Long Ya is calling you. The voice of the martial arts room's assistant AI sounded. Whoosh! The black-clad young man stopped, and the strands of saber light that filled the entire martial arts room gradually dissipated. He was just pondering his own self-created saber technique. Answer. The black-clad young man spoke in a deep voice. Light converged, forming a video projection in front of the black-clad young man, and a woman dressed in a white martial path uniform appeared in the video. Little Ya. The black-clad young man showed a smile. What's the matter? Senior brother Jin, do you know about Li Yuan's matter this afternoon? The white-clad woman Long Ya had a hint of urgency on her face. Li Yuan. The black-clad young man paused. The one who surpassed me in yesterday's enrollment competition? Yes, that's him. Long Ya hurriedly replied. What happened this afternoon? The black-clad young man displayed a smile, appearing very composed. His appearance wasn't considered handsome, but he had a square face which gave a sense of justice and security to others. He was Jin Huguo, the #1 talent of Kunlun Martial Arts University. Also a martial arts prodigy with a considerable reputation within Xia country. He had just started his junior year, and his expertise had already reached the level of subtlety. Even his physical quality had reached level 19. This afternoon, at the Vermilion Bird Building's Pillar of Spirit, the white-clad woman stared at Jin Huguo. Principal Li Yong took Li Yuan there, and on his first attempt, Li Yuan managed to reach the 5th layer region and stayed for several minutes, even withdrawing calmly afterward. Oh, the 5th layer region? His spiritual power has reached the level of a prime warrior? Jin Huguo's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He's just a freshman, even if his physical quality is perfect. Right now he can be at most level 10 at best. This junior brother is indeed impressive, Jin Huguo remarked with a sense of admiration. Perhaps, in the future, he might be much more formidable than me. With his strength and insight, Jin Huguo was very clear about what Li Yuan's skills and spiritual power signified. The future held infinite possibilities. Senior brother, you really don't care? The woman in white couldn't help but ask as she looked at Jin Huguo. Care about what? Having one more genius junior brother is a good thing. Jin Huguo smiled. Instead, I'm worried that him being so dazzling as a freshman, without any competitors, might cause him to lose his way and become degenerate. This Li Yuan is so formidable, he might threaten your position in the school. The woman in white finally spoke her mind outright. Jin Huguo looked at the woman in white, feeling a desire to laugh inside. Long Ya, how can you ask such a silly question? Jin Huguo shook his head, not to mention that he's a freshman and I'm a junior, there's no direct competition. Even if there was competition, so what? Jin Huguo was quite indifferent, it's just competition within the school. The #1 talent at Kunlun Martial University? Does such a title sound impressive? Is it useful? The woman in white was stunned. Useless? Ever since Starfire University and Starry Sky University were established, our Kunlun Martial University has been declining for decades. Jin Huguo shook his head and said, in last year's Global Collegiate Martial Arts Tournament, only I managed to break into the top 100 in the virtual battle. Actual combat, even more so, we didn't have a single person qualifying for participation. How embarrassing was that? Jin Huguo said, shaking his head. Senior brother, you can't be blamed for that, the woman in white hurriedly said. Last year, you were just a sophomore and managed to break into the virtual battle top 100, triumphing over most senior students from the 3 famous schools, which was already dazzling enough. Actual combat? In Xia country's 5 prestigious universities, last year only 2 managed to qualify for the main Global Collegiate Martial Arts Tournament, and they were both eliminated in the first round. For the upcoming tournament, you will certainly be able to participate in actual combat, and there's totally a possibility of reaching the top 20, the woman in white said with an air of admiration. That would be historic. Jin Huguo smiled. The top 20? As difficult as it was, he could only say there was some hope. Not to mention that our human civilization needs more and stronger martial artists. Just speaking of the present, Jin Huguo smiled and said, if this Li Yuan is strong enough to stand out in the Global Collegiate Martial Arts Tournament and make a name for Kunlun Martial University, I will only have respect for him. As for some school position, it's all clouds passing by. It's not like we are competing to be the principal, we will graduate sooner or later. Jin Huguo laughed. From another perspective, before this, the school leaders have been placing all their bets on just me. I also feel quite a bit of pressure. Having one more person to share the pressure, why not be happy about it? Long Ya opened her mouth but said nothing. She could see that Jin Huguo genuinely didn't care. In a way, I find 1 Li Yuan not enough, Jin Huguo said, shaking his head. If every class could have 20 or 30 like Li Yuan, then our Kunlun Martial University might be able to regain its glory and once again become the #1 martial arts university on Blue Star. Long Ya couldn't help but laugh out loud. The #1 martial arts university on Blue Star? That was history from 50 years ago. After hanging up the video call, Li Yuan, Jin Huguo murmured to himself, smiled, and then continued pondering over his sword technique. The night of July 4th, including Li Yuan, 19 elite disciples under Li Yong gathered at Yan He's villa. The villa was very large, more than ample for a banquet of dozens of people. After the welcome ceremony had ended, junior brother, truly no girlfriend, Shi Xiao, a senior sister holding a wine glass, asked with a teasing smile. Senior sister, I just want to concentrate on the martial path, Li Yuan smiled, having already sensed the senior sister's intentions. He had also inquired into the senior sister's life level, 15.8. Quite formidable. Li Yuan knew that powerful martial artists were full of energy and most believed in themselves rather than others. Therefore, their ideas on many aspects were completely different from ordinary people. Too bad, not only was Li Yuan uninterested, even if he were interested, it was useless. He had just undergone a bathing service of life essence purification during the day and needed to rest well upon returning. After this welcoming banquet, life, since his enrollment, had completely returned to calm, and, in a way, Li Yuan's university martial arts student career had officially begun. In the common knowledge class attended by students from the 6th Institute. Why, when you were taking your college entrance exams, were there requirements for your cultural courses? The common knowledge teacher, who was a prime warrior, asked in a resounding voice. Martial artists are not just brute warriors with blind fighting power. They should be thinkers as well. Life evolution is not just about developing muscles or the explosive power of origin power. It should also be about the evolution of the brain, the teacher said. his gaze sharp as he swept over every student. You must know for whom and why you fight. Next, I will talk about the history of modern martial path. In the most ancient times, our 7 great planets did not know of each other's existence. 2,000 years ago, star bridges appeared, and including our blue star, the 6 great planets were able to swiftly cross the starry sky through the star bridges and reach Faxing, only then discovering one another's existence. Despite being located in different starry skies, the 7 great planets were all inhabited by humans, a very eerie coincidence, and the appearance of the star bridges was also shrouded in mystery, with many speculations that to this day remain an enigma. And Faxing is the most mysterious and vast planet among the 7 great planets. From that point on, the era of the star bridges was ushered in, and later, that year was designated as year 1 of the 7 stars era. This expanse of starry sky is also named the 7-star sea. The general knowledge teacher explained. Li Yuan, and Nong, Ji Yucheng'an, and the others were not listening very attentively. Because these were all common knowledge, they were mostly covered in the middle school textbooks. In 1420, the star bridge collapsed, evolving into the 6 grand star realms, also the original 6 grand star realms. The teacher continued, but through the star realm, we can still reach Faxing. Since then, the cosmic origin power appeared, and the life on the 7 great planets generally became far stronger. Now the dawn of the martial path is just beginning. But it wasn't until 1609 that our human civilization gave birth to the first prime warrior, the teacher said. From that time on, we were sure that origin power, aside from existing in the heavenly materials and treasures, was also present in the cosmic starry sky and earth. From then on, the martial path rose, and human civilization truly began life evolution. By 1724, human civilization had produced the first flying heaven warrior. In 1746, the first star realm emerged over Tianhai star, and a multitude of star realm creatures poured out, causing over 30 million deaths. It took the combined effort of many planets to finally suppress the star realm entrance completely. That was when the nightmare began. Then came the second, the third star realm. At that time, only the first level star realm, second level star realm appeared. There were no flying heaven level star realm creatures yet. In the year 1766 of the 7 stars, the first third level star realm appeared on Faxing. The teacher's voice grew heavy as the corresponding information also appeared on the classroom's holographic screen. Fire Demon, the first flying heaven level alien race creature to appear, ravaged tens of thousands of kilometers, slaughtering over 8 million humans, before it was finally killed through the joint efforts of several flying heaven warriors. Then the second head, the third, a decade-long star realm war, nearly causing Faxing to fall, with more than 6 billion humans dead. The teacher's voice revealed a hint of sorrow. Even though it had been hundreds of years, even though this great catastrophe occurred in the distant Faxing, Blue Star had not suffered such a heavy blow. But for Li Yuan, and Nong, and the others, it was still heart-shakingly impactful. Over 6 billion humans dead? Nearly the entire human population on Faxing was almost wiped out. How many humans are there on Blue Star today? Just over 100 billion. Until the year 1782, our human civilization gave birth to the first great existence to surpass the flying heaven level. Lant? The teacher's voice suddenly rose with excitement, officially launching the great counteroffensive. The teacher recounted many secrets, which were not mentioned in middle school textbooks. Li Yuan, and Nong, and the others couldn't help but perk up their ears to listen attentively. The 10-year war, under Lant's leadership, essentially quelled the turmoil. Thus ended the First Star Realm War. In 1820, the teacher kept on with the narration. After a long 400 years of the martial path's dark age, human civilization's first universal high-rank cultivation technique, Nanming Wanshui Sutra, was finally born. Our human civilization's warriors began to emerge like bamboo shoots after a rainstorm. Li Yuan was moved inwardly, a part of martial path history, half of human civilization's history. History moving forward. Li Yuan was quite familiar with it. More and more high-rank cultivation techniques were born, and the whole of human civilization became increasingly prosperous. In 1920, the Second Star Realm War broke out on Faxing, with alien race creatures that surpassed the flying heaven level appearing. But then, Dongfang Ji of Blue Star emerged dramatically, with absolute dominance and martial power, sweeping away all before him. No one knows how many flying heaven level, and beyond flying heaven level star realm creatures fell at his hands. He also officially surpassed Lant, becoming the recognized #1 powerhouse of human civilization. Afterwards, Dongfang Ji established the Starfire Martial Hall and turned the nominally existent Seven-Star Alliance into a reality, truly towering above the nations of the 7 great planets, and also promoted a decade-long Seven-Star Alliance progress movement. In the year 1954 of the 7 Stars, the Martial Arts College entrance exam was officially rolled out, infiltrating all countries. For nearly a century, the entire human civilization entered a high-speed development phase. Nuclear weapons and various types of technological weapons emerged. Under the unified coordination of the Alliance, no more overly severe chaos broke out again. In 1962, Starfire University, Starry Sky University, Blackstone University, all simultaneously established branches on the 7 great planets. They universally recruited and trained top-tier talents. In 2009, virtual networks came into being, sweeping across the entire human civilization, elevating the speed at which human civilization discovered martial arts prodigies by a significant level once again. While Li Yuan was recalling and contemplating, "Today's class ends here, you're dismissed," the teacher said in a low voice. Inside the Hailong Building's practical martial arts room, clang, 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 Li Yuan was engaged in an intensely fierce battle with his teacher Zhang Lun. "Too weak. You clearly have the 4th level intermediate rank spear technique, why don't you display it? Are you not a prodigy? Calling yourself a prodigy with such trash skills? Are you angry? Upset? Then hit me if you can," Zhang Lun berated Li Yuan, his shouts echoing through the classroom. He lacked the gentleness and elegance from the first time they met. "Mind, in harmony with every part of your body, feel every thread of force in the long spear. Remember, every thread, I scold you, and your mind falters? Poor mentality, you need more training. I tell you to kneel, you kneel. I tell you to lie down, you lie down. Why? Because your spear technique isn't strong enough. Because you are weak. Weakness is the original sin. When you fight with Star Realm creatures, there's no such thing as prodigies, only strength and weakness, and a dead prodigy is just a pile of flesh eaten up. Get practicing." Zhang Lun was like a tyrant, mercilessly tormenting Li Yuan. But Li Yuan had to admit that he made the quickest progress when engaging in practical training with his adversary. His inner self too was enduring the storms over and over again. "Spirit, from the inside out, first sense your whole body. What is unity of heaven and man? Heaven refers to nature, man to oneself." Li Yang was giving Li Yuan a private lesson. When your skill reaches subtlety, perfectly controlling every strand of your own strength, it's about time to sense the natural forces of heaven and earth. Human strength is limited, but the power of heaven and earth is infinite. Harnessing the power of heaven and earth can make the body unimaginably strong, running faster than the speed of sound, collapsing buildings with a single punch. A casual burst can produce hundreds of tons of fist strength. Even flying heaven and burrowing earth. In the martial arts room, the physiotherapy room, the body is covered in a soul-cleansing marrow wash. Ah! Li Yuan's entire body trembled in pain, his face flushed red, and the veins in his head seemed to burst. Muscles spasmed as if billions of steel needles were pricking into his fingers. This pain penetrated deep into the marrow. Even with Li Yuan's terrifyingly formidable willpower, he already experienced pain to the extreme, with his muscle fibers twitching and distorting. Such pain, if inflicted on an ordinary martial artist, could very likely result in being tormented to death. Ultimately, Li Yuan endured it with great difficulty. A thin layer of impurities, faintly tinged with black, emerged on his skin's surface. "This month, the 5th time, I finally made it through," Li Yuan murmured. He painstakingly drank the high-origin spirit spring, placed beside him. Lying on the ground, he did not want to move at all and fell into a deep sleep. Buzz! The effects of the spiritual spring activated, Waves of powerful origin power madly surged to every part of his body. Sinews, muscles, internal organs, even his blood. Every part of his body, like a ravenous beast, desperately consumed the origin power, growing stronger. Kunlun Martial Arts University provided Li Yuan with arguably the best, all-around cultivation environment. Li Yuan, in turn, was growing with unbelievable speed in every aspect: technique, combat, physical quality, spiritual power, all-around improvement. This progress astounded Li Yong, Zhang Lun, and other instructors. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of July, a rough gem. Forged through 100 trials, he is becoming stronger and stronger. Li Yong voiced his emotion. Zhang, your tyrannical training method, he actually managed to withstand it. Haha, through my training, his probability of death in future life and death battles will be much lower, Zhang Lun proudly said. How to remain calm during battle? How? Without enough experience, you can pretend to be calm with words, but your heart won't be able to settle down. Zhang Lun was about to launch into another lengthy talk. Stop. If you continue, I'm going to hit you, Li Yong glared, and Zhang Lun immediately closed his mouth. You're the dean, you're impressive, can't I just walk away if I don't want to provoke you? After seeing off Zhang Lun, in the office. With Li Yuan's current strength, Li Yong looked at various combat scenes of Li Yuan on the holographic screen, still doing the combat assessment with the freshmen? No. That's no challenge at all. To the fourth base then, Li Yong decided. Kunlun Martial Arts University's combat assessment bases numbered 5 in total. The weakest Star Realm creatures were in the first base, while the strongest were in the 5th base. Which base the students attended for assessments was not determined by grade, but by strength. The 4th base? Normally, it was reserved for third-year students. July 29th. Villa number 61032. My combat assessment base is the number 4 base? Li Yuan looked at the message on the smart ring with a bit of surprise. Clicking, he reviewed the detailed information. The number 4 base, Star Realm creatures level, mostly at 13th level, with a possibility of reaching 14th level? Li Yuan instinctively glanced at his Divine Palace panel. Life level, 11.3, first rank, fist strength, 2,250 kilograms. Speed, 27.1 meters per second. Spiritual power, 18.4 level. Spiritual awakening level, 12.8%, current limit 20%. Skill realm. Spear technique, 4th level 53%, movement technique, 4th level 42%, fist technique, 4th level 55%. Departure tomorrow. The highest, asking me to fight nearly 3 levels up? Li Yuan murmured to himself, they really think highly of me. Each year, for students whose physical quality has not reached level 15, Kunlun Martial Arts University prepares 2 combat assessments. One is at the end of July each year. One is at the end of February each year. Both are in the first month after the start of school. The combat assessment does not discriminate by grade level but is based on each person's skills and physical quality, allowing entry to the 1st to 5th combat assessment bases. It ensures that the students participating in the same combat assessment base have a not-so-disparate strength from each other. Basically, those who participate in the combat assessments are freshmen up to junior students, and a few seniors. Seniors, almost none. Because, after 4 to 5 years of university cultivation, even if the skills have not yet broken through to the 4th level, reaching above level 15 in physical quality is not considered difficult. Physical quality reaching level 15, they are no longer participating in combat assessments. Instead, they begin to enter various star realms, to engage in life and death adventures. Level 15, coupled with 3rd stage high rank, or even 3rd stage perfection skills, is already strong enough. In many battles within the 1st level star realm, they can play a huge role. On the morning of July 30th, students from each institute have already selected suitable weapons from the armory. Li Yuan still followed the usual routine, a long spear over 2 meters, plus a long knife, and a short knife. There were also protective clothing, battle boots, and soft armor, etc. All of them were of the highest order of the 1st rank. Both their defensive capabilities and toughness were extremely strong. Brother Yuan, you're going to the fourth base? And Nong was surprised inside, but showed no emotion on the surface. What? Brother Yuan is going to the fourth base, aren't we all going to the first base? I'm in the first base. I'm also in the first base. Can our institute's group total score still be achieved? Suddenly, freshmen from the 6th Institute began discussing in low voices. They weren't panicking. They had assumed that Li Yuan would lead them to slaughter their way through the first base. This past month, Li Yuan actually failed to fulfill the Big Brother's responsibilities. But with Ji Yu Chang'an and Anong coordinating in the middle, there was no problem. Martial Arts University, unlike a cultural university, does not engage in various activities. The students' main focus is on cultivating themselves. What is there to discuss? Ji Yu Chang'an said in a deep voice. I've looked into it, and there are more than just Brother Yuan going to higher level bases. Yang Hong, Wu Luo, are the same. Ji Yu Chang'an's voice was resolute. They are all going to the second base. Brother Yuan going to the fourth base exactly shows his extraordinary strength. Ji Yu Chang'an's eyes swept over. Any problem with that? The crowd fell quiet immediately. They were simply having a discussion. Moreover, Li Yuan, as a freshman, making it to the fourth base on his first combat assessment, spoke for itself. Everyone need not worry too much. Yesterday, I had already studied the rules, and Nong said smiling. In the combat assessments, the group scores for the 8 institutes are by grade level. Every institute adds the total scores of the top 200 students from each grade level, similar to the rules of the entrance competition, and Nong explained. What does that mean? Even if Brother Yuan goes to the fourth base, his score will ultimately be added to our freshman group total, and Nong said. Many classmates listened silently. Indeed. Calculating it this way, where Li Yuan goes seems to make little difference to the group score. Furthermore, we must realize, Brother Yuan going to the fourth base is actually to our advantage, and Nong continued. Even though the individual contribution to the group total score has a cap of 200 points, meaning even if someone gets 10,000 points, they can only be listed in the personal rankings, contributing only 200 points when added to the group score. Li Yuan watched Nong's performance. The individual contribution to the group score capped at 200 points prevents a single super genius from being too strong and hurting the competitive spirit of the majority of students. But you all need to think, if Brother Yuan stayed in the first base, killing one would earn only 1 point. How difficult would it be to get 200 points? His excessive slaughter would also lower our killing efficiency, and Nong shook his head, then suddenly raised his voice. But Brother Yuan going to the fourth base, casually killing one would be worth dozens of points, easily achieving 200 points. Securing the highest score. Remember, Brother Yuan going to the fourth base is not only for himself but also for us, and Nong said excitedly. Brother Yuan is training so hard and diligently. Should we just expect to rely on him? What's the difference between that and being useless? We are the Honorable 6th Institute. With Brother Yuan's full score as our foundation, couldn't we take first place for our year? And Nong's voice grew more impassioned. All brothers and sisters, tell me, what is our goal? First. In front of the Hailong building, a tsunami of cheers erupted in an instant. These students didn't necessarily agree with Nong's words, nor did they truly believe that Li Yuan could command them just because he was Big Brother, but if they could benefit together, why not shout a slogan? This scene made the older students from the 6th Institute in the distance exchange glances. Such unity. The freshmen are far more united than us, the sophomores and juniors. That junior called Li Yuan really has a way with people. He can twist so many people into a single thread, or at least on the surface, they all seem to agree. That's already quite impressive, discussed these older 6th Institute students casually. In a month since enrolling, Li Yuan's fame at Kunlun Martial University had grown significantly. At least, almost all students from the 6th Institute on campus had basically recognized Li Yuan. Shortly thereafter, everyone went underground in turn, according to the combat assessment base they were headed to. Here, just like at Zhongbei Martial University, was an exceedingly large train station platform. One by one, trains were stationed here. Li Yuan left the freshman team, even bypassing the main team of sophomores. By the sequence number, he boarded one of the innermost trains. Junior brother? Are you sure you're not in the wrong place? Are you going to the fourth base? The students on the train were somewhat surprised. Yes. He's Li Yuan. Get it? A slightly plump female student glanced at another student from a different institute in their third year and made faces at Li Yuan. Li Yuan. Junior brother. Hello. I'm also from the 6th Institute, Wang Chan. Senior sister. Hello. Li Yuan smiled slightly, having some impression of the girl in front of him. They had met twice before in the Hailong building. Li Yuan? He's Li Yuan? Just joined the academy and already going to the fourth base with us after 1 month of practice? His physical quality can't be that high, right? These students couldn't help but take a few more glances at Li Yuan. Obviously, most of them had heard of Li Yuan and knew that his skill level was extremely high. But, in actual combat, it's not just about skill level, physical quality is even more important. How strong can the physical quality of a freshman just entering school be? Without hesitation, Li Yuan's thoughts moved, and he had already inquired about the physical quality of several senior students around him. 12.8, 13.2, 13.5, 13.0, 12.9. 5 people. The physical quality of each one was around level 13, with the highest even reaching level 13.5. At level 13, the standard burst speed is 36 meters per second, and standard fist strength exceeds 5,000 kilograms, Li Yuan silently lamented. Which means, the physical strength of these senior brothers and sisters, mainly third-year students, in front of him was basically double or even triple his own. Fortunately, the gap in speed wasn't that outrageous. With the advantage of my skills, I can still fight, Li Yuan thought to himself. Although my own strength is much weaker, but the instantaneous burst is also several thousand kilograms. If I hit a critical point, it will be fatal or severely injurious either way. Fourth base, combat assessment rules. Firstly, fratricide is not allowed, the burly military officer on the screen said coldly. Secondly, the entire combat assessment will last 2 days and 2 nights. Sixthly, creatures from the star realm below level 10.0 do not count for points. Killing creatures between levels 10.0 to 11.9 garners 1 point. Killing creatures between levels 12.0 to 12.9 earns 5 points. Killing creatures between levels 13.0 to 13.9 earns 30 points. Creatures of level 14 in the star realm are extremely rare, and killing one earns 200 points. Finally, to remind you, the combat assessment field is extremely large, with a diameter of 500 kilometers, and your strengths are already very formidable, the burly officer continued coldly. If you encounter life-threatening danger, even if you call for help immediately, the small drones in the sky might not be able to neutralize the enemy, and it would take at least a minute or more for adequate support forces to arrive, normally 5 to 10 minutes. Be very careful. Swipe. The screen ended. The train sped forward, everyone seated on chairs on both sides, resting in silence. Li Yuan did the same. The real combat assessment at the fourth base is indeed completely different from what I experienced at Zhongbei Martial University, Li Yuan mused to himself. The last combat assessment had participants of generally lower strength and spanned only 100 kilometers. Therefore, the military base could easily control everyone's whereabouts to ensure their safety. But this time, firstly, even though there were just over 1,000 participants, the assessment area was several tens of times larger, making surveillance exponentially more challenging. Secondly, the participants' strength had surged, with level 13 martial artists capable of covering tens of meters with a single explosive dash. How could they save anyone in a life and death struggle? Mainly, they had to rely on themselves. Perhaps, this is what the higher echelons of human civilization intend, Li Yuan thought to himself. If an average student transitioned gradually from the first to the fifth combat assessment base, starting with full protection, but ending with hardly any, they were being brought closer to real combat scenarios. To be trained to the greatest extent possible, however, casualties are inevitable. Li Yuan recalled the data list he had seen a few days earlier. Each year, each institute starts with about 250 freshmen, but by graduation, there are often fewer than 200. Why? They die in the repeated combat assessments, honed by life and death experiences. This is the path of a full-time martial artist. Just by graduation, the mortality rate exceeds 20%, not to mention those who join the front lines of the Star Realm Wars after graduation. Teacher, since you've placed me in the 4th base, it means you trust that I can win. Li Yuan gripped his long spear and closed his eyes to rest. On the large aircraft. Li Yong, have you gone mad? His physical quality is only level 11 and some, and you're letting him into the 4th base? The sole female vice dean of the 6th Institute raged. Dean Shu. Don't be angry, Li Yong said with a smile. Isn't it because I see his potential is great enough? Only by pushing him to his limits can we extract his potential, and he is also my honorary disciple. I would not be reckless. One should extract potential, but not send one to their death, Vice Dean Shu said coldly. Do you not know the dangers of the 4th base? There are creatures up to level 14 from the Star Realm. Level 14 confronting level 11, the disparity in speed and strength is enormous. It's almost instant annihilation. Dean Shu was indeed angry. Although she hadn't directly taught Li Yuan, she still cared quite a bit. In her eyes, Li Yong was playing with fire. Don't be angry, I have arranged for his absolute protection in secret. Li Yong laughed. If he truly encounters danger, we will have him retreat at the first opportunity. Fine. If Li Yuan really dies in there, I will file a complaint against you to Principal Fang, Dean Shu said coldly. That Fan Jin is a madman, and you're just as crazy from spending so much time with him. 3 hours later, amid waves of discomfort and pain, the train finally entered a mysterious star realm. Which star realm exactly? Li Yuan wasn't sure. Getting off the train. So many big trees. A jungle. The legendary 4th Combat Assessment Base. This is my first visit. All the students alighted from the train. Most of them were here for the first time. There's a sun in the sky, just seems a bit smaller. It seems, this star realm's environment isn't much different from Blue Star, Li Yuan also observed. There aren't any particularly tall mountains, but hills are everywhere. Combined with the hundreds of meters tall trees seen everywhere, the environment is complex. A quarter of an hour later, Li Yuan and the other participants sat in a fully enclosed small aircraft and entered the combat assessment field. Half an hour later, boom rumble, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the hatch opened, and Li Yuan was the 6th to be dropped from the aircraft. Dropping from dozens of meters in the air, he landed nimbly on a large tree's canopy, like a monkey, and with a few quick moves, reached the ground. The aircraft quickly departed. Noon at 12 o'clock, the combat assessment officially starts. Li Yuan glanced at the positioning ring in his hand. It ends at noon the day after tomorrow. It would last 48 hours. Go. Li Yuan picked a direction at random and headed deep into the dense forest. Many details about the 4th base had already been given to the participating fighters by the school. But it was only geographical information. What exactly the Star Realm creatures here were, Li Yuan and the others weren't too clear on, only knowing there were humanoid creatures as well as beasts. They could only search slowly, after advancing more than 10 li. Suddenly, as if sensing it in advance, Li Yuan, who was proceeding normally, suddenly had a sharp glint in his eyes. Boom! His movement speed surged instantly. He stepped down forcefully, and the huge dried wood under his foot instantly shattered, his body shooting out like a fired cannonball. An enemy! Roar! From within a section of the hillside, which had appeared to blend seamlessly with it, a massive exotic beast suddenly realized it had been exposed. It opened its huge maw to pounce and kill Li Yuan. It was over 3 meters long, and its body and limbs were very much like a crocodile's, only far more agile. The two passed each other in an instant. Kill! In the instant of crossing paths, Li Yuan, as if foreknowing, deftly avoided the enemy's attack. His long spear erupted in an instant, with a swift straight thrust. Whoosh! Whoosh! Multiple spear shadows were illuminated. Peef! The spear was sharp, directly piercing through the skull of the Star Realm creature. The spear was then retracted in an instant. Bang! The massive body of the Star Realm creature fell heavily onto the dry wood, making a loud noise, with countless splinters flying everywhere. You have killed an entry-rank creature, received spiritual nature nourishment, spiritual awakening level has reached 14.0%. A reminder flashed on the Divine Palace panel in an instant. Level 12.1 Star Realm creature, comparable to the Moon Demon Wolf King the first killed before, level increased by 1.2% in one go. Li Yuan's eyes brightened. Which meant, just by killing 7 or 8 similar Star Realm creatures, his spiritual awakening level could reach 20%. Having reached a 20% level of spiritual awakening, could another influx of origin power be possible? Li Yuan was not sure. I've got to try, at least get to the 20% limit first, Li Yuan murmured to himself. He couldn't help but glance at the Star Realm creature lying on the ground. It seemed small in stature, not even as big as a regular tiger, but its movements were swift and flexible. That kind of explosive power and speed were hard to come by in the animals on Blue Star. A beast-like alien race. Wonder which star realm it comes from, Li Yuan muttered. Did the military capture it? Entering university for a month, with 2 general knowledge courses each week, teachers would disclose various secrets. These were hard to come by on the internet. To avoid mass panic, many details were relatively confidential. Li Yuan was clear that the star realms on the 7 great planets of human civilization, combined, amounted to at least several hundred, if not 1,000. However, most star realms are in a silent state, either due to entrance restrictions, or because the other side has yet to detect the existence of the star realm, or they do not wish to start a war just yet. Meaning the alien races behind the star realms and humankind were generally at peace, like the Moon Demon Star Realm and Moon Demon Civilization. The second type was the ordinary hostile state, like the Fish Spirit Star Realm, where the hostility of the alien civilization behind it is not small, but due to many restrictions, a large-scale war cannot be initiated. The third type was the war state, like the Rob Sea Star Realm and its alien civilization, clashing with human civilization time and again with devastating wars. The fourth type was the arch-enemy state, indicating the star realm is of very high level, and the alien race behind it was capable of instigating wars that could destroy human civilization and had indeed launched such wars, only to be repelled by human civilization. Star realms of the arch-enemy status were mainly concentrated in Feixing. Star realms are special zones formed where different worlds touch the 7-star sea. Many alien civilizations want to invade the 7-star sea to destroy our human race, Li Yuan whispered to himself, but we are also constantly counter-attacking, even capturing a large number of star realm creatures. Like the combat assessment, organized by martial arts universities each year. Could the massive number of star realm creatures that are killed be naturally bred? Of course not. Most of them are captured by the strong among the human race to be used as practice by the younger generation of martial artists. In ordinary martial arts universities, 99% of graduates do not reach level 15 by graduation, so the mortality rate can be kept below 10%. But what about Kunlun Martial University? After undergoing numerous combat assessments, once the physical quality reaches level 15, one must enter the star realm to directly participate in the war. Ultimately, only then can a powerful martial artist who has withstood the test of life and death be cultivated with a super low mortality rate of less than 20%. Strong body? High skills? These do not qualify one as a martial artist. Being fearless in the face of danger, calmly facing life and death, decisive in killing, that is the kind of martial artist needed by human civilization, which requires ample tempering. To Li Yuan's knowledge, 100 years ago, ordinary martial artists, without undergoing repeated and progressively more dangerous combat assessments, often went directly to star realm battlefields. A venture of life and death resulted in an ordinary martial artist mortality rate of over 30% or even 50% as the norm. Let's continue. The current combat assessments can only be considered as uncomfortably bright sunshine entering a greenhouse. Li Yuan gripped his long spear tightly and continued to venture deeper into the forest. Occasionally, Li Yuan would climb to the canopy of a large tree to scout the environment further away. However, with nothing but rolling hills and tall trees, traditional high ground was not to be found. The effort was of little use. 3 hours later, nearly 20 kilometers away from where Li Yuan landed, there was a light rain falling from the sky. on a gentle slope covered with dense woods and rugged stones. Several large ferocious beasts resembling lynxes, with skins like leopard spots glistening and sleek, extremely agile, were roaring and besieging Li Yuan, who held a long spear. Their roars echoed in the woods. Nearby, several large trees had been knocked down and even some giant stones shattered. In a valley crevice nearby, there lay 2 large beast carcasses and 5 smaller ones. So ferocious, and they live in groups, Li Yuan felt a headache coming on. Each one's burst speed is so fast. Level 13 Star Realm creatures are indeed fierce. Just before, Li Yuan had inadvertently entered this group of exotic beasts' den and was under attack by 2 female beasts. He quickly killed them all. However, Li Yuan had not yet managed to withdraw when he was confronted by 4 more exotic beasts attacking him in unison. The lowest among them had a life level of 12.6. The biggest one, clearly the leader, had a life level well above 13. As one advances in the martial path, a difference of 1 level makes a clear gap in physical quality. Roar! Roar! The 4 exotic beasts took turns attacking, attempting to take down Li Yuan. Whoosh! Whoosh! Compared to the exotic beasts' bursts, Li Yuan's movements were not particularly fast, but they were exceptionally agile, as he time after time deftly dodged their attacks. To withstand their attacks head-on, with the terrifying force of the exotic beast's strikes, Li Yuan would be injured if he took a single hit. After 2, he would be coughing up blood. What Li Yuan relied on was the absolute control over his body after achieving unity of body and mind. The dragon movement technique made him as agile as the wind, almost completely blending into the surroundings. Huff! Li Yuan, who kept dodging, swung his long spear time and again. Though his body moved slower, it did not mean his weapon was slow. Li Yuan's long spear unleashed violent bursts in an instant. With each thrust, he would wound an exotic beast, causing blood to splatter. This was also the reason why all 4 exotic beasts were extremely wary of him. They are extremely intelligent with strong combat instincts. It's hard for my spear to hit a vital spot with 1 strike, Li Yuan thought. He could easily spot the flaws in the exotic beasts' attacks and dodges, but their speed made it hard to seize the opportunity. Time passed. After attacking several times in a row, 2 of the exotic beasts were badly injured and their blood flowed freely as their strength greatly diminished. Boom! Another spear thrust out like lightning. This time, instead of dodging, he faced the attack head-on. With a flick of his long spear in hand, it roared out and pierced through the neck of the exotic beast like lightning. Whoosh! The long spear was retracted, and blood sprayed. As he pulled out the spear, Li Yuan flexed his waist and bent backwards sharply, the spearhead turning 180 degrees in a fierce thrust. Turnabout spear. Peefed. The long spear thrust straight in, piercing directly through the strongest exotic beast's neck, reaching deep into its guts. Roar! The beast struggled with all its might, its body shivering violently in excruciating pain, sensing its life rapidly draining away as it tried to swipe at Li Yuan with its sharp claws. However, Li Yuan's chosen long spear was 2.5 meters long, giving him an absolute advantage in distance. Piercing sound, the long spear was retracted, bringing out a large amount of blood, and the exotic beast's body finally ceased moving. Even though he confirmed the beast's death, a gentleman wouldn't stand under a dangerous wall, so Li Yuan quickly moved out of the attack range. Roar! Huff! Seeing their leader killed by Li Yuan in a single encounter, the remaining 2 exotic beasts sensed danger and began to flee at an extremely fast pace. Li Yuan didn't pursue, although his strong skills meant that the special terrain of the forest limited him very little. But those exotic beasts were physically far superior and very fast. If they were determined to flee, it would be difficult for Li Yuan to stop them. You have killed an entry-rank creature, gaining spiritual nature nourishment. Spiritual awakening level reaches 19.2%. Divine Palace's panel flashed a series of reminders. Just a bit more to go? Li Yuan revealed a hint of a smile. In just a few hours, he had only encountered 3 battles. But just in this last battle alone, Li Yuan had slain 4 adult exotic beasts and a few younger ones, bringing his spiritual awakening level close to 20%. That's right, even killing those weaker younglings added to his spiritual nature nourishment. In the act of slaughter, Li Yuan showed no mercy. Show mercy? Think of his uncle, think of his deceased parents, think of the scenes he's seen in class and in films. Over a decade of education had made it clear to Li Yuan. Being merciful to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Total points. Li Yuan glanced at the score ranking on the positioning ring. Points. 56 base ranking, 174 grade ranking. 1 note. Combat assessment 10 points requirement fulfilled. Just now the grade ranking was at 16, Li Yuan revealed a touch of a smile, and now I've rushed to the first place. Li Yuan understood. In different combat assessment bases, the same strength alien lifeforms were worth different points. If it was the first base, alien lifeforms above level 12.5 would count as 200 points. But in the fourth base, only alien lifeforms above level 14 would account for 200 points. Those below level 10 didn't count at all. Unfair, isn't it? Yes, it's unfair. But this is the purpose of Kunlun Martial University's combat assessment. If your physical quality is higher and your strength is stronger, then naturally, the requirements of the combat assessment will be higher. Base ranking 174. Li Yuan wasn't too concerned about this ranking, which indicated his position among the more than 1,000 students at the fourth base. This ranking was already quite good, especially since Li Yuan's physical quality was definitely the last. All I need is to get first in the grade to receive the 3 million reward, Li Yuan muttered. After briefly discerning the direction, Li Yuan moved towards where the 2 exotic beasts had fled. Luck be with me. I might still run into them. As long as I kill one more, my spiritual awakening level will reach 20%, Li Yuan thought with anticipation. 1,000 kilometers away from the 4th combat assessment base, a massive war fortress stood. On the 3rd floor, inside a conference room, they're performing quite well, more mature, one remarked. It's about time they matured, another replied. Most of them have gone through 3 or 4 combat assessments. If they still can't face life and death battles calmly, they're simply too weak, several of Kunlun Martial University's teachers commented while tapping their light screens, constantly switching their observation targets. Each combat assessment was a chance for students to grow. How is it going? One asked. This kid can fully adapt even in the 4th base, President Li said in a low voice, laughing as he pointed at the advancing Li Yuan on the screen. There were numerous high-altitude drones on patrol. Together with the positioning bracelets worn by each person, and the many surveillance cameras spread throughout the combat assessment base, they ensured every student was monitored, accurately recording their scores. Indeed very calm, remarked one. If he can hold his ground in Zhang Lun's combat training sessions, earning Zhang Lun's approval, his combat skills must be incredibly strong, Dean Shu said, her usually taut face relaxing a bit. He is calm in battle. His moves are clean and crisp, without any hesitation. His ability to track movements and understand terrain is also quite impressive. Doesn't look like an 18-year-old student at all. Has he only been through 1 combat assessment? Dean Shu spoke softly. Yes, just once, Li Yong responded with a smile, but I also have to remind you, he's not even 18 yet. Also, he continued, don't treat him like a child. His willpower is astoundingly strong, Li Yong said with a sense of admiration. 1 month, 5 spiritual washings. Would a normal prime warrior even withstand that? Dean Shu was startled, seeming a bit surprised. 1 month, 5 spiritual washings? Really? She knew the pain of the spiritual washing. In fact, many martial path prodigies had attempted it, but most couldn't endure the agony and, due to the high cost and relatively low benefit, eventually gave up. Of course it's true. I also found it hard to believe when I first heard, Li Yong said with emotion, watching the young man on the screen, but he indeed did it. He hasn't been through much, and yet he has such terrifying willpower. It's a bit eerie. Perhaps, this what it means to be a genius. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in a dense forest. Boom. Boom. Explosion-like sounds. Quick. 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 Li Yuan dashed through the woods like lightning. cursing himself for not having an extra pair of legs as he sprinted through the chaos of rocks and trees. His speed had burst beyond 25 meters per second. If it were an ordinary person, their speed would be halved in such complex terrain, but it barely affected Li Yuan. That was why he had been able to escape so far. Woo woo woo. Ha! Roar. Behind Li Yuan, over a dozen humanoid aliens were crazily chasing after him, each of them moving at an incredible speed. They were all over 3 meters tall with skin like hardened limestone, appearing like great rock humanoids at first glance. Some wielded sharp stone weapons and wooden spears. Others constantly picked up large rocks and, with thousands of kilograms of force erupting, hurled them like cannonballs towards Li Yuan, who was fleeing at the front. Rock Desert Tribe. The humanoids here are the legendary stone people, Li Yuan thought angrily, but he was helpless to do anything about it. In Sha country, especially in Zhongbei province, the Fish Spirit clan is well known. Similarly, so is the Rock Desert Tribe. This is an extremely brutal alien tribe with rock-like skin, tough and durable bodies, towering in height, accustomed to living in desert and Gobi environments. They had caused tremendous damage to Sha country in the past and were nicknamed the Stone People. Li Yuan didn't expect that the humanoid aliens in the combat assessment at the 4th base would turn out to be the Rock Desert Tribe. Pom pom pom. Li Yuan frantically dodged the bombardment of those large stones. The boulders smashed into trees, creating huge gaps or even breaking them. Li Yuan made inquiries at the first chance he got. This group of Rock Desert Tribe members, most of them surpassed level 13, the weakest being at 12.6. Combined with their natural intelligence and proficiency with weapons. If he were to fight head-on, even if he could kill a few, Li Yuan would surely die. He would at least need to call for backup. So, Li Yuan's first choice was to run. What Li Yuan wasn't expecting, however, was that this group of Rock Desert Tribe would pursue him so relentlessly. Luckily, the forest wasn't their natural habitat, and the complex terrain greatly limited their speed, hindering them from utilizing their physical advantages. But as time passed, the distance between them was closing. How much longer will they chase after running for several kilometers? Li Yuan cursed in his heart, while also quickly scanning his surroundings, multitasking. He wanted to find a suitable battlefield. Preferably, it would limit the enemy's long-range attacks and their numerical advantage. Finding such a place wasn't easy. Suddenly, "Junior brother, don't panic," a crisp voice whistled, exploding from a nearby cliff. Boom! A nimble figure shot into the sky, with legs forcefully propelling her upward, charging like a cannonball towards the Rock Desert Tribe members rushing down. It was a woman. In her hands were 2 short battle axes, resembling 2 small shields. Sister Chu? Be careful, Li Yuan instantly recognized her. It was the sophomore sister from President Li's class, Chu Jing. She was one of only 2 sophomore students at the 6th Institute who had reached the 4th level of skill. Her physical quality was at 12.9. In the sophomore ranks of the 8 major institutes, Chu Jing's skill and combat ability were both in the top 20. Because of their close age, their strengths were more comparable. Therefore, Li Yuan and Chu Jing were quite familiar with each other and had a good relationship. Boom! With a battle axe in hand and movements as fast as lightning, Chu Jing swiftly dodged several times before directly confronting the strongest one among them, a Rock Desert Tribe member with a physical quality of 13.6. The two sides clashed. Rumble! The terrifying battle ensued with splashes of blood. Several weaker members of the Rock Desert Tribe were decapitated, their severed limbs scattering. Roar! A few powerful members of the Rock Desert Tribe roared angrily, preparing to retreat, realizing the terrifying combat prowess of the small-framed alien before them. Their skills were too sophisticated, they couldn't lay a hand on her. Trying to leave? Chu Jing's voice was cold. As a 4th-level master, she unified her vigor in an explosive manner. Slaughtering these Rock Desert Tribe members, who were close in life level, was a massacre. Rumble! After more than a dozen clashes, accompanied by a dazzling axe glow, the strongest Rock Desert Tribe member's chest was instantly sliced open by the sharp battle axe. Its head was then chopped off, it fell to the ground. Roar, whimper. Boom! the remaining Rock Desert Tribe members finally scattered frantically. Chu Jing quickly pursued them. So strong, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel impressed as he watched the scene. In terms of skills alone, he was far superior to Chu Jing. But the gap in physical quality was too great. Against this group of Rock Desert Tribe members, he could only flee. Even with 4th level skills, the limitations to the moves and the bonus they offer ultimately had their limits. Just half a minute later, whoosh! Chu Jing, with her 2 blood-stained short axes, landed next to Li Yuan. Her body was smeared with blood, appearing like a war goddess. "Junior brother, aren't you going to thank me?" Chu Jing looked at Li Yuan, smiling, without a trace of the ferocity from the battle. "Thanks, sister," Li Yuan smiled. "Sister is really incredible, killing those Rock Desert Tribe members like slicing through vegetables." "It's nothing, they're just captured and placed here without even proper weapons." Chu Jing shook her head. "If they were real Rock Desert Tribe warriors, armed with metal weapons, they would be much harder to kill." Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, many alien races of the Star Realm, especially humanoids, were as civilized as the human race, with a highly developed culture and a plethora of weapons for aid. Physical quality may seem the same, but the strength could be completely different. "How did you manage to run into the heart of the Rock Desert Tribe's activity area?" Chu Jing asked curiously. Really? Li Yuan was taken aback. He had no idea. "From here, if you head east for about 15 kilometers, you'll reach a large tribe of the Rock Desert Tribe within the combat assessment area," Chu Jing said with a smile. "I estimate there are over 200 warriors, and their leader is above level 14. Level 14? Li Yuan felt a wave of relief. Level 14, with fist strength exceeding 8,000 kilograms, is several times stronger than level 13. Luckily, he had not encountered them. Haha, it's normal that you don't know. I only found out after some inquiry and it was not easy to shake off that leader's pursuit," Chu Jing said with a sigh. "You are also impressive, just into the 1st year, and you were able to hold on at the 4th base. Without senior sister's rescue, I probably would have been eliminated already," Li Yuan said with a smile. "Without me, another kilometer ahead there is a cliff. With your strength, you also had a chance to escape," Chu Jing said with a smile. "All right, take a detour on your own. Stay away from the Rock Desert Tribe's territory, and be careful afterward. We'll talk more when we get back to school." "Okay, sister, you also take care," Li Yuan nodded, not expecting her to accompany him anyway. The gap in their strengths was evident. Moreover, this was a combat assessment. Both parties' goals were to gain more points, so separating was the best decision. He watched as Chu Jing departed into the distance. Chu Jing's senior sister, ranked 8th at the 4th base. Li Yuan glanced at the ranking on his locator bracelet. Heeding senior sister Chu Jing's advice, Li Yuan changed directions, avoiding the Rock Desert Tribe's territory. An hour later, the sky gradually darkened, 6 kilometers away, on a small desolate plain. Peef! An exotic beast resembling a lynx was pierced through the throat by Li Yuan, and its huge body crashed heavily onto the barren ground. "You have killed an entry-rank creature, gained spiritual nature nourishment, spiritual awakening level has reached 20%. You have reached the limit of spiritual awakening, temporarily unable to receive spiritual nature nourishment. Once your spiritual power reaches level 20, you can break the limit. Spiritual awakening level has reached 20%. Second origin power assimilation initiated." The Divine Palace panel flashed with 3 notifications in an instant. Li Yuan immediately noticed them. Sure enough, at 10% there was one instance of origin power infusion, and now at 20%, there is another. Thoughts flashed rapidly through Li Yuan's mind. So, spiritual power must reach level 20 to break through the limit of spiritual awakening? Before Li Yuan could contemplate further, he suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, this is different from last time. Because, merely 3 seconds after the Divine Palace's reminder, Li Yuan felt a series of slight headaches, as if some mysterious force was infiltrating from his head into his limbs and throughout his body. The sensation was very strange. Immediately after, Li Yuan could feel a mysterious force gradually seeping into his limbs and body from the outside, and his pores seemed to feel a bit hot. It was origin power. The first origin power infusion required my guidance, but this second infusion has started on its own. Li Yuan quickly realized, this is bad. I am definitely under the school's surveillance right now. Without any hesitation, whoosh, Li Yuan grabbed his long spear, his figure dashed away like lightning, swiftly lunging toward the distance. A few hundred meters away, there was a small cave beneath a cliff, the very place Li Yuan had chosen for his overnight stay. In barely 20 seconds, Li Yuan felt his body getting hotter and hotter. Boom! He threw the long spear, which flew out like an arrow, piercing deeply into the cave wall. Phew! He drew his combat saber, leapt into the air, and several flashes of the blade swept past. The trees next to the cave were instantly chopped into sections and fell. Then, Li Yuan quickly dragged these trees to the cave, erected them across each other, and barely sealed the cave entrance. Li Yuan, holding the combat saber, then rushed into the cave and placed a tree segment down. It practically sealed the already narrow entrance. Even if an alien race comes, I still have some preparations, at least giving me 2 seconds more to respond. Li Yuan clenched his teeth and sat down on the ground. Moreover, the teachers can't directly observe me now. The origin power infusion had barely started a minute ago. He took a deep breath. Origin power infusion. Li Yuan calmed down completely, and his powerful spiritual power began guiding the surging origin power that was entering his body. This time, the origin power infusion was more abundant and purer than the last. Evolve. My muscles and bones. Li Yuan could clearly feel that every part of his body was voraciously absorbing the origin power. Muscles became stronger, skin more resilient, bones more solid, and the vitality of his internal organs increased. Your life level has increased from 11.3 to 11.4. As night fell completely, the surroundings were utterly quiet, and time passed. From 11.8 to 11.9, accompanied by notifications from the Divine Palace panel. Li Yuan's body began yet another grand transformation. Seated with legs crossed in the depths of the cave, the narrowest entrance was sealed with sections of cut wood. There are no other lives in the cave, no danger. Li Yuan's spiritual power was immensely strong, combined with his unique, Divine Palace inquiry. If there had been any life in the cave, he would have detected it long ago. This was also why he could easily discover the crocodile exotic beast at the very beginning. The body's transformation is really fast. Li Yuan closed his eyes and could clearly feel the constant transformation of his physical quality. The evolution was so rapid that Li Yuan's body was slightly feverish and sore. The drastic growth of physical quality was essentially a repeated tearing and reconstitution of the body's muscles, bones, and flesh. But with Li Yuan's strong will, enduring such pain was relatively easy. In the first 3 hours, I improved by about 0.5 levels. In this 1 hour, about 0.1 level. It seems much slower from the perspective of life level, but in terms of body strength, there's even a faintly accelerating trend, Li Yuan mused to himself. The difference in life level becomes more astonishing the higher one goes. For example, from level 10.0 to 11.0, the standard fist strength difference is 500 kilograms. But from level 18.0 to 19.0, the standard fist strength difference is 14,000 kilograms. This is the reason many martial artists improve to level 15 or 16 during the few short years in university, but struggle to reach level 19 even after 20 years of postgraduate cultivation. It was also the reason why Chu Jing, despite seemingly lesser skills than Li Yuan, could slaughter a group of Rock Desert Tribe warriors because his physical quality was 1.6 levels higher. The fist strength of level 12.9 was more than double that of 11.3. The difference in skills wasn't huge, and Chu Jing's overall strength was more than 5 times higher than Li Yuan's, naturally enabling him to massacre at will. After entering the entry rank, every 1 to 2 level increase in life level doubles the body's standard fist strength. Spiritual. Li Yuan's spiritual power was much stronger than before. He left part of his consciousness to sense external dangers while a fraction of it had already entered the spiritual world. He went directly inside the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. As Li Yuan had expected, inside the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, the previously vanished white jade staircase reappeared. Wisps of golden mist were continuously falling from the upper space reached by the staircase, merging into the ground of the divine palace. As this golden mist, which I sense emanating from my brain, guiding origin power into my body, the mysterious power that I'm feeling, what exactly is it? Li Yuan pondered. Suddenly, in the staircase, a small amount of the golden mist that was originally just merging into the ground separated and merged directly into Li Yuan's consciousness. Boom! As with the almost identical experience before, Li Yuan's consciousness felt like it was struck by thunder, becoming groggy again, and the entire spiritual world turned into an endless dark space. The dark space again? Li Yuan's spiritual power was much stronger than before, barely maintaining his clarity, and he had a clear perception of the changes in the spiritual world. He perceived countless stars suddenly appearing out of nowhere, beginning to nourish his conscious mind. Your soul has been nourished, spiritual power has increased from level 18.4 to 18.5, unbeknownst to him, a divine palace prompt appeared. Just as I suspected, this golden mist, it can nourish and improve my spiritual power as well as lead origin power into my body. Li Yuan realized, silently experiencing the dual enhancement of physical quality and spiritual power. At the same time, in the dark space where his consciousness resided, seeking dust, finding the minuscule, merging to become one, the essence of the sun and the moon forges the spiritual foundation. That grand and vast voice once again echoed in the dark space. Familiar voices, familiar text, spiritual foundation. Li Yuan was moved. During the last origin power infusion, his consciousness fell into a deep sleep, with only faint awareness. But this time, he could clearly feel the mysterious fluctuations contained within this ancient and vast voice. It was extremely profound, seemingly representing some ultimate truth. Stars. Gradually, as he listened to this vast voice, Li Yuan's consciousness faintly saw, in the endless darkness, what seemed to be dark stars beginning to emit light. They became brighter and more dazzling. The number of illuminated stars increased. From the initial dozens, they slowly became hundreds, thousands. A large number of illuminated stars formed all kinds of strange trajectories, twinkling in the dark space. Stars like threads. Li Yuan had a realization and subconsciously tried to memorize these strange stellar trajectories as much as possible. This action was very draining, making Li Yuan's consciousness even more groggy, as though he was about to sink into a deep sleep. While Li Yuan was hiding in the cave with his body quality and spiritual power constantly improving. In the war fortress of the Star Realm he was in, within a 3-layered meeting room. What is Li Yuan up to? He's been hiding in the cave for over 6 hours now. President Li was somewhat perplexed. Isn't that your problem? Dean Shu shook his head. My problem? President Li was taken aback. Seriously, do you expect him to fight and slaughter all night? Dean Shu shook his head and said, his physical quality is the lowest among the students at the 4th base. Night visibility is hindered. If he were to go out and forcefully hunt and battle, it would be even more dangerous. It's better to hide, rest well, and slaughter during the day. This shows he has self-awareness and isn't reckless. Dean Shu continued, I have high hopes for him. All right then. President Li nodded, also feeling that Dean Shu had a point. However, he clearly remembered that when Li Yuan hid in the cave, there was still over an hour before the sky completely darkened. Could it be, I really made an error in judgment, forcing his growth? For a moment, President Li doubted himself. Sunset and sunrise. The time came to 10 o'clock in the morning the next day. The other participating students from the 4th base had all rested well and emerged from their respective encampments, beginning a new day of real combat and slaughter. Li Yuan, hidden in the cave, remained secluded, without a bit of movement. The monitoring drone kept watch outside the cave but could not see inside. Could it be? Has something happened to Li Yuan? President Li's eyes revealed a hint of concern. It shouldn't be. The drone has been monitoring. No alien race has appeared. Dean Shu shook his head and said, the locator ring shows he is still in the cave, and his life signal is stable. There are no problems. Then why hasn't he come out yet? President Li became somewhat anxious. The class points have been thoroughly outpaced by Yang Hong and Wu Luo. As vice presidents, they could check the points ranking of every grade and every base in the school at any time. For example, the freshmen, even though they were in different combat assessment areas like Base 1, Base 2, and Base 4, they would have a common class points ranking. High class ranking meant rewards. High base ranking also meant rewards. It's his choice. As long as he is not in life-threatening danger, we cannot intervene with the combat assessment. Dean Shu shook his head and said, "Let's wait patiently." President Li could only wait. Time reached noon, 12 o'clock. Li Yuan still had not emerged from the cave, and the combat assessment time had already passed 24 hours. The combat assessment for Base 1 and Base 2 has ended. Dean Shu suddenly spoke up. The combat assessment for Base 1 and Base 2 lasted only 1 day. Base 3 and 4 lasted 2 days. Base 5 would last 3 days. Understood. President Li spoke in a subdued voice, his gaze fixed on the screen. At this moment, he felt the impulse to rush into the combat assessment base and drag Li Yuan out of the cave. He was keen to ask Li Yuan, what exactly did he plan on doing? The star realm of Base 2. Wu Luo. Yang Hong, carrying a battle axe, stepped off the aircraft and immediately saw Wu Luo, covered in blood, walking over from a distance. Yang Hong approached him proactively. "This time, it's still me who has won." Yang Hong grinned with a slight smile. "In this combat assessment, among the freshmen, I am number 1 in points." After 24 hours of fighting and slaughtering, he didn't rest even at night, madly hunting for prey. In the end, scoring 196 points, he not only ranked first in the grade, but also broke into the top 30 among the over 1,000 students of Base 2. Keep in mind, Base 2 primarily consisted of sophomores. This shows how hard fighting Yang Hong was. Wu Luo scored only 171 points, second among the freshmen, but the gap in points was clear. First, Wu Luo scoffed, "You're relentless. I'm not as crazy as you, but do you really think you've secured the win?" Yang Hong was taken aback for a moment. "Idiot." Wu Luo scoffed coldly, "Li Yuan is in Base 4, and the Star Realm creatures there are much tougher. Killing creatures of the same score as us in Base 2 is much more difficult, but they have 1 more day of assessment time. He still has 24 hours. You're the idiot," Yang Hong said with disdain. "I've been monitoring Li Yuan's score. It surged sharply at the start yesterday. But from 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon until now, his score hasn't increased at all. Although he has not withdrawn from the combat assessment, I guess he is injured. After all, Base 4 is basically full of juniors and even seniors. He is far behind in physical quality, very dangerous. Besides, the longer the delay, the fewer Star Realm creatures there are. Even if he isn't injured, trying to catch up by more than 100 points in 1 day, it's almost impossible." Yang Hong was quite confident. "Wait and see." Wu Luo laughed coldly, although he had actually acknowledged Yang Hong's judgment in his heart. However, Wu Luo admired Li Yuan because Li Yuan was indeed too strong, far surpassing him in strength. But as for Yang Hong, Wu Luo was not convinced. The two had always been in covert contention, competing for the title of the second man of the freshmen. If Yang Hong and Wu Luo could still view Li Yuan's score calmly. Then at the Star Realm of Base 1, when the freshmen gathered in the square, it was filled with discussions. "Li Yuan, how come he only has a little over 50 points? It's been a whole day. Yang Hong is at Base 2, he's slaughtered his way to almost 200 points, raising the collective points of the 6th Institute by a significant margin. Could it be, for this combat assessment, will the collective total score of the 6th Institute take first place?" The freshmen of each institute discussed among themselves, all focused on the collective scores. Except for Li Yuan, all the freshmen's scores had already been finalized. The Freshman Institute rankings. First place, 6th Institute, 4,031 points. Second place, 5th Institute, 3,951 points. Third place, 6th Institute, 3,931 points. Fourth place, 7th Institute, 3,874 points. The gap in total scores between each institute was not large. Kunlun Martial University had already arranged the difficulty levels accordingly. Under normal circumstances, more than one-third of students would withdraw midway through the assessment. Even if they could complete the combat assessment, most would score only around 20 to 30 points. In the rest area of Base 1, the gathering place of the freshmen of the 6th Institute. Our 6th Institute's total score is only 100 points behind the 3rd Institute. It's much smaller than the gap during the entrance competition. Now we're in 3rd place, not bad. Why does our senior brother only have a little over 50 points? Wasn't it said yesterday that he could get 200 points? Yang Hong at Base 2 got 196 points. Idiot. That's Base 4. The participants are all juniors and seniors. Do you think scoring 200 points is so easy? If it were you, surviving for half an hour would already be quite an achievement. It's really unfair. If the senior brother was also in Base 2, he might have scored 300 or even 400 points. How could it have been Yang Hong's turn to act so arrogantly? The freshmen of the 6th Institute discussed among themselves. That's the rule of the school. On the first day, the senior brother only got a little over 50 points. Can he reach 190 points on the second day? Difficult. As the combat assessment proceeds, there are fewer and fewer Star Realm creatures. Scoring points is harder. No one truly blamed Li Yuan for scoring low. Most people were well aware of the difficulty in Base 4. However, many people were inevitably disappointed. Trust in our senior brother. There's still a whole day left. Maybe he can create a miracle. There were also quite a few students firmly supporting Li Yuan, believing he could create a miracle, mainly freshmen from Zhang City. Before long, the freshmen from the 1st and 2nd bases began their journey back to school. But many freshmen were paying attention to Li Yuan's final combat score. The group total score pertained to every individual's personal interests. July 31st, 1 p.m. Inside the combat assessment area of the 4th base, there were still 23 hours left until the assessment ended. In the dim cave, a faint light shone through the cracks. The infusion of origin power has ended? Li Yuan suddenly came to full alertness? Phew. Li Yuan subconsciously looked down at his fists and gently clenched them, feeling an endless surge of power within his body. Ready to burst forth at any moment, this power was much stronger than before. Looking up again, his vision and hearing had significantly improved. My life level. Li Yuan glanced over the Divine Palace panel. Life level. 12.7, first rank, fist strength, 4,460 kilograms. Speed. 34.2 meters per second. Spiritual power. 20.0. Spiritual awakening level. 20%, current limit 25%. Skill realm. Spear technique, 4th level 53%, movement technique, 4th level 42%, fist technique, 4th level 55%. Note. The upper limit of spiritual awakening has increased to 25%. When the life level reaches 14 and the spiritual awakening level reaches 25%, spiritual guidance will be received. Li Yuan was shocked, filled with excitement and joy. It was truly unbelievable. In just one night and half a day, his physical quality and spiritual power had increased so much. It was 4 to 5 times more than the first time he infused origin power into his body. It seemed like the life level had only increased by 1.4 levels. But the specifics of the physical quality change had to be considered. His fist strength skyrocketed from 2,250 kilograms to 4,460 kilograms, nearly doubling. His burst speed had also significantly increased. Such an increase was absolutely terrifying, and many students from Kunlun Martial University wouldn't achieve such a thing in more than half a year of cultivation. The improvement in physical quality is one aspect, but the key is spiritual power. Li Yuan's gaze fell on one particular item. Spiritual power, level 20. This was truly the standard of a prime warrior. Unbeknownst to many, Li Yuan had already completed 2 of the 3 major checkpoints that countless martial artists found insurmountable. Only the final one concerning physical quality remained. Breaking through the level 20 barrier in spiritual power also brought my spiritual awakening limit directly up to 25%. Li Yuan's heart quivered. Spiritual guidance? It had been over 2 years. Since the awakening of Mind Spirit Divine Palace in his senior year of high school until he entered college, for more than 2 years he had been researching higher spiritual nature and spiritual guidance on the Divine Palace panel. All without result. Now, at last, Li Yuan saw hope. Do I need to reach a physical quality of 14 to unlock spiritual guidance? Li Yuan thought silently. His life level was already at 12.7, and although there was a gap to level 14, it wasn't far off. No matter, let's slowly improve the physical quality and first increase the spiritual awakening level to 25%, and meet one of the requirements. Li Yuan immediately made up his mind. Isn't it just slaughtering some Star Realm creatures? With 23 hours left, killing 4 or 5 would be enough. Phew. Li Yuan stood up and stretched out all his muscles and bones. Then he threw a punch suddenly, with the shadow of his fist moving significantly faster than before. With my current physical quality, combined with spear technique skills, I will be stronger than Sister Chu Jing, Li Yuan assessed. Li Yuan had sparred with Sister Chu Jing on the Starry Skies Fighting Network. Based on his judgment, her axe technique skill level was probably around 4th level 20%. Where is Li Yuan? His spear technique level is at 53% of the 4th level, already very close to high rank, a huge improvement. The only concern is the monitoring during the combat assessment. Although the majority of people are unclear about my strength, both President Li and Teacher Zhang are well aware. Numerous thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind. To double my physical quality overnight? It's too illogical, too abrupt, most likely to make people think of heavenly materials treasures instantly. No need to unleash all my strength. Let's first get the spiritual awakening level to 25%. Li Yuan reached out and gripped the long spear embedded in the stone wall. He wrenched it out. A top-grade first-rank long spear, incredibly tough, smooth as new. Then he took out some food and water from his backpack and consumed it all. Boom! Li Yuan, holding the long spear, dashed and broke through the trees covering the entrance to the outside. The sun was brilliant. Let's go. Li Yuan has come out. Dean Shu was the first to notice and said with a smile, looks spirited, seems like he had a good rest. We'll see. President Li frowned. He had already decided to give Li Yuan a good scolding after the combat assessment was over. He's taking it too lightly. Old Li, don't take it too hard. A bit of setback doesn't matter for a youngster like Li Yuan, a chubby old man said cheerfully beside him. This old man was one of the 3 vice presidents of the 8th Institute, Qin Huo. Qin, piss off. Li Yong glanced at the other. I'm very annoyed right now. Don't provoke me, or why not go back and practice? Old Shu, aren't you going to manage him? The chubby old man glared.
Enough, you two stop bickering. Dean Shu felt a headache coming, his gaze fixed on the light screen.
Watching Li Yuan. An hour later, around 4 kilometers away from Li Yuan's resting cave. 2 huge exotic beast corpses lay in a pool of blood. 12.9 level Star Realm creatures, and it only increased my spiritual awakening level by 0.1%. Li Yuan looked at the reminder on the Divine Palace panel feeling helpless. Previously, killing 1 could still increase it by 1.2%. Now, after killing 2, it's only increased to 20.2%, too slow. Could it be that a spiritual awakening level of 20% is a bottleneck? Li Yuan had an epiphany. Just like with martial artists, the difference in life level before and after entry rank is astonishing. With only 22 hours left until the combat assessment ends, finding 40 or 50 exotic beasts seems bleak. A hint of urgency flickered through Li Yuan's mind. He originally thought that killing 4 or 5 would be enough. Now, he needs to kill 40 or 50. Slaughter is not difficult, the challenge is finding the targets. There's only one most reliable method. Li Yuan suddenly turned his head, staring at the distant forest. It was the direction where he encountered Sister Chu Jing yesterday. The Rock Desert Tribe. Sister Chu Jing mentioned that there are over 200 warriors in this tribe. Killing just a part of them would be enough to push my spiritual awakening level to 25%. But then, I'm afraid I'll have to unleash all my strength. A trace of coldness flitted across Li Yuan's eyes. So let it burst. Even if it really draws the inquiry of the Flying Heaven Warriors, as long as they don't discover the Mind Spirit Divine Palace, it will ultimately be attributed to my extremely high talent. As long as I'm strong enough, there will be great Confucians to reason for me. Li Yuan figured everything out in an instant. Unleashing all his strength carried certain risks, but the potential gains were also substantial. With origin power entering his body twice, the strength enhancement was already so significant. How miraculous would the so-called spiritual guidance be? Missing this combat assessment would mean waiting until next February. Let's go. Li Yuan's figure moved. He rushed towards the direction of the Rock Desert Tribe. An hour later, deep underground, on a high-speed moving train. Both sides of the train were filled with freshmen from the 6th Institute. The atmosphere was very tense. Suddenly, look everyone, the big senior brother, his score has surpassed 200. In just over 10 seconds, it's increased by more than 100 points, an astonished voice rang out. Our 6th Institute is first in the total score among the freshman groups. It's true. The senior brother's personal score has reached 242 points. I told you, the senior brother will never let us down. He is the strongest freshman of our batch, a classmate couldn't help but say excitedly, pumping his fist. 257 points now. In just these few seconds, it rose by so much. Jiyu Chang'an and Anong exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock. It wasn't just the freshmen from the 6th Institute. At this moment, in a row of train compartments, freshmen from all 8 institutes, and even some older students from Kunlun Marshall University, had noticed Li Yuan's rapidly increasing score and ranking. The change in score was almost calculated by the second, enough to stun anyone. What did it represent? It represented that Li Yuan was encountering a large number of Star Realm creatures and was engaging in a frenzied slaughter. Too insane. The 4th Combat Assessment Base. A small basin surrounded by hills, with wooden huts built into the jungle on a hillside. A rock desert tribe village that once teemed with vitality. At this moment, it was already a chaotic river of blood. Roar, woo, woo. The densely packed rock desert tribe warriors, with skin like rock, were howling as they frantically waved their primitive wooden and stone weapons in hand. Due to their racial traits, they were all incredibly tall. The slimmest among them stood over 2.5 meters tall. Dozens of warriors surged like a tide towards a slender and short figure clad in black armor. He wielded a long spear. Behind him more than 10 bodies lay, blood splattering and staining the crimson tassel of the long spear, as if he had stepped out of hell. Due to the obstacles of trees, houses, and boulders, at most a dozen of the Rock Desert Tribe warriors could attack Li Yuan at any time. Boom, pung, pung. Standing at a farther distance, some of the Rock Desert Tribe warriors were swinging their arms, hurling huge stones fiercely towards Li Yuan. Hundreds of pounds of boulders whistled down. Even with a transformed physique, Li Yuan dared not take them head-on. But, relying on his greatly enhanced physical quality after the transformation, combined with his movement technique, Li Yuan's figure flickered and easily avoided the barrage of boulder attacks. Pung! The boulders struck the trees, gouging out large chunks, even causing the trees to topple and fall, while the ones hitting stones caused numerous fragments to scatter. Clang! 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 Li Yuan, advancing steadily, had a cold look in his eyes. His long spear danced in his hand like a dragon, instantly and easily parrying the attack of one warrior after another. Following the vibration of the spear's shaft, he counter-thrusted with the momentum, the spear tracing a half-circle, its tip swift as lightning. Stab! 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 2 of the Rock Desert Tribe warriors' necks were slit in an instant, blood spraying out as they collapsed with a thud. You have killed. With a spiritual awakening level of 21.8%. You. With a level of 21.9%, 2 notifications from the Divine Palace panel flashed consecutively. Killing one only raises it by 0.1%, and I've killed less than 20, Li Yuan murmured to himself. Through combat and Divine Palace inquiry, Li Yuan quickly deduced that most of these Rock Desert Tribe warriors were actually only around levels 12 to 13. Those exceeding level 13 were in the minority. Just now, sneaking over from the depths of the forest, Li Yuan had intended to launch a surprise attack. Alas, it was broad daylight, and the vigilance of the Rock Desert tribe was extremely high, with not only visible sentinels but also hidden scouts. Li Yuan had only killed 2 before the entire tribe was alerted. Since the surprise attack failed, Li Yuan simply stopped pretending and launched a direct frontal assault. It quickly drew a large number of Rock Desert warriors rushing out from houses, caves, and wooden huts. At this moment, in close combat, warriors of the Rock Desert tribe who had been throwing huge rocks from afar finally had to stop, fearing they would injure their own people. Peefed! Peefed! One warrior after another fell to the ground, most shot in the throat. Their skin was tough. If Li Yuan stabbed anywhere else, he wasn't confident of a kill with one strike. Only the throat was very vulnerable. In terms of strength, Li Yuan was actually weaker than many Rock Desert warriors. But his skill was much too superior, completely overpowering the majority of Rock Desert warriors who had not even reached the second stage. Die! Die! Li Yuan's eyes were icy cold, without the slightest bit of mercy. First, the ones coming out of the Rock Desert tribe were all warriors, hardly any old folks, women, or children could be seen. Second, in a race war where life and death were at stake, there was no room for Li Yuan to show mercy. Whoosh! Peefed! Li Yuan displayed his spear technique to its fullest, as one warrior after another fell. Previously, when facing creatures of the Star Realm above level 12.5, the gap in strength was too big, and Li Yuan did not dare to meet them head-on, relying only on his movement technique to fight. As a result, he often fought for a long time, inflicting minor wounds on the opponent before he could seize the opportunity to kill one. Now, his life level had reached 12.7. With Li Yuan being able to tap into even deeper layers of his body's strength, the power he could unleash was strong enough to rival a level 13 Rock Desert warrior. He dared to confront these Rock Desert warriors head-on. Woof! Roar! Roar! As one warrior after another fell, the remaining numerous Rock Desert warriors howled at each other, communicating in their own simple language, their steps slowing down. The Rock Desert tribe was indeed bloodthirsty and frenzied, but when faced with a battle with no hope of victory, they, too, began to fear. All living beings fear death, and fear is contagious. Over the past 2 days, there had been numerous alien race attacks on their tribe, with nearly 100 tribal warriors lost. Now came an even more terrifying alien race at this time. Roar! From the central and largest stone house of the tribe, finally, 3 figures emerged, each more burly than the last. The tallest one was probably nearly 3.5 meters tall, truly deserving of the name, Rock Giant. Clearly, these 3 were the chieftains of the Rock Desert tribe. 13.8 level, 13.7 level, 14.1 level. Li Yuan remotely conducted a Divine Palace inquiry, and immediately knew the strength of the 3 tribal chieftains. 2 were close to level 14. The strongest had surpassed level 14, and given their intelligent-looking eyes, they were very formidable. Spiritual Awakening level 23.2%. Li Yuan glanced at the Divine Palace's panel. Keep killing. The continuous slaughter also ignited the fervor in Li Yuan's heart.
This kind of thrill, skirting the edge of life and death, where one mistake could mean severe injury or even death, was something that countless virtual duels and combat trainings could never replace.
Roar! The 14.1 level Rock Desert tribe's great chieftain, seeing the constant injury and death among the tribal warriors, could no longer hold back and erupted with an angry roar. Die! The slightly stiff roar still made Li Yuan instantly understand the other party's intent. It understood a bit of human civilization's language. This roar echoed throughout the entire tribe, immediately heard by all warriors, invigorating their spirits without exception. Boom! The Rock Desert tribe's chieftain, like a rolling boulder, had his speed soar to the extreme, bringing up a whirlwind as he charged at Li Yuan like lightning. Roar! The many Rock Desert tribe warriors hastily retreated to the sides, clearing a path. Li Yuan's eyes slightly narrowed, keeping watch on the opponent from the corner of his eye, his hand gripping the long spear as it swept out with terrifying power in a burst, the speed increasing by a great margin. Spear's point attack. Poochie! Poochie! In an instant, Another 3 Rock Desert Tribe warriors fell to the ground. Seeing this, the originally spectating second and third chieftains of the Rock Desert Tribe could no longer hold back and, with roars, joined the fray. In the fourth base, within the third-floor conference room of the War Fortress, dozens of teachers were staring in shock at the immense screen before them. It was showing Li Yuan's battle in the heart of the Rock Desert Tribe. Li Yuan, President Li, is Li Yuan really a freshman? His physical quality has definitely surpassed level 12.5. How did he train? Alone, he dared to charge into the Rock Desert Tribe's territory. Chu Jing tried before and managed to kill a dozen or so before he was chased off in a disarrayed flight. Did he hide so much strength before? His points have now exceeded 500, shooting up to 16th rank in the fourth base. The teachers were discussing fervently, all quite astonished. Old Li, is Li Yuan's physical quality really that strong? Dean Shu was equally surprised. It was one thing for other teachers not to monitor Li Yuan constantly, but she had been attentive throughout. Previously, Li Yuan had shown to possess roughly level 11.5 in terms of physical quality. After one night's sleep, it had nearly matched up to level 13. Haha, I've said before that he has exceptional talent, just watch. President Li chuckled. Otherwise, why would I have arranged for him to be at the fourth base? I certainly had my reasons. Really? Dean Shu expressed skepticism. Li Yang's explanations seemed inconsistent. Really? Li Yang nodded, appearing very composed. In reality, Li Yang was more shocked than any teacher present. He was all too aware of Li Yuan's strength. One night. A rise of about 1.5 levels in physical quality. How did Li Yuan do it? Numerous thoughts flickered through Li Yang's mind. Heavenly materials treasures? Or perhaps some forbidden medicine? He contemplated many possibilities, but chose not to reveal them. I'll ask him slowly when we get back to school, Li Yang thought to himself, leaning towards the possibility that Li Yuan possessed some heavenly materials treasures. The battle commenced. The 3 great chieftains of the Rock Desert Tribe have attacked simultaneously. Li Yang focused on the screen that had been enlarged. All the teachers watched intently. This battle was definitely the most pinnacle battle of the combat assessment at the fourth base to date. It's worth noting. At this moment, above the Rock Desert Tribe's territory, more than 20 silent combat drones hovered, ready to swoop down at any moment to slice through the Rock Desert Tribe's warriors and rescue Li Yuan. In the Rock Desert Tribe, die! Bellowed the great chieftain, resembling a rock giant, as he swung a metal combat saber, his body clad in tattered metal armor. Metal weapons and armor could tremendously increase the combat power of a Rock Desert Tribe warrior. Most importantly, the chieftain's wisdom was extraordinarily high, almost human-like. Prolonged battles had honed his formidable and impressive combat skills. Whoosh! The chieftain's figure darted forward, attempting to close in on Li Yuan with a faster burst speed. Whoosh! A terrifying slash of the saber whizzed by. Kill! Li Yuan, too, erupted in an instant, sidestepping the light of the saber. His long spear, like a starburst, streaked across the daylight, instantly producing a trail of spear-tip afterimages. Clang! 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 The long spear danced, like the Milky Way falling from the heavens, tumultuous and overwhelming, each blow stronger than the last, each wave higher than the one before. It was the Galaxy Waterfall, the second technique of the Stellar Spear technique, best known for group battles and consecutive strikes. Spear shadows burst forth, layer upon layer. Droplets of fresh blood sprayed as the Rock Desert Tribe warriors, who tried to restrain Li Yuan, fell one after another. Clang! Even the Rock Desert Tribe chieftain widened his eyes, desperately swinging his combat saber to block the assaults. Too fast. Li Yuan's physical strength was far inferior to his. However, with the second-rank Secret Manual's killing move, the long spear's burst speed far exceeded his combat sabers. The spear, like lightning, nimble as waves, surging like a mighty river, was terrifying to the extreme, forcing the Rock Desert Tribe chieftain to block purely on instinct. In almost the blink of an eye, the Rock Desert Tribe chieftain had blocked 9 of Li Yuan's thrusts and had been pushed back 9 steps. His combat saber had become pockmarked under the relentless stabs of the long spear. The gap in the quality of their weapons was enormous. 12 continuous strikes. After harnessing energy for 12 strikes, Li Yuan's spirit, energy, and mind all reached an unprecedented peak, his fighting spirit soaring to the skies. Whoosh! The long spear flashed, unleashing a spear thrust with all of Li Yuan's vigor, erupting thunderously. There was no flashy technique, no variation, just a burst of speed pushed to the utmost extreme. The stellar spear technique's third form, dawn piercing the clouds. This was the combination of two devastating techniques, and also Li Yuan's strongest attack. Ooh! The Rock Desert Tribe chieftain screamed in horror in his native tongue, instinctively trying to raise his combat saber to block. But after continuously blocking the long spear, his arms were already awash with soreness, precisely when he was at his weakest. Peefed, a flash of silver, and the spear tip had already pierced through skin, deep into the Rock Desert Tribe chieftain's throat, and then it was violently withdrawn, blood spraying copiously. Clang! The huge combat saber fell to the ground. Ah! The Rock Desert Tribe chieftain, nearly 3.5 meters tall, instinctively covered his throat with his palm, helplessly opened his mouth, but not a sound came out as blood gushed from his mouth. After staggering backward a few steps, boom! The Rock Desert Tribe chieftain finally collapsed to the ground behind him, heavily crashing down, his massive body trembling and convulsing. Until his eyes dulled completely. The Rock Desert Tribe chieftain, surpassing level 14, dead. You have killed a Star Realm creature over level 14, points plus 200. You have slain an entry rank creature, obtaining spiritual nature nourishment, spiritual awakening level reaching 25%. Li Yuan retracted his long spear, coldly fixing his gaze on the second and third chieftains of the Rock Desert Tribe, who had just arrived nearby, their faces filled with terror. Big brother? He? Dead? The second and third leaders of the Rock Desert Tribe looked at each other, conversing in their tribal language. They were stunned, swallowing subconsciously. Their strongest, the one who led them in rebuilding the tribe, struggling for survival in this unfamiliar forest, was killed by this frail-looking alien in such a short time? Yes, Li Yuan and the chief leader of the Rock Desert Tribe did exchange dozens of moves, but the speed at which they fought was extremely fast, lasting less than 10 seconds from start to finish. Instead, it took the chief leader of the Rock Desert Tribe several seconds to fall to the ground after being pierced by the spear and dropping his knife. Huh! Li Yuan, after retracting his spear, didn't hesitate at all and leapt toward the two leaders who were only a few dozen meters away. No hesitation. Roar! The second and third leaders of the Rock Desert Tribe didn't hesitate to turn and flee. Even their invincible big brother had died. Half of the tribal warriors were dead or injured. Continue fighting? They would all die here. Woo! Woo! The other 100-odd Rock Desert Tribe warriors, witnessing this scene, also completely lost their courage to fight against Li Yuan and began frantically scattering in all directions. Demon. In the hearts of these Rock Desert Tribe warriors, this skinny alien was a bloodthirsty demon. Escape? Go to hell? Li Yuan moved like lightning. He no longer deliberately pursued the two leaders but chased and killed some of the Rock Desert Tribe warriors nearby. After all, the two leaders had much stronger physical qualities and skills, but they could not make up for the gap in straight-line running speed. Li Yuan could use the special terrain of the forest to gradually close the distance, but by the time he caught up and killed them, the other Rock Desert Tribe warriors would have vanished. Points. Better kill as many Rock Desert Tribesmen who are above life level 13 to rack up more points, Li Yuan thought to himself. After repeated Divine Palace inquiries, it was too draining, and Li Yuan could roughly distinguish their levels from their height. Level 12.0 to 12.9, killing 1 earns 5 points. Level 13.0 to 13.9, killing 1 earns 30 points. I'm currently ranked 9th at the base. Now that I've revealed all my strength, there's no need to hold back. Aim for a higher rank and take first place. Li Yuan fought with gusto but remained extremely calm at heart, his spear shadow rolling like stars, carrying tremendous force. Wherever the spear light touched, one Rock Desert Tribesman after another fell and died. Before they could hardly withstand Li Yuan when they surrounded him, let alone now. It was a completely one-sided battle. Peefed, peefed, the flashing of the spear and the spattering of blood were like a beautiful painting. Li Yuan's heart did not waver. He was a killing machine. Slaughter, more slaughter. They all deserved to die. Li Yuan was clear. The Rock Desert tribe had made several incursions out of the Star Realm early on, causing huge casualties to Sha country. To this day, both sides continued a fierce tug of war in the true Rockstar realm. It's just that the scale of the war was not as great as in the Rob Sea. These Rock Desert tribesmen in front of him, in actuality, had all been captured from the Star Realm by human civilization. They were inherently warriors. Whoosh! After pursuing and continuously killing more than 30 Rock Desert tribe warriors for quite some time, Li Yuan finally stopped. By then, other Rock Desert tribe warriors were nowhere to be seen, having escaped without a trace. Points ranking. Li Yuan glanced at the ranking on his locator bracelet. Points. 1352 base ranking. 2 grade ranking. 1 note. Combat assessment requirement of 10 points completed. Dispersing the whole Rock Desert tribe and jumping straight to second in the base ranking? Li Yuan showed a hint of a smile. Li Yuan could understand in his heart. At the 4th base, either the exceptionally excellent sophomores, such as Xu Jing, or some ordinary juniors and very few seniors were present. Excellent juniors. It's not hard for them to reach level 14 in physical quality after a few years of cultivation in college, so they naturally go to the 5th base for combat assessment. Even the top juniors, many have already surpassed level 15 in physical quality and began their life and death adventures in the Star Realm. For example, senior sister Shi Xiao, who is also a junior, had reached a physical quality level of 15.8 last month. Senior sister Chu Jing is ranked 7th, already the pinnacle of the 4th base's strength. Li Yuan thought to himself, and I am now stronger than senior sister Chu Jing. Jumping to 2nd place. Quite normal. There are still 20 hours left. Let's see if I can push for first. Li Yuan also had his plans. He knew that the first prize for the combat assessment was 3 million blue star coins. Additionally, there would be extra rewards for being at the top of the base ranking. However, Li Yuan's mind moved, and he glanced at another line on the Divine Palace panel. Spiritual Awakening level. 25%. Current maximum is 25%. Physical quality is not strong enough to withstand spiritual guidance.
Not strong enough physically. Is this why the Divine Palace panel reminded me that I need to reach life level 14 to receive spiritual guidance? Li Yuan pondered. He was very eager, but he also knew that being anxious was useless.
At least, my spiritual awakening level is already sufficient. It's just the physical quality that's lacking, Li Yuan thought to himself. Level 14? Based on the current physical quality level of 12.7 and previous progress rates, it would take him 3 to 4 months to reach it. Which means, by around this November, I should get to see what this spiritual guidance really is, Li Yuan muttered quietly. Phew. Li Yuan, holding the long spear, moved his body and continued to pursue in the direction the Rock Desert tribe warriors had fled. He had surged to 2nd place in the base points ranking. It was worth trying for first. In the 3rd floor meeting room of War Fortress, the atmosphere was boiling. He really won. This Li Yuan is too powerful. A new student just 1 month into school. Ever since Starfire and the others were established, have we at Kunlun Martial University ever had such an incredible freshman? Dozens of teachers couldn't help but discuss this, among them some at the level of vice deans. The strength of Li Yuan, to them, is nothing to speak of. But to place it on a boy under 18, it seems too exaggerated. Especially his physical quality. You must know, from 18 to 20 years old, as the body grows, the normal physical quality of a Kunlun Martial University student sees an astonishing increase. It's common to see a rise of 2 or even 3 levels per year before reaching the 15th level. But Li Yuan, his physical quality at under 18 is on par with level 13. When he reaches 19, 20 years old, how terrifying will his physical quality be? Stronger than Jin Huguo, Dean Shu said softly. President Li, the S-grade contract you signed. Indeed, it's worth it. Good vision. With his rate of physical progress, by his junior year, he will definitely become a prime warrior. As for skills, from his fight with that leader of the Rock Desert tribe, it should be very close to 4th level high rank. Dean Shu glanced at Li Yong. Maybe by his junior year, our Kunlun Martial University might really see the rise of an unrivaled genius that will shake the global college martial arts competition. I am also very much looking forward to that day. He is considered my honorary disciple. President Li revealed a smile, a very radiant one. Regarding the uniqueness displayed by Li Yuan, Li Yong already had plans in mind. The Bases ranking is now 2nd. He might even be able to rush to 1st. In a train cabin, 1352 points. Yang Hong, who had been quite confident before, stared at the score on the screen, stunned. How could this be possible? Li Yuan had clearly gone to the 4th base. That place is for the combat assessments of the 3rd-year students. Supposedly every Star Realm creature is extremely powerful. How could a freshman get over 1,000 points and directly advance to the 2nd rank in the base? Could the scoring device be broken? Yang Hong started to doubt life itself. But he knew in his heart that the likelihood of that was almost nil. Sigh. After a long silence, Yang Hong sighed softly. The last glimmer of hope to compete with Li Yuan extinguished. 1352 points? Oh no, 1382 points now. Damn impressive. Wu Luo sat in the train seat, marveling at Li Yuan's score and ranking. Big brother, why do I feel like you don't care at all? A classmate beside him couldn't help asking. What's there for me to care about? One must know their own limitations. Don't be an idiot like Yang Hong. Wu Luo said disdainfully. Compete with Li Yuan? I never thought about competing with Li Yuan. In practicing martial arts cultivation, indeed you should have goals, but the goals you set should be grounded, and not set up an impossible goal for a lifetime. That would be too damaging to the self-confidence, he continued. My freshman year goal is to defeat Yang Hong, and firmly secure my position as the 2nd person in the grade, Wu Luo said, full of fighting spirit. Big brother is awesome. Strong. 1411 points. By the time the train carrying the freshmen was about to arrive at the school, the 6 train cars occupied by the 6th Institute's freshmen had already descended into a frenzy. Big brother, team first. With Big brother's strength, in the future he might become a flying heaven warrior, and a top martial artist that will make a name for himself in Sha country. These freshmen from the 6th Institute all sighed admiringly and even started cheering excitedly. Yes, most of them, during high school, were considered the favorites of heaven, excelling in their studies. Therefore, at first, most of the 6th Institute freshmen were only obedient in words when it came to Li Yuan becoming the big brother, but they did not think much of it in their hearts. Especially in this combat assessment. At the end of the first day, Li Yuan's score was only just over 50 points, and many 6th Institute freshmen felt disheartened, even disappointed in him. After all, during the combat assessment, the first-place Institute's team, each student could get a 100,000 Blue Star coin reward. But then, Li Yuan burst forth with astonishing speed, completely surpassing Yang Hong and Wu Luo. He pulled the team's total score from 3rd to 1st. Then, Li Yuan's personal points continued to hit new records: 500 points, 800 points, 1200 points. Until now, surpassing 1400 points. These continuously soaring scores completely conquered the hearts of the vast majority of 6th Institute freshmen. So strong. People always worship the strong. Even more, they extremely venerate those who can bring benefits to themselves time and time again. At this moment, Li Yuan truly managed to establish a certain prestige among the 6th Institute freshmen. What is called establishing prestige and a sense of collective honor is most importantly being able to lead everyone from one victory to the next. It can bring benefits to everyone. Follow me, and you can win. First, big brother, you will definitely be the first in the 4th base. Seniors in their 3rd or 4th year, big brother will surpass them directly. At this moment, these newcomers from the 6th Institute no longer needed Anong's words to spur them on. They genuinely hoped Li Yuan could create a Kunlun Martial University combat assessment miracle. Time flew by. The sun rose and set, the end of the combat assessment drew closer. In the third and fourth bases, many students had encountered danger and dropped out of the combat assessment. But those ranking at the top were still trying their best to find more Star Realm creatures to earn more points. First place, Ji Yu-Zhen, 1988 points. Second place, Li Yuan, 1863 points. He is more than 120 points behind. Li Yuan has been desperately catching up, but it's hard to close the gap, as the Star Realm creatures in the assessment area are getting scarce, discussed many teachers within the Star Realm fortress. Only a bit more than 1 hour left. With their strong physical quality, the teachers felt hardly any impact from going several days and nights without sleep. Those two in front are real freaks. Ji Yu-Zhen, with a physical quality of 12.9 and 4th level skills, is among the top 10 in strength among second-year students. He's been far ahead in scores since the beginning. Who would have thought Li Yuan would be even more monstrous, chasing after him and climbing the ranks? And he's just a freshman. The gap between their scores and the third place is several hundred points. Students ranked in the top 50 of the fourth base could only look up to the first and second places. The gap was too large to bridge, in the mountains and forests. Li Yuan, holding a long spear, was patiently searching and observing, aiming to seize the last scoring opportunity. Over 120 points, with only half an hour left, it looks indeed difficult to surpass him. This Ji Yu-Zhen truly deserves to be one of the top seniors in the second year, only slightly weaker than those who went to the fifth base like Lu Jun. Li Yuan glanced at the rankings. Second place. Li Yuan could accept that, considering he had only scored a little over 50 points on the first day and had to catch up on the second day. Suddenly. Li Yuan suddenly stopped, a trace of inexplicable joy appearing on his lips. Luck? He quickly turned towards a hillside strewn with large rocks. Boom, boom, bang. Li Yuan swung his long spear, swiftly flipping the rocks away. In no time, a hole more than 1 meter in diameter appeared before Li Yuan. Still not coming out. Li Yuan's eyes were icy, as he had already sensed the presence of the other party with his spiritual power. Suddenly, whoosh! A massive snake head shot out of the hole like lightning, its huge mouth opened wide as it viciously bit at Li Yuan. 14.2 level? Blood-winged snake clan, you've been hiding deep enough. Li Yuan swiftly dodged the deadly strike. Swoosh! The glint of his spear flashed as he thrust it straight at the serpentine head that was as large as a human head. The battle erupted, over 100 kilometers away from Li Yuan, in a different part of the mountains and forests, 10 minutes later. Less than 20 minutes left. Being ranked first at the base should be secure. Ji Yu-Zhen, the hulking young man, showed a slight smile. This Li Yuan is really formidable, catching up in just 1 day. If he had started strong from the first day, I might not have been able to beat him. Ji Yu-Zhen felt a flicker of relief in his heart. The difference in rewards between first and second place at the base was 1 million blue star coins. For him, that was no small amount. Suddenly, Ji Yu-Zhen felt his location ring vibrate and couldn't help but look down, only to widen his eyes and stand up abruptly, almost shouting in disbelief. How is this possible? Is this cheating? On his smart ring display, the overall ranking for the fourth base was clearly shown. First, Li Yuan, 2065 points. Second, Ji Yu-Zhen, 1989 points. The final 10+ minutes. Ji Yu-Zhen, who had planned to rest, felt a prickling in his heart as he saw Li Yuan's score and ranking suddenly surge. In his eyes, this wasn't just about losing first place. It was 1 million blue star coins. Damn it, do you really have to play me like this? Ji Yu-Zhen couldn't help but curse. Without hesitation, he got up immediately, hoping to find other Star Realm creatures, but at this stage of the combat assessment, where could he find any in such a short time? The fact that Li Yuan could find one didn't solely depend on luck. The most important thing was his strong spiritual power combined with Divine Palace Inquiry, which allowed him to sense the blood-winged snake clan hidden underground. And forced it out. Eventually, when the time reached noon, the participating students from the third and fourth bases received simultaneous reminders on their positioning wristbands. Combat assessment over, points locked, base rankings locked. In the fourth base, inside the third-floor meeting room of the War Fortress. Haha, old Shin, don't be angry, please don't be angry, President Lee said with a triumphant smile. Li Yuan managing to take first place at the end was all luck. Pure luck. Humph. The plump elder's face didn't look very good because Ji Yu Zhen was a second-year student from his Martial Hall 8. I'm just curious, the plump elder frowned and said. That blood-winged snake clan was clearly hiding in the cave, seemingly not making a single noise, and even covered the entrance with a huge rock. How did Li Yuan discover it? It is quite strange. Even when I was observing, at least through the monitors, it was completely unnoticeable. Many teachers expressed their doubts. You really have short memories, President Lee shook his head and said. Have you all forgotten? When he first enrolled, Li Yuan challenged the Pillar of Spirit and directly reached the 5th layer. His spiritual power is strong enough to match that of a prime warrior, President Lee stated calmly. With such strong spiritual power, is it strange that he could sense that blood-winged snake clan? Indeed, Li Yuan's perception is much stronger than the other students. That makes sense. Many teachers nodded in agreement, indicating their understanding, and gradually dispersed. Sister, are you satisfied? President Lee said, smiling at the woman beside him. Don't call me sister, call me Dean Shu. Dean Shu frowned and said, this time you've managed to pick up a good seedling. What do you plan to do next? Is it to continue training him normally? Or, Dean Shu inquired. As deputy presidents, and being top-grade origin martial artists themselves, they had a much higher vision and understanding of the school's internal affairs than the average teacher. They all knew that the so-called S-grade special training contract was aimed at the most outstanding, ordinary students. It was a standardized contract. It was used to train martial arts geniuses within the realm of normalcy. However, there are always some geniuses in this world that defy convention, and they need to be handled with special measures to fully tap their potential. Sister, you know how it is, it's not something we can decide. President Lee shook his head. But I will report to Dean Hai and explain Li Yuan's situation. Whether to continue with the structured training or do something extra, that will be for Dean Hai to decide. Furthermore, the reason I asked you to come this time was actually with this in mind, President Lee said with a smile. After all, to sign an SS-grade resource application, at least 2 deputy presidents need to agree. But in reality, Li Yuan's explosive performance was completely beyond President Lee's expectations, and his initial reason for inviting Dean Shu wasn't for Li Yuan. But make the best of a bad situation. Yes. Dean Shu's face showed a bit more satisfaction. Old Li, this time you really put in some effort. If the SS-grade resource application regarding Li Yuan could pass the review, then President Lee, as the advising teacher, would definitely be credited with the primary merit. As one of the 2 deputy presidents who signed the form, Dean Shu would also receive a certain guiding bonus. Of course, our sibling relationship is well known, isn't it? President Lee laughed. After a pause, President Lee continued, Sister, what do you think our chances are? Hard to say. Dean Shu shook her head, pondering for a moment. 60%, I guess. Just right. It seems Dean Hai is still on campus. Draft the application now, I'll co-sign it, let's try to settle it today. Okay. In the 4th base, on the plaza outside the War Fortress, several aircraft landed. A large number of students who held on until the final moment stepped out of the aircraft. The 2-day combat assessment. Many had their armor torn with holes, and several were covered in blood, some of their own, and some from the alien race. Phew. Li Yuan also stepped off one of the aircraft and caught sight of a row of white stretchers laid out on the ground in the distance. Are there deaths again? The number seems not small. Li Yuan felt a touch of sadness. The joy of securing first place was somewhat diminished. Li Yuan. A crisp voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Li Yuan turned and saw a tall woman approaching with a smile on her face. Senior sister, Li Yuan said with a smile. The visitor was none other than Sister Chu Jing, who had already formed a decent relationship with Li Yuan through attending classes together multiple times. This time, after going through a life and death experience in the combat assessment, Their relationship had naturally grown much closer. Tisk, tisk. First place. Huh? Sister Chu Jing's voice didn't stop as she shook her head and laughed. Li Yuan, come on. Tell me, were you just trying to mess with me? Li Yuan was taken aback. Did you, at that time, deliberately lure that group of Rock Desert Tribe warriors? Sister Chu Jing stared at Li Yuan. Li Yuan scratched his head and found he couldn't explain at the moment, so he could only offer a silly smile. I thought you were really in danger, and I foolishly charged in to save you. Sister Chu Jing shook her head and sighed. Later on, I was quite proud, thinking I had saved you. But seeing you later crazily racking up points, you must have barged into that Rock Desert Tribe enclave. With your strength, how could you care about the initial dozen or so Rock Desert Tribe warriors? Chu Jing made a pitiful expression. Poor me, working so hard to save you, and you didn't tell me the truth, even deceiving me. Sister, me? Li Yuan was somewhat at a loss. Haha, just kidding. Sister Chu Jing suddenly laughed. I won't pry anymore. You definitely have your reasons. However, you have to treat me to a meal after we get back. Okay, no problem. Li Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Some things he could talk about with teacher Li Yang, but couldn't discuss them with Chu Jing. What did you just see over there? Chu Jing suddenly pointed at the row of white stretchers in the distance. Li Yuan nodded slightly, his smile involuntarily fading a bit. You'll get used to it. My best friend from university died in the last combat assessment. Chu Jing's eyes dimmed. Li Yuan's heart stirred, and he looked at Chu Jing. We have no choice. The combat assessment is already the least life-threatening form of tempering we experience. Chu Jing spoke softly. If we can't even survive the combat assessment, what will we do when we actually join the war? Li Yuan nodded involuntarily, indicating his agreement. Let's continue to become stronger. Sister Chu Jing laughed again all of a sudden. You're just in your first year and already stronger than me. I'm dying of envy. With such talent, you'll definitely become a very powerful prime warrior in the future. Perhaps even a flying heaven warrior. By then, you'll really be able to kill a large number of Star Realm creatures that threaten our human race, Chu Jing said with a laugh. As the two were chatting, suddenly, Chu Jing, Li Yuan. A deep voice rang out from not far away. A bald middle-aged man stood there. Teacher. Teacher. Both of them turned solemn at the same time. Good performance. Chu Jing is sixth. Li Yuan is first. Li Yang showed a faint smile. Chu Jing. Wait here for the train to arrive. Li Yuan, come with me for a moment. Li Yang walked towards a house in the distance. Yes. Li Yuan nodded and followed. Chu Jing winked at Li Yuan. Following Li Yang to a 3-story building next to the square, they entered a conference room on the first floor. It was very quiet here, just Li Yuan and Li Yang. Li Yang sat down in a chair without a word. Teacher, Li Yuan displayed a trace of nervousness. You've improved your strength very quickly. Li Yang finally looked up at Li Yuan. What level is your physical quality now? 12.6, Li Yuan mentioned a figure. It was no use hiding it anymore. And it couldn't be hidden. Did you use some heavenly materials treasures, or forbidden medicine? Li Yang got straight to the point. It's not forbidden medicine. The teacher can check my body. Li Yuan only answered half the question. Whether it was heavenly materials treasures or not, he didn't answer. Did the Starfire Martial Hall give it to you? Li Yang inquired. Previously, no information was passed on to me. Did you sign a non-disclosure agreement? Li Yuan stayed silent, his mind racing about how to respond. All right. The teacher understands. Li Yang believed he had seen through Li Yuan's thoughts, and said with a smile. The Fei Qian of Starfire Martial Hall definitely told you not to discuss it with anyone, else it might attract covetous eyes, right? Li Yuan revealed a bitter smile, apparently feeling somewhat helpless. Don't worry. A heavenly materials treasure that enhances physical quality is all it is. We at Kunlun Martial University can protect you, Li Yang said with a laugh. As long as it's not forbidden medicine that affects potential, it's fine. Everyone has secrets, especially geniuses. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't press you. I called you here to tell you that after you return today, Dean Hai wants to see you. The following was added after the main text was published and will not be included in the word count charged for. P.S. The third release of the day, still over 10,000 words with 3 updates, 24,000 monthly tickets for an additional update. First, let's ask for monthly tickets. Also, to mention a few things, one is that I had to go to the hospital for checks today, so the updates were slower, sorry. I initially thought that there wouldn't be any interruptions in the updates, so I didn't say anything in advance because, as everyone knows, when you're sick, no one knows what time the checkup results will come out. Next, regarding update times, I will try to stabilize update times in the future, but I don't promise a specific time because it's very easy to fall short of what's promised. I'm not used to keeping a backlog of written chapters. In nearly 10 years of writing, besides new releases and the launch where I force myself to save 5 to 10 chapters, I don't keep a backlog at other times. It's not that I can't keep a backlog, but having one significantly affects my writing state and spontaneous inspiration. I prefer to make slight adjustments based on daily reader feedback, so apologies for that. Lastly, regarding updates, I will definitely try my best to keep updating. I consider myself to be relatively quick with updates, but there's no need to rush me to be faster. I personally hope to find a balance between quality and the stability of my writing pace. A big long novel, purely chasing after update speed, can easily collapse. If it collapses, it's useless to write 100,000 words in a day. Tomorrow, I will strive for 3 to 4 updates, depending on my condition. Thank you all for your support. Dean Hai. Li Yuan felt a slight shock in his heart and couldn't help but ask, "Our Dean Hai?" He had been at the school for quite some time and was rather familiar with the history of his own academy. "Is there a second Dean Hai at our school?" Li Yong said with a smile. "Most of the time, Dean Hai isn't at the school. He's either stationed in the Star Realm, or he's traversing life and death in bitter cultivation. This time you're in luck. His Excellency is returning to the school today. Just now, I've submitted your performance to Dean Hai at the first opportunity." Li Yong continued. "He has replied to my message, instructing us to bring you to meet him once we're back at the school." "Yes." Li Yuan nodded, a mix of anticipation and nervousness in his heart. Dean Hai. That was a flying heaven warrior, truly a peerless martial force to be reckoned with, whose strength was terrifying enough to basically ignore modern firearms. He could be considered a main combat force guarding human civilization. For instance, the provincial hall masters of places like Zhongbei, Starfire Martial Hall, and Starry Sky Martial Hall, the strongest warriors in the military. They were all flying heaven warriors. Such peerless beings could shake a province with a mere stamp of their foot. "Don't worry, Dean Hai is very approachable. He won't do anything to you," Li Yong said with a smile. "If he wants to see you, it means your performance has been outstanding. It has been many years since Dean Hai has summoned a student from the academy for a one-on-one meeting." Li Yuan thoughtfully pondered. For such a superior being, time was precious, and without demonstrating the potential of a flying heaven warrior, he probably wouldn't summon anyone for a one-on-one meeting. Li Yong didn't reveal too much to Li Yuan because he wasn't sure what benefits Dean Hai might offer. He didn't want to raise Li Yuan's expectations too much.
By the way, for ranking first at base 4 this time, the school will reward you with 5 million blue star coins, Li Yong said with a smile. As the top student in the grade, the school will reward you with 3 million blue star coins.
Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Added together, that was 8 million blue star coins. Not a small sum. Additionally, having served as the head senior brother for a month, the school's evaluation of your assessment is excellent. Li Yong smiled somewhat playfully. The reward of 1 million blue star coins for this half year will increase by 20%, totaling 1.2 million blue star coins, which will be given to you all at once. Thank you, teacher. Li Yuan nodded repeatedly. He understood that the so-called excellent assessment was probably decided by teacher Li Yong. Had Li Yuan truly fulfilled his duties? Not really. But leading the entire academy's students to secure first place in various assessments as a group, that qualified him as an outstanding senior brother. Results decided everything. "All right, off you go," President Li said with a smile. "After the train arrives, go change into clean clothes when we're back at school, and then wait at Hailong Building." "Yes." Li Yuan turned and prepared to leave. Suddenly. Buzz. President Li's smart ring vibrated. President Li looked down, his expression changing suddenly as he stood up. Teacher? Li Yuan sensed something was amiss. It's nothing, hurry on to the train. President Li said solemnly. Dean Hai won't have time to see you today. Wait for my notification. Yes. Li Yuan immediately realized that something major must have happened. Whoosh! Li Yong grabbed hold of Li Yuan. Li Yuan felt a gust of wind flash by, and in an instant, they had moved over 100 meters from the conference room. In the distance, a large number of students were boarding the train in an orderly fashion. Go! After leaving those words, Li Yong moved, transforming into a streak of light darting over 200 meters, yet the air hardly trembled. In a few bounds, he had disappeared at the end of the plaza. From the direction he went, he was heading to the war fortress. Such speed. Li Yuan held his breath as he watched Li Yong fade into the distance, witnessing his true strength for the first time. This burst speed must be close to the speed of sound. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Is this the power of a top-grade origin martial artist? It wasn't just Li Yuan, many students had witnessed Li Yong speeding away. No idea what major event occurred. It seems even Dean Hai has to go there, Li Yuan thought to himself. I hope everything is all right. Li Yuan didn't ponder too deeply. When the sky falls, there will be tall people holding it up. He wasn't yet capable of shouldering such responsibilities. Concentrating on his training to become stronger was what a good student should do. Let's go. Li Yuan walked toward the distant train, boarding the carriage in sequence. Boom. Li Yong burst forth at full speed, leaping dozens of meters high in a single bound, covering hundreds of meters in a flash, and swiftly arriving outside the war fortress. The several dozen teachers who had been in the meeting, almost all were already waiting outside the war fortress. Dean Shu, Dean Qin. President Li landed and immediately asked, "What's the situation?" "It's urgent. Our observation point 6 in the Kunlun star realm has been exposed. The marrow crystal veins have been discovered by the alien race," Dean Shu said gravely. "Currently, it's under siege by the native powers of the star realm, and from the traces that have been revealed so far, it appears that the Immortal Ruins civilization's great sects are behind it." The great sects of the Immortal Ruins civilization? Li Yang's expression changed. At their level, they were all too aware of what this implied. The Kunlun star realm was nothing compared to the vast and mighty Immortal Ruins civilization. However, it was very important to the human race of the Seven Stars Sea, especially to Sha country. Setting up Kunlun Martial University there was to guard the Kunlun star realm. It was also an important source of resources for Kunlun Martial University. How could it have been discovered? Li Yong couldn't help but say, "Our observation points have always been very secretive." "It's related to Dean Zhao and the others," Dean Qin, a plump elder, sighed. "Europa's Korea applied to the Alliance to enter the Kunlun star realm not too long ago. The situation is very chaotic, and we haven't completely figured it out yet. Either way, the principal has ordered us to go and provide support immediately. We'll abandon observation point 6, but we must bring back the besieged martial artists, the mind marrow crystals, and we also have to eliminate all traces to avoid exposing more observation points," Dean Qin said. Dean Hai and 3 other Flying Heaven warriors are already stationed at the 3 major entrances of the Kunlun star realm. To prevent the situation from getting worse. Enough talk. Time is of the essence. We'll discuss it on the way. Let's go first. Dean Shu interrupted the two's conversation. Swish. 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 Dozens of prime warriors who were teachers and deans, with the lowest physical quality at level 26, quickly charged into a war fortress entrance not far away. Deep inside the war fortress, there was a channel that could quickly leave the star realm. The train sped forward at high speed. The same compartment as on the journey here. Li Yuan, impressive. Wang Chan, a senior from his 3rd year whom he had met on the way there, gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Amazing, actually managed to get first place in the 4th basis rankings." Junior Li Yuan, how did your scores rise so quickly? Did you encounter a lot of exotic beasts? Junior, What's your physical quality level now? Seniors from various institutes all gathered around Li Yuan. For a moment, Li Yuan was the center of discussion in the compartment. Junior, can we spar with the spear technique later? Li Yuan, you're too awesome. Can I add you on V? Even a senior sister boldly made the invitation. Li Yuan found it a bit much to handle, but eventually, a few seniors from the 6th Institute spoke up and gradually everyone in the compartment quieted down. Li Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. He felt that this was even more troublesome than fighting a level 14 Star Realm creature. This time, including the reward from the senior brother and the team reward from the Institute. I could get over 9 million. Li Yuan calculated in his mind. That's about enough. Time to start preparing the first phase of Uncle's physical rehabilitation treatment. Uncle Li Chongzhou had been rescued and appeared to have recovered. But after suffering from flame erosive bone poison for a long time, and almost dying at the end, the recovery to health was only superficial, meaning he had been brought back from the brink of death. The vitality in Li Chongzhou's body had been mostly destroyed by the toxin. Just his physical quality alone had fallen from level 11 before the injury to about a level 6 standard now. In May, Li Yuan had discussed with the doctors. If Li Chongzhou continued to live an orderly life with normal healthcare, his life expectancy would hardly exceed 70 years. It might seem not too short, but one must know that, barring accidental deaths, the average life expectancy for humans in this era was well over 100 years. For this reason, Li Yuan, after the college entrance exams, contacted a rehabilitation hospital through Wanqing to start preparing a rehabilitation plan for Uncle. 3 stages of rehabilitation treatment. The first stage will cost about 16 million, the second stage is estimated at around 18 million, and the third stage at about 40 million.
A total of 74 million blue star coins. Li Yuan had almost memorized the rehabilitation plan. If all goes well with the complete treatment, although it won't make Uncle's body return to its peak, his life expectancy should increase to around 90 years old. The 3 stages of treatment were incredibly expensive and beyond the reach of ordinary families.
It involved life sciences, very complex. If he told Uncle and Aunt the truth about such a huge expense, Li Yuan figured they would not agree. However, Li Yuan had made up his mind. The money the country rewarded me with is meant for me to enhance my strength. And besides, cash rewards are always finite and in theory should not be used on other things. Li Yuan was clear on this. But I will always have chances to make money and repay the country in the future. Uncle's health can be delayed. The longer we wait, the less hope there is for recovery, and no amount of money spent later will make up for it. Li Yuan's thoughts were crystal clear. The first stage, 16 million blue star coins, start the treatment as soon as possible.
The entire treatment will last for about half a year.
During this half year, I will endeavor to become a level 15 martial artist as soon as possible. Then I can venture into many star realms, risk life and death, and truly earn money on my own, Li Yuan thought to himself. The star realms were full of danger but also contained countless treasures. Some star realms were so vast that they were 10 times larger than Sha country, which has a territory of over 100 million square kilometers. All kinds of heavenly materials treasures originated from these star realms. Otherwise, how could those prime warriors and flying heaven warriors be so wealthy? Returning to school, Li Yuan was warmly welcomed by over 100 freshmen from the 6th Institute. After a round of celebrations that lasted until after 7 in the evening, Li Yuan finally returned to his villa, washed up, and then calmed down to practice the basic cultivation method for over an hour. After completing everything, he entered the virtual network pod, connecting his consciousness. Within his personal space, Master, the sprite girl circled around him. According to my earlier annotations, list all my assets in the bank and the martial hall. Li Yuan spoke softly. Yes, Master, please wait a moment. The girl smiled. Swiftly. Whoosh! A huge screen appeared in Li Yuan's field of vision, clearly marking his wealth. Bank balance. 36,550,000 blue star coins. Martial Hall points. 440,000. Martial Hall cultivation points. 9,570,000. My cash has exceeded 36 million, Li Yuan revealed a hint of a smile. This was all the cash he had. The rewards from the recent combat assessment, the award from the eldest senior brother, the prize from the entrance competition, plus the rewards from the school's S-grade special training contract. These amounted to Li Yuan's current fortune. Over the past 6 months, most of the Marshall Hall points I spent were for purchasing various cultivation resources, Li Yuan thought silently. Now, at the school, I get 2 portions of High Origin Spirit Spring for free every month, each worth 2 million Blue Star coins, so there's no need to buy Origin Power Essence pills anymore. Every month, Li Yuan himself mainly purchased body-cleansing Spirit Marrow and first-rank Blood Essence potions. Each month's expenses are about 1.3 million points, Blue Star coins. In October, the cash and points from the Marshall Hall contract will be given to me, Li Yuan pondered. In the following months, I'll have to spend cash to buy various cultivation resources. Though tens of millions might seem a lot, it might not be enough to spend. As Li Yuan's physical quality continued to improve, he would need more High Origin Spirit Spring, which the school could not provide indefinitely. More cultivation resources had to be bought with his own money. I'll prepare the first phase of my uncle's rehabilitation treatment first, Li Yuan was contemplating. Before the end of this month, I will strive to reach the Bright Moon stage on the Starry Skies Fighting Network. In October, during the Battle of the Freshers from the 10 schools, I'll aim to take first place. If both could be completed as such, each would yield 20 million Blue Star coins, totaling 40 million Blue Star coins. That would solve Li Yuan's current difficulties. After exiting the virtual network, Li Yuan connected with Wan Qing via vCall. The video projection formed. Li Yuan, Wan Qing appeared in the projection, smiling at Li Yuan. From the background, he was in the Marshall Hall office. Uncle, Li Yuan revealed a smile, after exchanging pleasantries for a while. Uncle Wan, I need your help with something. Li Yuan got to the point. The rehabilitation hospital's Professor Zhang, whom I asked you to contact last time, has devised a 3-phase rehabilitation plan for my uncle. I would like to start the first phase and hope you could oversee it for me. Rehabilitation plan? The one costing over 70 million Blue Star coins? Wan Qing was slightly surprised. That's the one. I would like to give you the money to communicate with Professor Zhang, Li Yuan said with a smile. No need to reveal the truth to my uncle for now. Just let him receive treatment. Do you have time? If it were anyone else, Li Yuan would not trust them with tens of millions of Blue Star coins. But Wan Qing, given his strength, status, and relationship, there was no need for him to embezzle the money. Haha, no problem. Wan Qing readily agreed. Before long, 16 million Blue Star coins were transferred by Li Yuan into Wan Qing's account. The video call ended. Li Yuan is not somebody who can't distinguish what's important. He's not the idiot who would throw money away without regard for his own cultivation. Wan Qing's smile receded within the office. He thought silently. Then, spending this sum of money probably won't affect his cultivation. It seems, he's doing quite well at Kunlun Marshall University, Wan Qing remarked with a slight smile. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what Li Yuan did. On the contrary, he quite admired it. To be so grateful to his uncle, by extrapolation, his treatment of other seniors and benefactors would often not be too poor. After transferring the money, Li Yuan, far away at Kunlun Marshall University, suppressed many thoughts and continued his regular cultivation of spear technique, cultivation methods, visualization method, and battles on the Starry Skies Fighting Network. The next day, on August 2nd, past 5 in the early morning, Li Yuan, who was practicing with the long spear in the underground martial arts room, suddenly felt his smart ring vibrate, signifying that a significant message had arrived. What's the matter? Li Yuan stopped with his long spear and clicked on the screen of his bracelet, and a screen unfolded, quickly scanning through it. It's from the school. A notice of death? Li Yuan looked at the gray notification document on the screen, his expression shifting slightly. Shihi, Fan Jin, and 11 other school teachers died in a star realm on a rescue mission on the 1st of August, 2043 7 Stars calendar. Li Yuan read the names of the 11 teachers on the notification, his mind reeling in shock. Especially one familiar name, Fan Jin. The kind-faced elder who had given him guidance on multiple occasions, was he truly gone? Within just 1 second, Li Yuan unconsciously clicked on the teacher list in the app, and after checking several times, he finally confirmed it. The Fan Jian mentioned in the obituary announcement was indeed teacher Fan Jin, who had taught him before. Because among the hundreds of teachers at Kunlun Martial University, there was only one Fan Jin. Teacher Fan. Li Yuan fell silent. In an instant, an indescribable train of thought wrapped around Li Yuan's mind. It wasn't the sadness of losing a loved one, but an inexplicable sadness and melancholy. To be honest, Li Yuan's impression of teacher Fan Jin was not very deep. They had met during an invitational event at Zhongbei Martial University. At that time, it was Fan Jin and Li Yang who came to see Li Yuan together and signed an S-level intensive training contract. In the months between the invitational event and the college entrance exam, Fan Jin had made multiple video contacts to instruct and guide Li Yuan. For example, Li Yuan's choice to use the body cleansing marrow technique for cultivation was guided by a cultivation document sent by Fan Jin. Beyond that, there weren't many interactions between the two. Even after entering Kunlun Martial University, due to teaching reasons, Li Yuan and Fan Jin had met only once. Were their feelings deep? Not really. After all, they had little real-life interaction, and Fan Jin had never directly coached Li Yuan. But in Li Yuan's heart, Fan Jin was a dedicated and respectable teacher. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the kind elder had died just like that. A rescue operation in some star realm? Li Yuan glanced through the reason stated in the obituary. He immediately thought of yesterday noon when teacher Li Yang had received a message and left in a hurry. It was probably the same incident, not just teacher Fan Jin. There were 10 other teachers. Li Yuan's gaze unconsciously swept over the names of the other 10 teachers. Just one battle, because of an unnamed rescue operation, had cost the lives of 11 prime warriors, and at least they were high-level prime warriors. War. Li Yuan thought of the Rob C. He thought of his uncle, who had been injured before and had almost died. The war with the alien race is a battle to the death. Li Yuan whispered to himself, now, all I can do is to strive to become stronger. Standing in place. Li Yuan was silent for a long time, and in the end, he gently closed his smart wristband and once again gripped the long spear standing next to him. He gripped it tighter than before. Then, he continued to practice his spear technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shadow of the spear danced, at times like the rolling flow of stars, vast and unstoppable. At times the flash of the spear shimmered, like a raging river, each move and style continuous without end. That night, Li Yuan was moved, his heart was calmer, and his spear technique grew even more fierce. August 2nd, during the day. The sky started to drizzle. The school notification was not only sent to Li Yuan. All students were aware that 11 teachers had died in battle the day before. Apart from a few students who had died during the previous day's combat assessments. The entire sky over Kunlun Martial University seemed to be shrouded in a layer of somber sadness. Around 10 in the morning, all students received another notification message. Due to a large number of teachers undertaking war missions, the teaching tasks of the following institutes and grade levels are temporarily suspended.
The classes for freshmen at the 6th Institute were all halted.
Because the 3 vice deans and a large number of lecturing teachers were temporarily unreachable. Li Yuan did not seek out other students but continued to cultivate alone in the villa. Everything proceeded according to his own cultivation plan. As if nothing had happened, after the noon nutritional meal and blood chi potion. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Yuan was preparing to practice the solid rock cultivation technique. Suddenly, Master, you have received a transfer notice of 16 million blue star coins from Wan Qing. The smart assistant suddenly sounded an alert. Li Yuan showed a hint of surprise, and with it a trace of confusion. Why is Uncle Wan transferring the money back again? Before Li Yuan could make a call to Wan Qing, he had already received a communication alert from him. Answer. Li Yuan immediately said. A holographic screen formed. It showed the appearance of Wan Qing. Looking at the background, He seemed to be at his own home. Uncle Wan, what's the matter? Li Yuan was about to speak. Li Yuan, don't ask, just listen to me, Wan Qing said with a hint of helplessness. Your uncle will probably call you on WeChat soon. I can't talk him out of it or hide anything from him. Li Yuan was stunned. Hide it? What was there to hide? Or let's say, your uncle is more capable than you imagine, much more capable, Wan Qing sighed. He's only working as a middle manager in a state-owned enterprise. He is truly underutilizing his talents. In my life, I haven't admired many people, but your uncle is one of them. If you can persuade your uncle, talk to me again. Li Yuan grew increasingly puzzled. What on earth could have prompted Uncle Wan to say such a thing? Beep. The intelligent assistant's voice rang out once more. Master, Li Changzhou is calling you. Your uncle is calling you. Take the call first. We can talk more when you have time, Wan Qing said. All right, Uncle Wan. Li Yuan nodded. He understood that the issue lay with his uncle, not with Wan Qing. After hanging up the video call, Li Yuan took the call from his uncle, Li Changzhou. The video communication was established, and the figure of Li Changzhou appeared on the screen. Li Changzhou's complexion looked healthy, full of spirit, yet he was very thin, appearing to have aged a decade or more since last year. Uncle, Li Yuan began, his voice involuntarily lowering by several degrees. What you have done is not right. Li Changzhou got straight to the point, his gaze gentle yet firm, as it had always been when looking directly at Li Yuan. Inside, Li Yuan couldn't help feeling a twinge of panic. In front of his uncle, Li Changzhou, Li Yuan had always been like a child. The first treatment payment of 16 million, totaling 74 million for the entire treatment? And to think you planned to hide it from me, not even consulting me? Li Changzhou said slowly. Li Yuan, what exactly were you thinking? Uncle, how did you find out? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. I'm only injured, not senile. I used to be a martial artist too. Li Changzhou shook his head. This morning, Professor Zhang sent me the treatment list. I consulted a few classmates and soon realized that the items on the list far exceeded their apparent prices, even including high-origin products from the Star Realm. That's when I knew something was off. In any case, I'm aware of it now. Li Changzhou looked at Li Yuan. This was the wrong move. My body is already healed. I have been discharged for quite some time. The Martial Arts Hall has also arranged free post-operative care, and the national support systems are very comprehensive. There's no need for such an expensive treatment plan. Li Changzhou shook his head. It's unnecessary. Conviction could be heard in Li Changzhou's voice. Free care isn't good enough. Li Yuan shook his head. Uncle, I've asked the doctors. With just that level of care, your body can't possibly recover to its peak. Besides, spending this money doesn't affect me. Li Yuan spoke candidly. Rest assured, this money isn't borrowed from anyone. I earned it. Earned it? How can you earn money when you've only been in university for a month? Li Changzhou scrutinized Li Yuan, his voice full of doubt. Isn't it from the contracts with the Martial Hall, university, or some competitions at the university? Right, Li Yuan nodded. But this money is mine, and using it to treat your body, why can't I? Wrong. Li Changzhou's voice suddenly rose, tinged with a barely concealed anger. Li Yuan, you're mistaken. This money isn't yours. In essence, it belongs to the state, to all the taxpayers. You're only in control of it because of your martial talents. Li Changzhou's voice was deep and forceful. Li Yuan was stunned. He began to faintly grasp his uncle's point. Have you considered whether everything you've done up to now truly deserves such a large amount of money? Li Changzhou stared at Li Yuan. An ordinary person toils for a year just to earn a bit over 100,000 Blue Star coins. And you? In less than a year since high school, you've received several tens of millions of Blue Star coins, not even including the various teacher resources and free cultivation resources. You work hard at school, have a villa to yourself, people providing you everything you need, no worries about food, clothing, or housing, plus a large sum of money as long as you concentrate on cultivating and improving your strength. Do you think all this comes without a price? That it's something others owe you? This money isn't just numbers pulled out of thin air. Every single blue star coin represents the hard work of countless people behind it, with martial artists dying in the star realm, ordinary people toiling away, resulting in equivalent goods. Li Chongzhou looked directly at Li Yuan. You've studied for so many years, don't you understand this basic economic principle? Li Yuan was silent. How could he not understand? From high school until now, the state, or rather human civilization, including all kinds of teachers, must have spent nearly 50 or 60 million blue star coins on him. Why do we have a widespread examination system across the alliance? Why do we cultivate martial artists with all our might? Why do we allocate vast resources to your group? Li Chongzhou gazed at Li Yuan, sighing. You should understand better than I do. You know better than me. Our human civilization has always been faced with the threat of extinction. If we're not strong, we die. Investing vast resources to cultivate you, the martial talents, is entrusting our hopes to you. Hopes that you would eventually be able to stand up and shoulder the responsibility of protecting civilization, Li Chongzhou asserted gravely. Uncle, I can earn this money back later. Li Yuan's voice was hesitant. That's for the future. If this money was earned through your own efforts in the star realm, I wouldn't mind spending it, it wouldn't concern others. But this money isn't truly earned by you yet. Li Chongzhou fixed his gaze on Li Yuan. True, you have the authority over these funds, and actually, no one would care how you spend them. But I taught you that as a person, you can be selfish, but there should be a line in your heart. Previously, when you gave money to your aunt in secret, mainly to cultivate your younger brother and sister, and the amount wasn't too much, I didn't stop you. But now, spending so much money on a cripple like me, if those who struggled to gather vast resources to cultivate you knew, would they understand? Li Chongzhou looked at Li Yuan. They would only feel hurt? They would only think their hard work was wasted, Li Chongzhou said somberly. You're not a cripple, uncle, Li Yuan couldn't help but retort. You're a hero. These things are what you deserve. Hero? In these past decades, the tens of thousands of soldiers and martial artists who died at Rob C, are they not more heroic than me? Li Chongzhou looked at Li Yuan. In these past centuries, just in Xia country, fighting against the star realm creatures, the tens of millions that have perished, isn't each one of them a hero? Who among them is inferior to me? Of all the human civilization to this day, aren't the millions of fallen martial artists heroes? Do they all have the same treatment as I do? Li Yuan opened his mouth. But he couldn't refute it, because it's impossible for all fallen and disabled warriors to have such treatment. The resources of entire human civilization are finite, especially precious high-origin treasures and martial resources, which are mostly supplied to the living martial artists. Do you think I'm a hero, that I should receive such luxurious treatment? Li Chongzhou looked at Li Yuan. How many resources does all of human civilization possess to allow such wasteful extravagance for you? I understand your heart, and I'm even more gratified, but the approach isn't quite appropriate. My medical care is entirely free, including a one-time subsidy of 400,000, a monthly disability assistance thereafter, and free health care, with the expectation of living until 70. I'm already very content, the state has done enough for me. Like I said to you last time, I never regret my choices. Li Chongzhou's voice softened, no longer as harsh as before. Li Chongzhou understood in his heart that what Li Yuan had done was out of filial piety and for his own sake. Uncle, you're right. But, if you hadn't been cut in line when Base 3 was being relieved, you could have come back earlier. Finally, Li Yuan couldn't hold back. Maybe the situation wouldn't have become so dire, almost dying. Do you really think that way? Li Chongzhou sighed lightly. Through the screen, he could see right into Li Yuan's heart. Li Yuan and his uncle looked at each other. Indeed, these were the thoughts Li Yuan had harbored since learning the truth, even nourishing some dissatisfaction. Xiao Yuan. You're right, someone used certain privileges to leave early, which was wrong, and they should be held accountable. Li Chongzhou didn't refute Li Yuan. Li Chongzhou continued. I just hope that you don't become extreme because of this, imagining everything to be so dark. Li Yuan went silent. Today, if the 16 million you're spending were earned by you, I'd be willing to accept the treatment.
But to spend the state's award on you, Mostly with the hope that you use it to strengthen yourself quickly rather than just to extend my life a little longer. Your starting point is good, but the cost is simply too great. Perhaps no one would blame you if you did spend it. Li Chongzhou sighed lightly. But I am not willing to accept it.
Uncle. Li Yuan looked at Li Chongzhou. You should understand that fairness is only relative. Li Chongzhou sighed lightly. Everyone has self-interest and desires, and I am no exception. I am glad that you want me to live longer, that you want our family to be better. It proves that your heart is good. It proves that the state's decision to focus on nurturing you was not wrong. But in my case, I don't wish for it to be this way. I'm not about to die yet, and I'm just over 40. Li Chongzhou looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan fell silent. Li Chongzhou said no more, only watched Li Yuan quietly, knowing that some things Li Yuan had to figure out on his own. After a long while, Uncle. Li Yuan finally spoke again, his voice muffled. In the future, once I become a martial artist and truly start adventuring in the star realm, I will use my own earned money to come and provide physiotherapy for you. Li Chongzhou's body was not in grave danger, only severely damaged in vitality. Physiotherapy, you don't need to take it too much to heart. Li Chongzhou shook his head lightly. It is rare for one to live to 70 since ancient times. Having survived a journey through the star realm, to live past 70 without major illness or catastrophe, I am already sufficiently content. I don't wish to say too much. You've grown up, and you handle many things better than I do. But you still haven't experienced as much. Li Chongzhou said softly. This world, indeed, isn't entirely bright. He could tell that Li Yuan had not fully accepted his own ideas. There are many disgusting dealings, possibly beyond anything you've heard of. There are many evil people, perhaps ones you have never encountered. You are a martial path genius, thus most people around you are kind. The disgusting aspects are concealed. The sins you've seen are just the tip of the iceberg, Li Chongzhou said. In the past, he didn't want to speak too much about such matters to his nephew. Because he hoped Li Yuan would come to understand on his own. But today he vaguely understood. His nephew was growing up too fast, his strength was increasing too quickly, at a pivotal stage in the shaping of his worldviews and values. Some things, if not spoken today, might be too late if left for the future. In the future, you will witness even more disgusting things. Your uncle only hopes you remember one thing. Li Chongzhou looked at Li Yuan. Walking in the sunlight, don't always fixate on the little darkness in the cracks. We come to this world, not to collude with the darkness. Li Chongzhou said. If you feel darkness, then strive, in your own way, to bring light into it. Li Yuan was stunned, his heart was moved more deeply. Suddenly, Li Yuan thought of Dongfang Ji, and the Seven-Star Alliance progressive movement, described in history books. Strikingly similar to what his uncle had said. Before long, Li Yuan disconnected the communication with his uncle. The conversation was brief, not very long, but the impact on Li Yuan's soul was unparalleled. In the sunlight, there's no need to always stare at the darkness in the cracks, Li Yuan murmured to himself. Li Yuan suddenly realized that he had never fully understood his uncle in the past. After the college entrance examination. No, from the moment I was specially recruited by the Martial Hall, subconsciously, I always thought my abilities were stronger than my uncle's, always believing that the decisions I made would be better. Li Yuan shook his head lightly. But apart from my talent, apart from the special advantages brought by the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, is my heart truly stronger than uncle's? Li Yuan gently shook his head. Perhaps, he possessed the determination and perseverance to diligently cultivate that madness for pursuing greater strength. In terms of the rigors of cultivation, Li Yuan did not consider himself inferior to anyone. But the true strength of the heart is never just about determination and perseverance. It's more about belief. A belief that is indestructible, facing 1,000 hardships without ever changing one's heart. Subconsciously, Li Yuan once again thought of the night his uncle left for the Star Realm. That sentence, said so nonchalantly. Someone has to go to this war, why not me? It seemed like a joke. It seemed casual, but on a sudden reflection, Li Yuan could feel the terrifying belief contained within his uncle's words. What I lack is precisely such a belief, Li Yuan murmured to himself. For my family, for uncle and aunt, for my younger brother and sister, I can give everything, even risk my own life, Li Yuan silently pledged in his heart. But can I, like uncle, remain composed after experiencing so much and seeing so much? Li Yuan asked himself. There was no answer. Everyone's heart cannot be completely changed by a simple moment of reflection or a conversation. Especially for a youth like Li Yuan, who is prone to changes in thoughts. I, indeed, have not yet reached uncle's level, nor can I fully understand his thoughts. Even some of uncle's ideas, which I do not fully agree with, are correct in their overall direction. Li Yuan gripped his long spear once more. Just like uncle said, the country, or rather the countless ordinary people of all human civilization, by pooling massive resources into me, a martial path genius like myself, bear not only the expectations of family, not only our own desire to become strong, but also the hope of protecting all of humanity, the aspirations passed down by predecessors such as Dongfang Ji and Starfire. Passing the torch, perpetuating endlessly. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Perhaps, uncle's thoughts and some of those of Dongfang Ji in the past have commonalities. Li Yuan wielded his long spear once again. Uncle Li Changzhou had always been the most imposing figure in Li Yuan's heart since childhood, seemingly capable of anything. Dongfang Ji, whom Li Yuan had never met, but since his youth, he had been his idol. At this moment, these two figures, vastly different in strength, status, and position, began to overlap in Li Yuan's eyes. Spear. Li Yuan moved his long spear involuntarily, and in his mind unexpectedly rose the image of teacher Xu Bo. The teacher's severed arm was a consequence of the Star Realm War. Then thoughts of teacher Fan Jin, who had just passed away yesterday, memories of heroic stories filled with emotion recounted during general knowledge classes, and the ancestors and valiant spirits who had died. These numerous figures seemed to come alive in an instant. Truly entering Li Yuan's mind, my spear, my martial path. One day, with spear in hand, I shall sweep away all darkness and restore complete peace to human civilization. Unbeknownst to himself, such a thought emerged in Li Yuan's heart. And as time passed, this thought grew stronger and more unstoppable. In the past, Li Yuan often had similar thoughts, but it was more like the sentiments of a youth wishing to become a great hero or a scientist. It was more about wanting to become something, without fully understanding why. Today, Li Yuan vaguely began to understand the why. Whoosh, 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 Li Yuan's long spear danced with bursting vigor, grandly. It seemed similar to his previous spear technique. But unknowingly, it began to undergo an essential transformation. At this moment, Li Yuan's heart and his long spear were in unprecedented sync. A quarter of an hour, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours passed, and Li Yuan practiced with insane intensity, completely immersed, utterly wild. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed Li Yuan's mind, and his long spear also erupted in that instant. A dazzling streak of spear light passed, with layers of light blossoming, brilliant to the extreme, like a huge meteor falling from the sky, irresistible, far surpassing any of Li Yuan's past spears in might. Stellar Spear Technique, 4th level, Meteor Fall. Your spear technique realm has increased from 4th level 53% to 4th level 61%. Your fist technique realm has increased from 4th level 55% to 4th level 62%. The prompts on the Divine Palace panel flickered, and Li Yuan took notice, but he did not stop to check as he had in the past. Instead, he continued practicing with his spear. His movements were as graceful as the wind, with his long spear dancing mightily without faltering, each thrust erupting with inconceivable might. Stellar illumination, galaxy waterfall, dawn piercing the clouds, meteor fall. Li Yuan executed each of his 4 major techniques in turn, his entire being faintly imbued with the essence of the stars. 10 times. 100 times. 1,000 times. The insights gained from months of solitary spear practice, the life and death struggles in combat assessments, the guidance from teacher Li Yang, the combat wisdom from teacher Zhang Lun and the other 2 sparring partners. It all amounted to what many others would take years or even longer to amass in spear training. At this moment, at the instant of perfect synergy between Li Yuan's heart and his long spear, it burst forth completely. Your spear technique skill realm has risen from 62% at the 4th level to 63% at the 4th level. An occasional prompt still flashed on the Divine Palace panel. Advancing, straight thrust, cleaving spear, retreating right, sweeping spear, crushing spear. If observed by a spear technique master, one would discover that Li Yuan was gradually entering a special state of clear-sightedness. His mind was completely empty, and his spirit fully unified. This practice session lasted until past 7 o'clock in the evening, before Li Yuan finally came out of his self-forgetful state. He exited that special mindset. Fatigue from every part of his body swept over him like a tide, making Li Yuan involuntarily put down his long spear and sit down on the ground.
It's past 7. I was so engrossed that I practiced for nearly 5 hours. Looking at the time, Li Yuan secretly sighed in relief. Lucky I had some of the high origin spirit spring just 2 days ago and ate plenty at noon, otherwise I would really not have been able to keep up from the afternoon until evening. As his focus shifted from the long spear, hunger pangs immediately struck Li Yuan.
He quickly ordered 5 nutrition meals. Then, Li Yuan got up, dragging his exhausted body, and downed a bottle of first-rank qi and blood potion from the restroom. Having reached the level that Li Yuan was at, qi and blood potions had transitioned from being supplements to stamina restoration potions, gradually diminishing in their role of enhancing physical quality. Spear technique. Li Yuan put down the empty bottle and glanced at the Divine Palace panel, suddenly stunned. Life level: 12.8, first rank, fist strength, 4,590 kilograms. Speed: 34.8 meters per second. Spiritual power, level 20.5. Spiritual awakening level, 25%, current limit 25%. Skill realm: spear technique, 4th level 65%, movement technique, 4th level 48%, fist technique, 4th level 67%. 65%? Li Yuan was somewhat surprised. His epiphany had increased his mastery by more than 10%. Even his movement technique had improved significantly. Physical quality has improved by 0.1 level, and my spiritual power by 0.5 level, Li Yuan thought in astonishment. Just one afternoon. Teacher Li Yong once said, "The mind is the most powerful force. When the heart has enlightenment, all aspects will be improved." Li Yuan muttered to himself, "The progress of the mind has greatly enhanced my control over my body during my epiphany." The more complete the mind, the more natural the growth of spiritual power. Body. Li Yuan closed his eyes and surveyed his interior, feeling an even deeper connection to his body, barely sensing the flow of every drop of blood. The pulsing and operation of the 5 internal organs seemed to be within his control. Is this what high-rank 4th level body awareness feels like? Li Yuan marveled to himself. The higher the skill, the deeper the excavation of bodily strength, the more terrifying the progress of physical quality. This is also why those martial arts geniuses, even after breaking through the life level of 15, could still improve several levels in a year. The gap between geniuses and ordinary people gradually formed, until it became completely insurmountable, with this special epiphany. For the coming period, my spear technique should not slow down, Li Yuan pondered. Only the subtlety of moving from high-rank 4th level to perfect 4th level can stop me now. Before reaching subtlety, all Li Yuan needed was time. If it were any other martial artist at level 15 or so. After reaching high-rank 4th level in skill, due to the weakness of spiritual power, it would be very difficult to sense the whole body and near impossible to achieve subtlety. This is the difference in foundation. This is also why most martial arts geniuses can only hope for subtlety after becoming a prime warrior. But for Li Yuan, the bottleneck of spiritual power simply didn't exist. Strong spiritual power was a crucial reason for Li Yuan's rapid progress. After eating, Li Yuan felt refreshed and took a bath. After some reflection, he initiated a call to Wan Qing. Soon the video link connected. Wan Qingyi's figure appeared. "Uncle Wan," Li Yuan greeted with a smile. "I hope I'm not disturbing you by calling so late." Not at all. Wan Qing replied with a smile. How did it go? Did your uncle agree? No. Li Yuan shook his head. I guessed you wouldn't persuade him, Wan Qing said with a touch of regret. I contacted him during the day. I don't fully agree with his views, but I have to admire your uncle's resolve. Actually, I offered to help him this morning, and was declined as well. If his determination was aimed at someone else, that would be another matter. But your uncle is applying it to himself, Wan Qing continued with emotion. I personally couldn't do it. Li Yuan listened in silence. If it were his aunt, brother or sister in trouble, and his uncle refused treatment, Li Yuan would never just stand by. But this rehabilitation and longevity plan was for Li Chongzhou himself. Wan Qing looked at Li Yuan and continued, as for the state rewards and martial hall appropriations for martial arts geniuses, though the purpose is to encourage your cultivation, part of it is indeed a settling in fund for you to practice with peace of mind. Including villas in areas like Starfire South Lake District. That's the idea, Wan Qing explained. The rehabilitation and longevity plan you created for your uncle indeed exceeds the usual settling and expenses. But how should I put it? The money is given to you, and how you spend it is really up to you, Wan Qing said. Martial arts ultimately seek a clear and unhindered mind. This is also why I didn't stop you last May when you asked me after I understood your intentions, he added. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Li Yuan was aware of this. In martial arts cultivation, one amasses great power within oneself, which is why the martial hall and even human civilization afford such great privileges and freedom to the martial artist community. Because it's uncontrollable. The mighty martial force of a martial artist originates from within, and nobody can take it away. You're thinking right, and you're doing right, Wan Qing said. Your uncle. He's also done nothing wrong, and is even more admirable. People like your uncle, once they decide something, others find it very difficult to shake their will. Li Yuan sighed in his heart. Why didn't he dare to tell his uncle at the beginning? It was because he feared his uncle would refuse if he knew the truth. And indeed, that was the case. My uncle resists internally. I can't force him, Li Yuan shook his head and said. I can only wait until I am strong enough to find a solution, just worried that if it drags on for too long, his body will weaken even more. Working hard to become stronger, and then to earn money on his own, that was Li Yuan's goal. Li Yuan. You don't need to worry too much. I had Professor Zhang re-examine him today, and your uncle is only in his 40s. His body has no major issues, it's just that his vitality is severely damaged, Wan Qing said. Even if it's a year or two later, the impact won't be fatal. Moreover, with the current technology, even if we implement a rehabilitation plan, his body can't recover to its peak. We can only say that his expected lifespan would be extended by a decade or two, Wan Qing said. Rather than that, you might set your sights further in the future. If you come across some heavenly materials and treasures, not only could you restore his health, but his lifespan could become even longer than that of an average person. Heavenly materials and treasures? Li Yuan was startled. Yes. Some treasures in the depths of the star realm are quite special and have extremely unique healing effects on ordinary people. Regrowing flesh and reviving bones are a bit of an exaggeration, but for cases like your uncle's, the effect is definitely 10 times better than any rehabilitation plan, Wan Qing said with a smile. However, these treasures are extremely rare, and as soon as one is found, it is immediately used up. I only know about them from conversations with my senior brothers. Once you become a top-grade origin martial artist, you will have more connections and know more people. Then you can think of a plan, Wan Qing said with a smile. All right. Li Yuan felt a stir in his heart. Yes. He was being somewhat short-sighted. Rehabilitation plans extending his uncle's life expectancy to 90 were only the limit of current human technology. But some treasures from the star realm could work even better. I'll leave it at that. You concentrate on your cultivation at Kunlun Martial University, Wan Qing said with a smile. I will keep an eye on your family. Thank you, Uncle Wan, Li Yuan said gratefully. Ending the video call. After his exchange with Wan Qing, Li Yuan felt even more at peace internally. He went out onto the balcony. Li Yuan couldn't help but gaze into the distance, where the lights of each villa were on. In the further direction lay the school's logistics department building. At 8 o'clock at night, it was still brightly lit. With Li Yuan's exceptional eyesight, aided by the flood of lights, he could still see numerous staff bustling about, navigating in their flying vehicles. To serve so many students, the logistics department had to work 24 hours a day. A gust of wind brushed gently against his face, clearing Li Yuan's thoughts even more. Going forward, I'll strive to pour all the prize money I win into cultivation, Li Yuan silently pledged. I'll advance to level 14 as quickly as possible to see what spiritual guidance truly is. Right now, with my grasp of the Stellar 4 techniques, I should have a great chance at challenging the Bright Moon stage. Li Yuan turned and walked towards the restroom. I'm still 300 points short. I'll make a push tonight. Let's see if I can break into the Bright Moon stage in one go. Li Yuan needed to secure the 20 million blue star coins of the Bright Moon stage by August 29th. Over 3 hours later, in the virtual network, the Starry Skies Fighting Network, Li Yuan was engaged in fierce battles with one opponent after another. Clang! 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 Li Yuan's long spear whirled, as he put his all into displaying the stellar spear technique, every move swirling like the stars, its power terrifying. Not only could he easily parry the opponent's warhammer attacks, but the light from his spear also forced his foe into disarray. Stellar 4 techniques. Truly wonderful, Li Yuan immersed himself in combat. Stellar illumination is for defense, making one's self unbreakable like the stars. Galaxy waterfall is for consecutive strikes. If given enough time to build up the 12 continuous strikes, its power is the strongest. Dawn piercing the clouds is speed, using the utmost speed to burst forth and kill the enemy. Meteor fall is fierce. Though not as fast as dawn piercing the clouds, it excels at direct bombardment. The more Li Yuan fought, the more exhilarating he felt. Such second-rank secret manual moves, taken individually, each had its flaws. But when combined, their power grew exponentially. Puff! After dozens of exchanges of moves, accompanied by a streak of spear light across the neck, the opponent finally could not hold on any longer. Their body turned into nothingness. Congratulations Defender Yuan, you've won the stage match. Points +9, the system's prompt instantly sounded. Li Yuan noted the change in points. No time to rest. Fighting nearly 40 fights is indeed tiring. Li Yuan glanced at the points on the Starry Skies Fighting Network. Stage match. Fallen Star Stage. Points. 994 points. 1000 points required for the promotion match. Stage win rate. 76%. In the past few months, as his skill level increased, even though he only entered the combat network occasionally to fight, Li Yuan's win rate was on the rise. Especially after today's breakthrough in spear technique, Li Yuan fought 37 battles, losing only 2. The 2 he lost, one was indeed terrifying with movement techniques and swordplay in combination. The other was a Bright Moon stage master. Just 6 points short. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to participate in the promotion match after the next battle. Li Yuan reached out to click match. I hope the matching will be quick. All these hours, Li Yuan had spent a fair amount of time simply waiting to match. After all, even though it's global matchmaking, the number of high-level experts in the Bright Moon stage is not that many. To Li Yuan's surprise, after just 5 seconds, buzz. Along with a flash of light, Li Yuan entered a brand new battle arena and immediately spotted his opponent in the distance. Tian Dazhuang? Li Yuan? Tian Dazhuang was equally astounded. To actually get matched up. Long time no see. Li Yuan and Tian Dazhuang were both incredibly surprised. You see, it was almost midnight now, and by all accounts, most students would have already gone to sleep. Plus, since it's global matchmaking, the chances of being matched up were slim. It was just too coincidental. You're not sleeping this late? Li Yuan said with a smile, not making the first move. It's not every day you run into a friend, so you tend to chat a little more. Aren't you up late too? Tian Dazhuang said with a laugh, casually holding a heavy saber in his hand. The two of them hadn't met many times. To be precise, they had only interacted once. But it was from that single encounter that both felt the other was a person of similar aspirations and character. It was quite rare. Heard you went to Kunlun Martial University. How is it feeling? Tian Dajuang asked proactively. Not bad, just that there aren't any rivals among my peers. It's a bit boring. Li Yuan shook his head. Besides me, the two strongest are Wu Luo. Wu Luo? Tian Dajuang was puzzled at first, then nodded his head. I have a bit of an impression. His memory of Wu Luo was vague. During the Zhongbei Martial University recruitment event, he hadn't paid much attention to students below the 4th level.
Then Tian Dajuang laughed. Makes sense. With your strength, going to Kunlun Martial University must be a killing spree. If it weren't for your lack of awakened martial spirit, you definitely would have come to Starfire University, then it would have been more lively.
What about you? Still number 1. Li Yuan teased. No chance. In this combat assessment, I didn't even make the top 50. There's a big gap between my physical quality and those freaks up front. It'll take at least another year to catch up. Tian Dajuang shrugged. However, every virtual match, I do give a lot of people a good beating. Speaking of skill alone, I'm probably in the top 10 of our year, Tian Dajuang said frankly. This wasn't bragging, but treating Li Yuan as a peer. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Tian Dajuang's talent and skills indeed was extremely high. He reached the 4th level several months earlier than Li Yuan had. To be able to match up with me, seems like you've improved a lot. Your Fallen Star rank points must have exceeded 800 by now, Tian Dajuang said excitedly to Li Yuan. 994 points, Li Yuan smiled. Tian Dajuang was stunned for a moment, suddenly remembering that the system had reminded him his opponent had 994 points. He was too excited seeing Li Yuan and had simply forgotten. Tian Dajuang, also an expert with over 900 points in Fallen Star rank, knew the significance of this score. He was only 6 points away from advancing to the Bright Moon rank. Got it. If you win against me, you could participate in the promotion match? Tian Dajuang showed a smile. Impressive. I just reached 900 points today and haven't been in the Bright Moon promotion match yet. But in this fight, I won't hold back. Tian Dajuang was confident. Although Li Yuan had a higher score, in Starry Skies Fighting Network battles, scores do not represent strength. Subconsciously, Tian Dajuang still considered himself stronger. This wasn't blind confidence. After all, he entered the 4th level earlier than Li Yuan and was studying at the better Starfire University. Haha, it's better if you don't hold back. Li Yuan also laughed. I've wanted to battle you for a while now. I regretted not meeting you during the invitation match. It was indeed regrettable. If skills were compared, Li Yuan likely would not be a match for Tian Dajuang during the Zhongbei Martial University invitation event. But in his bones, Li Yuan was unafraid of battles. Winning or losing wasn't the goal. Enjoying the process is what truly enhances oneself. Haha, all right, let's fight it out, Tian Dajuang said with a laugh. In an instant, Li Yuan and Tian Dajuang stopped talking, just silently staring at each other, both beginning to adjust their state. In virtual duels, both fighters' physical quality is set at level 10.0. What's tested is their combat skills. Attack. The moment Tian Dajuang moved, he was like a cannonball shot out, pouncing towards Li Yuan like lightning. The heavy saber swung straight down in a cleaving motion. A heavy saber is longer and much heavier than a regular combat saber, with greater momentum and weight. It can be considered a heavy weapon. Haha, bring it on. Li Yuan laughed out loud, advancing instead of retreating. His long spear leapt forward, thrusting straight like lightning in a counterattack. Can a saber be longer than a spear? Clang. Tian Dajuang quickly retracted his heavy saber, holding it across like a small shield to block in front of him, and straightway caught the tip of the spear. Clang. As soon as it touched, there wasn't the expected head-to-head clash, and Tian Dajuang had already skillfully unloaded the force and retreated. Running away. Li Yuan smiled, surged forward like a gust of wind, noticeably faster than Tian Dajuang. His long spear whirling high, then crashing down fiercely upon Tian Dajuang. This blow, if it landed, was enough to shatter one's brains. Such fast speed. Tian Dajuang's expression changed slightly, sensing something was amiss. Li Yuan was attacking too rapidly, giving him no chance to evade. Boom! Tian Dazhuang used his saber to block, feeling a terrifying force transmit through the long spear to his makeshift shield. Even though he tried his best to apply unloading techniques, his arms still went numb from the impact. Boom! Tian Dazhuang retreated like lightning, warily watching Li Yuan. If Tian Dazhuang was full of confidence before the clash, then after this exchange, he understood that the other's combat skills clearly surpassed his own. Improved this quickly? During the Zhongbei Martial University invitation event, he had only just reached the 4th level. It's been less than 5 months, and he's already stronger than me? Tian Dazhuang was shocked. At the time of the Zhongbei invitation, Tian Dazhuang's sword technique was nearly at the intermediate rank of the 4th level. After so long, and studying at Starfire University with the finest training, his sword technique was nearly at the high rank of the 4th level. In the eyes of his teachers, he was already considered a rare talent. But Li Yuan's progress was noticeably faster than his. Just because my technique is a bit inferior doesn't mean I can't win, Tian Dazhuang said with unrivaled calmness, no longer clashing head-on with Li Yuan but instead shifting to a grappling fight. Boom! Li Yuan, on the other hand, was fiercely aggressive, his long spear like a dragon, striking at Tian Dazhuang like lightning again and again. The stellar spear technique was best at defense, particularly against being besieged or facing stronger opponents. Stellar, flawless, stable, and vast. Defensively impregnable, and when attacking, it was overwhelmingly powerful, fierce and aggressive. There wasn't much variation, but its aim was to sweep and crush, to completely shatter any opponents in front. In the virtual network, the Starry Skies Fighting Network hosted a very special area that normal people could not access. Here, there were 2 individuals. One wore a white robe, the other, a black robe. In front of them was a holographic projection showcasing the scene of Li Yuan and Tian Dazhuang's bout. Tian Dazhuang, a key talent cultivated by Starfire University this year, is actually not a match for this Li Yuan. The person in the white robe said softly. His spear technique is really good. Yes, the stellar spear technique. Li Yuan has already grasped its true essence, the person in the black robe said slowly, not even 18, and he's at the high rank of the 4th level. And according to his information, he reached the Fallen Star level only in March. In less than 5 months, he rushed from stepping into the 4th level all the way to high rank. The person in the white robe said in surprise, a student from Kunlun Martial University? Yes, the person in the black robe laughed softly. It seems that Sha country has seen the rise of an extraordinary genius. The 2 of them were Sha country's observers at the Starry Skies Fighting Network, watching a large number of battles daily and marking certain combatants as noteworthy. Look at that. Oh! Exclaimed the person in the white robe suddenly, it looks like Tian Dazhuang is about to lose. It's quite impressive that he's managed to hold on for so long. In the combat arena, Li Yuan and Tian Dazhuang had reached an intensely heated stage of the fight. Clang! Bang! Pong! The long spear and the broadsword collided over and over, with Li Yuan clearly in the dominant position. In terms of burst strength, speed, and skill, Li Yuan held the advantage. The spear also had a certain advantage in an open field like the arena for hand-to-hand combat. An inch longer, an inch stronger. But Tian Dazhuang's movement technique was excellent, moving again and again with simple yet highly effective steps, constantly evading Li Yuan's fierce attacks. Delay. His movement technique is not as good as mine. Look for an opportunity, Tian Dazhuang thought to himself, being a combat genius, quickly realizing this during the fight. Even if I can't win, I can still hone my sword technique, he thought to himself, fully engaged in the struggle. Interesting. Speaking of movement technique alone, I am indeed slightly inferior to Tian Dazhuang, Li Yuan revealed with a smile. I've invested too much thought into my spear technique. In the dragon movement technique, Li Yuan hardly practiced it deliberately, only incidentally as part of his training with punches and spears. The less one practices, the lower the skill level naturally. Li Yuan's great improvement in spear technique in such a short time was also related to the time and effort he spent. Such a fight is also great practice for my own movement technique. Li Yuan did not employ his true killing moves. After dozens of exchanges, Li Yuan saw that Tian Dazhuang's sword technique had not reached the high rank of the 4th level. His grasp on actual combat seemed to fall short compared to Li Yuan's, and in overall strength, there was indeed a gap. Li Yuan, first out of respect for this friend and second, to properly refine his own movement technique, did not fully unleash his power. Boom! Boom! The two fought fiercely, but not just for sheer victory, it was more for honing their own weaknesses. As their strength was depleting, both were running low on stamina, and the speed of their moves gradually declined. In the virtual combat network, everything was a simulation of reality. Whether it was bleeding from an injury or fighting for too long, it would affect the performance of one's strength. Something's not right. It's true that my movement technique is slightly stronger, but his body control is clearly better than mine, and his burst speed is even faster. The arena is only so big. He definitely has the opportunity to crush and kill me, Tian Dazhuang realized, and furthermore, he doesn't seem to have ever used his spear technique's finishing move. A high rank in the 4th level with no knowledge of spear technique finishers? Is that possible? Li Yuan's strength is a cut above mine. He hasn't fully erupted. Does he want to sharpen his movement technique? Tian Dazhuang sighed inwardly. Is he already so much stronger than me? Well, regardless, I'll give it my all in this fight. Tian Dazhuang quickly adjusted his mindset, no longer pursuing victory, but instead aiming for pure combat. To enjoy this battle. Boom! Li Yuan's long spear suddenly quickened, unleashing the Galaxy Waterfall's 12 continuous strikes, with the speed of the spear shadow skyrocketing instantly. Clang! 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 The collisions were like lightning strikes. Tian Dazhuang felt wave after wave of overwhelming force barraging him, barely able to withstand it. Kill! Instead of retreating, Tian Dazhuang became even more ferocious, launching an offensive as an answer to the offensive, fully demonstrating his accomplishments in the sword technique. Tian Dazhuang, a farm boy who walked out from the mountains and rose all the way to Starfire University, was propelled by his absolute talent and cool judgment, earning him the high expectations of countless people. In this moment, facing Li Yuan's tempest-like spear attacks, Tian Dazhuang, under immense pressure, became ever more composed inside. Gradually, Tian Dazhuang entered a unique state, where he felt his sword technique becoming smoother and each strike he delivered was much faster and more forceful. High rank of the 4th level. The Golden Cleaving Blade technique's 4th form, mountain-splitting sea cleaving, Tian Dazhuang had an epiphany, finally glimpsing the hope of breaking through the bottleneck that had confined him for so long. His blade became faster. Did he break through? A sudden enlightenment? Li Yuan couldn't help but smile, as he had already felt Tian Dazhuang's sword technique was undergoing a rapid transformation. Subconsciously, Li Yuan's long spear moved even faster, spear shadows intertwined, completely suppressing Tian Dazhuang. The buildup of the 12 continuous strikes had already reached its apex, but Li Yuan controlled the spear momentum to switch and did not fully release it, instead applying full pressure on Tian Dazhuang, trying to give him even greater stress. Finally, Li Yuan felt Tian Dazhuang's sword technique gradually becoming stable. It was clear the breakthrough was nearing its end. Tian Dazhuang's eyes also became brighter, fixed on Li Yuan, as if seeing the hope of victory. Haha! Be careful, Dazhuang, Li Yuan suddenly laughed, spear shadows bursting forth like rollicking waves. Like a breached dam. Boom! The terrifying long spear tore through the vast sky, like a boulder whistling down, containing an unbelievable impact force. As fast as lightning, as heavy as a mountain. Not good. Tian Dazhuang, who had just broken through, felt his joy not yet dissipated when his face drastically changed, sensing Li Yuan's aura completely transformed, with an unshakable presence. Subconsciously he raised his sword to counter. After one collision, Tian Dazhuang was blasted back several steps, his internal energy roiling uncomfortably. Retreat. Fighting the discomfort, Tian Dazhuang tried to dodge. Dawn-piercing clouds. Li Yuan, however, was on a roll, unleashing the Galaxy Waterfall and instantly following with the dawn-piercing clouds technique. Whoosh! Another dreadful spear light tore through the vast sky, its speed reaching the extreme, faster than the previous move. This was Li Yuan's burst of maximum speed. This quick? Tian Dazhuang found it difficult to believe, barely able to see the burst of this spear thrust. He could only swing his sword subconsciously, peeved. Before the broadsword could block the attack, the spear light had already swept past his neck, blood flowing. Tian Dazhuang felt his body becoming ethereal, understanding that this swift spear thrust had directly taken his life. He lost. It was an unquestionable defeat, but Tian Dazhuang harbored no feelings of defeat. He was utterly convinced by his loss and filled with gratitude. Tian Dazhuang understood, if Li Yuan had fully erupted from the start, he would have been defeated in just tens of moves. The other party had seen his sword technique breakthrough and had consciously aided him, not exploding in full force. Phew. Tian Dazhuang's figure completely vanished. I won. Li Yuan revealed a smile, as he had just received the system prompt. Points reached 1,000, and he could now enter the promotion match. A fight, and my movement technique improved by 2%? Li Yuan was slightly surprised, instantly understanding that this was because of greater control over his body. Suddenly. Li Yuan sensed something. It was a V message from Tian Dazhuang. Just 2 words. Thank you. This was their first exchange since adding each other on V. Li Yuan smiled and replied with 3 words. You're welcome. He closed the communication. I won. Back at the Zhongbei recruiting event, I was the number 1 in the combat assessment, Li Yuan thought. The then universally acknowledged strongest skillholder Tian Dazhuang, now, has also fallen to my hands. Of the million senior high students in Zhongbei province, Li Yuan muttered to himself, I, now, should truly be considered the number 1 in Zhongbei, right? The number 1 in real combat. The number 1 in skill. On this long martial path, surpassing each opponent, becoming stronger, Li Yuan grasped a hint of accomplishment. Martial path, constantly surpassing, becoming ever stronger. Confirm. Participate in the Bright Moon promotion match, Li Yuan said deeply, instantly transforming into a streak of light and scattering away. I won. This Li Yuan is truly remarkable. Seeing Tian Dazhuang's breakthrough, he actually allowed his opponent to break through. 2 observers in the observation space expressed their surprise. He's very confident, said the observer in black robes with a smile. Such magnanimity is also very rare. Indeed, it's rather exceptional for Kunlun Martial University to produce such a student. The observer in white robes also nodded in approval. Some 10 minutes later. Oh, he won his Bright Moon promotion match. He won quite cleanly and decisively. It wasn't a challenge for him. I'll check. Including those from the 3 top-tier famous schools, there are only 17 Bright Moon stage students of this year's first-year students globally, adding him, and well, Tian Dazhuang should be able to reach it in a few days too. Yes, but Li Yuan is very young. He's our Xia country's first to reach Bright Moon stage before turning 18 this year and the 3rd globally. Let's issue the rewards, and also notify Starfire Martial Hall and Kunlun Martial University directly. Don't wait for the Starry Skies Fighting Network to do it. Dongfang Ji, as the top human warrior and founder of the Starfire Martial Hall, spent most of his time on the distant planet Faxing. However, he paid great attention to his homeland, Xia country. For example, the Blue Star headquarters of the Starfire Martial Hall was located in Xia country. Similarly, Blue Star's Starfire University was located in the northern part of Xia country's capital. Starfire University was much smaller than Kunlun Martial University in terms of scale, because it recruited less than 400 students each year, and that was on a global scale. The entire school had fewer than 2,000 students. Each student would rank among the top echelon at any of the 5 renowned schools in Xia country. Even those who were slightly better would almost feel like they were crushing others from a different dimension. Night, inside one of the student villas. Phew, Tian Dazhuang left the virtual network capsule and came out to the balcony, where he was greeted by the cold wind. So strong. Li Yuan's spear is terrifyingly fast. It's simply not like someone who has just touched the cusp of 4th level high rank. The gap between him and me is huge. Tian Dazhuang closed his eyes, recalling the battle they just had in the virtual network. If he had lost to some expert who had practiced for decades, Tian Dazhuang wouldn't care. But he had lost to a peer whose skills used to be inferior to his own. To say there wasn't the slightest ripple in Tian Dazhuang's heart? That would be a lie. In our battle, he completely controlled the field and was too calm. That level of combat consciousness is simply unimaginable. Tian Dazhuang shook his head. He thought himself calm enough, but still felt small emotional fluctuations. His exchange with Li Yuan, however, was absolutely rational, absolutely calm. From beginning to end, Li Yuan didn't make a single mistake. Seeing his own breakthrough, Li Yuan would ease up, waiting for it to finish. And once Tian's breakthrough ended, it was like a thunderstorm striking, sweeping him away directly. He, at least half a month or even a month ago, must have already stepped into the 4th level high rank. Tian Dazhuang sighed inwardly. Such speed of cultivation is really exaggerated. I really wonder how he trains. Even if it's Dan Taifeng, Gong Mi, or Salvatore, their speed of cultivation wouldn't be this fast. In Zhongbei province, Tian Dazhuang was a top genius, previously unparalleled in skill. In the Zhongbei Invitational event, the Li Yuan, Wang Yu, and even Wu Dongdong of that time had a clear gap with him. At Starfire University, although his skills barely ranked among the top 10 of his cohort, they were not the most elite. Dan Taifeng, Gong Mi, Salvatore, when these three had just enrolled, they already possessed 4th-level high-rank skills and were among the top martial arts talents in the world. And all of them possessed entry-rank physical quality. Interesting. Just in terms of skill, Li Yuan probably can't make it into the top 10 globally for freshmen. Tian Dazhuang revealed an enigmatic smile. But with his rate of improvement, at next year's Global University Martial Arts Contest, he will likely give many a surprise. Tisk tisk. Our Zhongbei really does produce talents. I should also thank him. Without his help, I wouldn't have been able to step into the 4th level high rank. Tian Dazhuang didn't envy Li Yuan. On the contrary, he admired Li Yuan. In his view, although Li Yuan's family situation was slightly better than his own, they were not wealthy or powerful. To rise step by step, he must have also suffered a lot. If Li Yuan is so formidable, I can't fall behind. Continue to train in sword techniques to stabilize my realm. Tian Dazhuang adjusted his mindset. He headed to the martial arts room underground to continue his sword practice. In the virtual network, in the Starry Skies Fighting Network, 1. Li Yuan returned to his personal space, feeling somewhat contemplative. If I hadn't made a breakthrough yesterday, it would have been very difficult for me to win. 18 Rock Desert Tribe warriors. Each programmed with a physical quality no less than his own, and their skills were all at 4th level initial rank. The difficulty was too high. Any single one of them when facing Li Yuan alone would be killed by him in a few moves. But when more than 10 of them joined forces, their strength was magnified manifold, and they even coordinated rescues. Li Yuan had to rely on his movement techniques to fight a protracted battle before he found opportunities to defeat them one by one. Mirror. A thought crossed Li Yuan's mind. Swish. A mirror appeared in front of him, in which Li Yuan's reflection was crowned with a flashing crescent moon. It was dazzling, the symbol of the Bright Moon stage. In the virtual network, many well-known big streamers are about at my level, Li Yuan muttered to himself. If I started live streaming under the title, Underage Bright Moon Stage, it would probably be quite a draw too. It would likely be popular. But Li Yuan was just musing. Getting distracted by such things would greatly impact his martial path training. Those Bright Moon Stage big streamers were mostly prime warriors whose strength had trouble advancing. Of course, putting themselves out there, they also earned quite a bit of money. Congratulations, Master. Kudos, Master. The sprite girl circled around Li Yuan, quite excitedly saying, for reaching the Bright Moon Stage. In the Blue Stars list of outstanding young talents, Master, you are now ranked 17th, in Sha Country you are 5th, the sprite girl said. Global 17th, 5th in Sha Country? Li Yuan revealed a slightly enigmatic smile. The motherland indeed was the world's leading power, with an outpouring of martial arts prodigies indeed being extremely numerous. One step at a time. Last September, when I first entered the Blue Star Youth rankings, I was ranked over 4,000. In less than a year, I've surged to 17th in the world. Li Yuan was very satisfied with this achievement in his heart.
I guess the top 16 must be in the top 3 global prestigious schools, Li Yuan thought to himself.
Among his peers, there were still 16 worthy of being surpassed by him. Master, the 20 million Blue Star coin reward from the Starry Skies Fighting Network will be credited to your account tomorrow, the elf girl said with a smile. Good. Having achieved the Bright Moon stage, Li Yuan didn't continue to battle on the Starry Skies Fighting Network, but instead, he withdrew from the virtual network. He ate something. Time had already passed 12 o'clock. After 12 o'clock, it's time to practice the visualization method. Li Yuan glanced at the time. A new day of training begins. Normal martial arts university students begin their training at 6 or 7 in the morning and finish before 10 at night, generally not going past 11 o'clock. But Li Yuan's training schedule was different. It started at midnight and ended at 12 o'clock the next night. The core principle was perseverance, deep into the night, at the Zhang City Starfire Martial Hall. Inside a villa, deep in sleep, Fei Qian was startled awake by the ring of his smart wristband. An important message had come through. As a 29th level prime warrior, his spirit was exceedingly robust, and he was merely sleeping lightly. Fei Qian instantly woke up, sitting straight up in bed. Taking the smart wristband that was placed beside him, he clicked on the screen, and a holographic projection appeared, displaying a file. The content was not very long, but the message it contained was shocking. Li Yuan. 4th level high rank, Bright Moon stage? Fei Qian was utterly astonished. Any last traces of sleepiness were gone. Fei Qian couldn't quite describe his own feelings at the moment. He had always paid close attention to Li Yuan and valued him greatly. But he never expected that just a month after entering Kunlun Martial University, Li Yuan would have made such great progress. Wasn't it in April that he reached 300 points in the Fallen Star category? Fei Qian had a very good memory. A monster indeed. Right, he's not even 18 years old yet? In the entire Sha country, is he the first case this year? Fei Qian, looking at the file's content, grasped the key point. It's been decades since Zhang City produced a martial arts prodigy like this, he mused. Thinking this over, Fei Qian's gaze landed on the final line of the file. This information is for the knowledge of only those of Hall Master level or above within the city's jurisdiction, not to be disclosed. The Human Alliance tends to protect peerless geniuses, keeping secrets under wraps as much as possible. After a brief contemplation, beep. Fei Qian quickly dialed Wan Qingyi's VChat, and he answered promptly. Fei, what's the matter at this late hour? Wan Qing said somberly. Nothing major. Just a small matter. Fei Qian's voice was calm. Prepare to transfer Li Yuan's brother and sister into the Martial Hall's affiliated middle school, especially his brother. Focus on his cultivation. Additionally, raise the safety level of his family by another notch, and ensure their absolute security, Fei Qian said bluntly. Wan Qing, jolted awake from his sleep, was still somewhat groggy. Did you understand? Fei Qian's voice carried a hint of discontent. Understood. Wan Qing snapped alert and immediately responded, Don't worry, Fei. I assure you the task will be completed. Kunlun Martial University, inside the Hailong building, ablaze with light. The 9th floor. Li Yang, who had a gloomy expression, was checking a list when he suddenly felt his smart wristband vibrate. He glanced at it on impulse. Upon seeing it, a look of astonishment crossed Li Yang's face. How is this possible?
What's wrong? Dean Shu, sitting not far away, turned to look at Li Yang. Did something happen at another observation point in the Kunlun Star realm?
No, Li Yang shook his head. I just received a dispatch from an observer in the Sha country on the Starry Skies Combat Network. Li Yuan has just achieved the Bright Moon stage, Li Yang said gravely to Dean Shu. Bright Moon stage? Li Yuan? Dean Shu was initially puzzled, but then she realized, showing a trace of amazement. 4th level high rank? Is it the freshman Li Yuan? Yes. Li Yang nodded emphatically, and he's not even 18 years old yet. He's the first case in our Sha country this year. Dean Shu was even more astounded. She hadn't specifically focused on Li Yuan's age before. Suddenly, Dean Shu showed a rare smile. Lately, it's been all bad news. Now, at last, there's some good news. I believe Dean Hai will be very pleased when he hears about it. Yes, Dean Hai should be returning tomorrow and will likely meet with Li Yuan. August 3rd rode before 3 a.m. Li Yuan ended his cultivation practice with the visualization method, his energy and spirit fully restored to their peak. This, observing the great sun-starry sky scripture, truly is an incredible method, Li Yuan marveled inwardly. The longer the time passed, the deeper his understanding of martial arts cultivation became, and he could sense the terrifying aspects of the visualization method. Other students needed sleep, supplementary medication, physiotherapy, medicinal baths, and many other methods to maintain long-term mental focus and alleviate physical fatigue. Li Yuan? He didn't need any of those, the visualization method was enough. All 24 hours of the day, often minus time for eating and the occasional lapse into daydreaming, he spent cultivating. In a sense, Li Yuan's daily cultivation efficiency was equivalent to many students' 2 days, or even longer. This was also why Li Yuan's progress was so swift. Kung Fu. It requires talent, but even more so, time to hone it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Yuan resumed practicing with the spear light flickering, constantly moving and changing unpredictably within the martial arts room. My body, he said. Stepping into the 4th level high rank, my mind further penetrates my flesh and blood, my senses even sharper. Li Yuan practiced with his spear while sensing his body. Gradually, Li Yuan noticed that within his sinews and muscles, there flowed strands of extremely subtle vigor. These strands of vigor were like silk, each one very weak, but they spread across every corner of his body, originating from the blood, periosteum, and muscle fibers. When these tens of thousands of strands of vigor converged, they contained an extremely terrifying force. Is this what subtle strength is? A surprise flashed in Li Yuan's heart. I never noticed it before. Previously, Li Yuan knew that after achieving subtlety in the mind, the exploitation of physical power would reach an inconceivable level. But how strong was it, exactly? He did not know. Today, after stepping into the 4th level high rank, a wholly dedicated cultivation session allowed him to finally sense it. Seeing with his own eyes, feeling with his own mind, was completely different from others' descriptions. It's like having 1 ton of fist strength. Hearing others describe how powerful it is, reading textual descriptions, and actually possessing 1 ton of fist strength are worlds apart. If I can control these tens of thousands of subtle vigor strands, the power I could unleash would be at least several times stronger, Li Yuan inwardly exclaimed. Is this the ultimate strength of the human body? The human body is a treasure trove. It contains great secrets. 2 individuals with the same life level, the one with the superior skills can unleash a power and speed that are vastly different. Do skills, from 4th level high rank to 4th level perfection subtly, mean gradually gaining control over these strands of subtle vigor? Li Yuan understood the direction of the next stage.
From the 3rd stage to the initial stage of the 4th level, it means controlling the major sinew, bone, and muscle power of the body, fully unleashing it with the waist, abdomen, and spine as the core without wasting a strand of vigor, achieving unity of mind and body.
From the initial stage of the 4th level to high rank, it means digging deeper into the body's strength, becoming more refined. The ultimate 4th level perfection is about completely controlling every subtle strand of vigor in the body. That is why it is called subtlety of spirit. Fully clear about the direction of the next stage of cultivation, Li Yuan cultivated with even more enthusiasm. Having a clear goal makes the journey more solid. With such diligent cultivation and spear practice, the stimulation to my body is also immense. In terms of efficiency, it's almost catching up to 1/3 of the solid rock cultivation technique. Li Yuan gradually realized this. In the future, the solid rock cultivation technique will probably become less and less effective for me. Once my spirit is subtle, it will be useless. As his realm grew higher, Li Yuan also saw more clearly the purpose of basic cultivation methods. They're the high-level summaries compiled by the predecessors on the martial path, a set of methods that allow ordinary people to explore their body's potential to the greatest extent. The many postures during cultivation are essentially, from the perspective of subtle vigor, or even a higher realm, designed to stimulate every part of the body as much as possible. Different cultivation methods are suitable for people with different physiques. And the high-rank cultivation methods are ways to stimulate the body to absorb origin power faster, Li Yuan mused to himself. In his mind, the stellar trajectory diagram, that resembled silk threads, which he vaguely remembered from the second time he absorbed origin power into his body within the dark space, spontaneously emerged. Li Yuan always felt that it would be very important. Perhaps, when my strength is greater, I will understand, Li Yuan sighed inwardly. My spiritual power level 20, the upper limit of spiritual awakening level has only been raised to 25%. It seems that to increase the spiritual awakening level to 30%, or even 50%, I must reach a higher level of spiritual power, level 25? Level 30 spiritual power? Li Yuan could only guess for the time being. For now, what's more important is to strive to raise his physical quality to level 14. Now that my technique has further improved, my body evolves faster, perhaps, I could try consuming more high-origin spirit spring. The thought suddenly flickered through Li Yuan's mind. The more consumed, as long as one can digest and train sufficiently, the faster the body's evolution will naturally be. After practicing with the spear until 8 in the morning, Li Yuan had breakfast and then took a bath and changed clothes. As for clothes, the martial arts room cleaning, and villa maintenance, etc., the school logistics department would arrange for people to take care of everything thoroughly. Taking a flying vehicle, he arrived outside the Xuanwu building. Yesterday was drizzle and mists. Today, it had already turned into a sunny day, quite hot in the summer. The plaza outside the Xuanwu building was already crowded with at least 1,000 students gathered here. Li Yuan got off the vehicle from afar and walked toward the direction where the freshmen of the 6th Institute were gathering. Li Yuan has arrived. Several freshmen from different institutes recognized Li Yuan along the way. Many even greeted him actively. Li Yuan nodded in response as he passed. After the entrance competition and the combat assessment, Li Yuan's name and appearance were known to every freshman in their first year. No one was unaware of who he was. Even if some people didn't like Li Yuan, they still had to admit that he was indeed strong. When one is powerful enough, at least on the surface, everyone must show respect. The eldest apprentice brother has arrived. Eldest apprentice brother. As soon as he arrived at the gathering place for the 6th Institute's freshmen, the area instantly became lively. In the combat assessment, Li Yuan's final heroic effort had already established his unshakable prestige among the freshmen of the 6th Institute. Brother Yuan. Ji Chang'an walked up. Everyone, line up in order. And Nong was calling out to the students before he walked up and said, eldest apprentice brother. The freshmen of the 6th Institute had already started getting used to Ji Chang'an and Nong organizing some activities. For the memorial service, let's all be a bit quieter, Li Yuan said, looking at the queue of 6th Institute freshmen. Even though these teachers don't teach us, we should still show some respect. Understood, I'll take care of it. And Nong nodded and immediately went to organize the students. Today, Kunlun Martial University would hold a grand memorial service for 11 teachers who had passed away. Not far away, the Xuanwu building was already filled with various wreaths and a huge black and white banner, somber and dignified. Because of this, students from all institutes had arrived on time at the location, ready to enter the memorial service together. Li Yuan stood at the very front of the 6th Institute's freshmen. There are quite a number of reporters, and many teachers. President Li is also over there. Ji Chang'an pointed towards the distance. Li Yuan also looked over. As prime warriors, they were very important military forces, and those who died in battle were considered martyrs. Not to mention the loss of so many powerful prime warriors at once, it was definitely a major casualty. Today, it's likely that every channel in Longxi province will cover it extensively, and the Xia country's central television will probably also dedicate some time to report on it. Sigh. I don't even know what kind of rescue operation it was. There was no news at all. Ji Chang'an sighed lightly. Although they weren't our teachers, the death of so many teachers truly feels distressing. Logically, school teachers are all high-level prime warriors. What kind of powerful enemies did they encounter? Could it be flying heaven warriors? Ji Chang'an said. Li Yuan silently nodded, not saying a word. One of the teachers who died in battle had once taught him. The memorial service proceeded in an orderly fashion. Because of the vast number of people, first the second-year students entered the memorial venue, followed by the first-year students. Until 10 o'clock in the morning, Li Yuan, standing at the front of the queue of 6th Institute freshmen, then led more than 200 students from the institute into the venue. There were only photographs and wreaths, but the atmosphere was still extremely somber. Mourn deeply. Looking at some of the wreaths labeled, Teacher Fan Jin, Li Yuan's heart grew even heavier. On both sides of the venue, many screens continuously displayed the meritorious deeds of the teachers who had died in battle. Each high-level prime warrior. In their youth, most of them had been martial path prodigies who caught the public eye. Some with outstanding achievements, others in the prime of their youth. Li Yuan watched every teacher's screen one by one, apart from Teacher Fan Jin. The one who left the deepest impression on him was a 27-year-old teacher. 27 years old, a level 27 prime warrior. From the photos and videos, he still looked young, with unlimited potential. There was even hope for him to become a flying heaven warrior in the future. But now, he had died in battle. Dead, and so talk of genius and strength was pointless. Time passed. Behind Li Yuan, many first-year freshmen who initially didn't pay much attention seemed to gradually be affected by the ambiance of the entire venue, becoming increasingly quiet. The entire memorial service had no speeches from important figures. Only music, words, wreaths, and the martyrs' portraits. Such a memorial service was clearly touching for every student. It was akin to a baptism of the soul. As the procession finally exited the memorial venue, Li Yuan subconsciously glanced at the two lines of text hanging near the entrance. Green hills bury loyal bones, rivers and mountains remember the heroes. To not betray the grand ambitions of youth, become a heroic spirit to guard the starry frontiers. When Li Yuan led the freshmen of the 6th Institute out of the memorial service, he didn't notice that on the 4th floor of the venue, two figures had been silently watching him. Dean Hai, what do you think? Dean Shu asked respectfully. His spiritual power is quite good, but I am not sure about his will. A gentle voice sounded. During the event, no one supervised or observed him, but he was always very serious, together with his past record and having achieved the title of Youth Hero. I also took the time to watch his program yesterday. All in all, his talent is not bad, and his moral character should also be decent. The gentle voice spoke indifferently. The college did a competent job in attracting such a student. This afternoon, have him come to see me. Yes. Dean Shu felt a surge of joy inside, knowing she had passed the first hurdle. For Xia country, or even for human civilization, having high talent does not necessarily guarantee full cultivation. Character is extremely important. For some people, the stronger their power, the greater the harm to the entire civilization. However, the observation and judgment of character are never recorded openly. After the memorial service ended, Li Yuan returned to his villa to continue his training for the day. With each repetition of spear practice, the discomfort and oppression in his heart gradually subsided. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Teacher. Li Yuan looked at Li Yong, who had suddenly arrived at his villa. Get on my flyer. Dean Hai is waiting for you at the Hailong building, Li Yong said with a slight smile. You did well this morning. Dean Hai is very pleased with you. This morning's performance? Li Yuan was immediately confused. What did he do this morning? On the flyer. Reaching the bright moon stage and not even telling me. Li Yong glanced at Li Yuan. I only found out after receiving a message from the Starry Skies Fighting Network. Hey, I haven't had the chance, Li Yuan chuckled. I was afraid if I told you directly, teacher, you might think I was showing off. If you have strength and talent, show it off all you want. What's there to fear? Li Yong shook his head with a chuckle. For things like this, tell me immediately next time. Yes. Soon, the flyer reached the Hailong building, and the two hurried to the 12th floor. When they arrived outside an office, the door was open, and Dean Shu stood at the doorway. Dean Shu. Li Yuan initiated the conversation. Go in. Dean Hai is right here. Dean Shu directed. Don't be rude, just have a normal conversation. Li Yuan nodded, still feeling a bit nervous inside. A normal conversation? That was with a flying heaven warrior? Upon entering, this was a not-so-large martial arts room, just over 100 square meters. The decor was very simple, it lacked extra furniture, there wasn't even a rack for weapons. In the center of the martial arts room, 2 meditation cushions were placed. A lean young man, who appeared to be in his early 20s and was wearing a blue Marshall Path uniform, was sitting cross-legged on one of the cushions, looking very relaxed. "You're here." The young man smiled faintly, his gaze making Li Yuan's spirit ripple slightly, and he was thoroughly intimidated. It wasn't simple oppression, but a rather mysterious sensation. In that moment, Li Yuan felt as though he had no control over his own life and death. For a full 3 seconds, Li Yuan's strong will and spirit freed themselves from this sensation. "Dean Hai." Li Yuan suppressed the shock inside and bowed slightly as a greeting. "Not bad. Under level 13 and yet able to break free from the cocoon of my spirit's influence," the young man in blue said with a smile. "President Li praised you as our college's first ever spiritual genius, and she wasn't wrong." "First spiritual genius?" Li Yuan was inwardly shocked. "Take a seat, let's talk slowly." The young man in blue gestured towards the cushion in front of him. Li Yuan stepped forward, imitating the other's posture, and obediently sat down cross-legged. "Don't be nervous, it's just an ordinary conversation," the young man in blue said with a smile. "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Hai Yi, the dean of the 6th Institute. But I don't really manage affairs. This is my first time back at the college this year." Li Yuan was speechless. What an unconventional self-introduction from Dean Hai. "Seeing you because you are outstanding," Dean Hai said with a smile. "Your not yet awakened martial spirit is not a bad thing. If I am not mistaken, there is likely a higher spiritual nature hidden within you." "Higher spiritual nature?" Li Yuan's face betrayed his confusion. "President, how is this different from a normal spiritual awakening?" In reality, Li Yuan's heart was already a tumultuous sea of shock. Because initially, the Divine Palace panel had reminded him that he was harboring an unawakened, higher spiritual nature. However, after he had killed members of the Fish Spirit clan, the Divine Palace panel's prompt disappeared and was replaced by a spiritual awakening level. Could Dean Hai see right through him? For a moment, Li Yuan felt uneasy and anxious, wondering if the other party could see through his mind-spirit Divine Palace. Were Flying Heaven warriors that formidable? Having cultivated for so long, you should be clear about the essence of high-rank cultivation methods, Dean Hai said with a smile. From his appearance, Dean Hai seemed to be only about 18 or 19 years old, very young, and even handsomer than Li Yuan. But his eyes were much deeper than Li Yuan's. The compatibility with origin power, Li Yuan said, which he had known for some time. Right. The higher the compatibility with origin power, the faster you absorb it, and the quicker you grow, Dean Hai said. Similarly, the more spiritual power and stronger the skills you possess, the more potential you can unlock from your body, and the more origin power you can absorb. Li Yuan slightly nodded. It was like a person naturally having a large frame and growing quickly, naturally eating more than the average person. If this person continued exercising to build muscle, increasing their energy consumption, they would eat even more. All things have a spirit. Origin power is the most essential and pure force of the universe, which is why every life form can be close to it, though the degree of closeness varies, Dean Hai explained. Even though you don't resonate with any high-rank cultivation techniques, your ability to absorb origin power is extremely strong, isn't it? Li Yuan remained silent, listening. President Li mentioned you possessed heavenly materials treasures, which is why your physical quality surged overnight during the combat assessment, Dean Hai said with a half-smile. But I've contacted Lord Yang of the province, and the Starfire Martial Hall didn't give you any heavenly materials treasures. Li Yuan's heart lurched. What was this? Cheating? Just now, when I sensed your entire body, I found traces of absorbing origin power but no signs of using other treasures, Dean Hai remarked with a hint of admiration. It's enough to prove that your compatibility with origin power is unimaginably high. Add your comprehension and spiritual power. It's almost certain that you have higher spiritual nature within you. Li Yuan was speechless. Hey, big shot, I didn't even open my mouth, and you've finished the story? Your discernment is enlightening, Li Yuan replied vaguely. Since the big shot had already reasoned it out, he naturally took advantage of it without any objections. The so-called higher spiritual nature signifies an extremely high compatibility with a certain type of origin power, which will make your martial path naturally much smoother than normal people, Dean Hai continued. It will even influence the growth of your skills. Once your skills enter the 5th stage, or even in the future when they reach the 6th stage, higher spiritual nature will provide you with great assistance, Dean Hai said. Li Yuan listened with astonishment. Was it that powerful? Higher spiritual nature might sound mysterious, but if I use another word, you'll understand a lot more. Bloodline, Dean Hai stated with a smile. Some creatures are naturally very strong. Take the black dragon outside our building. It's a second-order life form at birth, and with just a little effort, it becomes a third-order being. It's all because its bloodline is extremely potent, Dean Hai said with a chuckle. In alien civilizations at the edges of some star realms, there are numerous creatures that are third-order lives from birth. The strongest ones are even beyond the flying heaven level upon reaching adulthood, Dean Hai sighed with emotion. What is the endpoint of our human cultivators' struggles is just the starting point for others. Li Yuan listened in shock. Born at the flying heaven level, or even surpassing it just like that? That's too exaggerated. How could one possibly fight against that? Of course, it's exceedingly rare for alien races to be born at the flying heaven level or higher, and they have no relation to us, Dean Hai said with a smile. They also can't cross over to us. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Different strengths, different perspectives. Talking with Dean Hai greatly broadened Li Yuan's horizon. President, are you suggesting that there's an extremely powerful bloodline hidden within me? Li Yuan pondered aloud. Yes, Dean Hai nodded. Because of this bloodline, higher spiritual nature, as you grow, your spiritual power becomes increasingly strong. You have now reached the level of a prime warrior, and you can easily absorb a large amount of origin power without high-rank cultivation techniques, and your physical quality is also rapidly improving. Li Yuan appeared contemplative, but his mind was busy with thoughts. This analysis, higher spiritual nature, as mentioned by Dean Hai, might not be the same as the higher spiritual nature on the Divine Palace panel. After all, his spiritual power and physical quality were achieved through painstaking cultivation. It's related to his body's innate talent, but not significantly. President, are you implying there are quite a few people like me within our human civilization? Li Yuan asked curiously. Not many, but not few, Dean Hai replied. Strictly speaking, there are some secrets that you are not yet qualified to know. But considering that you are one of them, there's no harm in telling you. Just remember not to disclose it, Dean Hai said indifferently. Mainly, a few large families will continuously produce individuals with higher spiritual natures. Or rather, bloodline awakeners. Large families? Bloodline awakeners? Li Yuan was astonished. Can higher spiritual nature be inherited? He had indeed never heard of such a thing before. Yes. Just as genes can be inherited, so can the talent for spirituality. For instance, the well-known Flame family, which has produced many bloodline awakeners and is powerful with a history of accumulations, eventually created a unique cultivation technique called the Nirvana Divine Scripture, which is much more efficient than high-rank cultivation methods, Dean Hai explained casually. To date, the family has produced several dozen flying heaven warriors. Several dozen? Li Yuan was flabbergasted. That was just too exaggerated. Why not keep breeding these families? Wouldn't that mean our human civilization would see a surge in the number of flying heaven warriors? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. This kind of bloodline inheritance had an overwhelming advantage.
It's not that easy. First, most descendants are normal people, and only a very few can awaken, although the probability is much higher than that of ordinary people, Dean Hai said with a smile. Second, they created special cultivation techniques suitable for this kind of high-level spiritual nature, which is why the success rate seems higher. Third, the more powerful the being, the harder it is to reproduce.
Even for some extremely powerful beings, like those who surpass the flying heaven level, do you think ordinary people can become their partners? A single charge. Dean Hai suddenly changed his sentence. It's like elephants and ants, can they produce offspring? Li Yuan felt like laughing but understood what Dean Hai meant. From the first rank to the second rank, and from the second rank to the third rank, although still human, the essence of their life level undergoes a fundamental leap. Of course, high-level spiritual nature cannot be detected, at least I can't do it. One can only guess from external signs that you are one as well, Dean Hai said. The biggest difficulty you face right now is the cultivation technique. Li Yuan listened intently. Without a cultivation technique, even though you have an extremely high affinity with origin power, and by the time you reach level 20, your body will naturally absorb a large amount of external origin power, which is more than 10 times that of ordinary prime warriors. You would need at least 20 years to become a level 29 prime warrior, Dean Hai said. A thought struck Li Yuan. So, does that mean ordinary prime warriors, without a cultivation technique, could also reach level 29 by passively absorbing for 200 years? Of course, first, their techniques would have to break through. What is the essence of a cultivation technique? To sense the life star within the body, forming a Zhou Tian cycle, allowing the origin power to flow endlessly, Dean Hai spoke slowly. Our human body is like the vast starry sky, containing 480 million tiny stars. 480 million body stars? Li Yuan was astounded. Is the human body like a miniature universe? Such a precise number. This is an imaginary number. No one knows the exact number of body stars, Dean Hai said with a smile. It's like counting the stars in the universe's starry sky. Can you count them all? Li Yuan shook his head. The countless stars within the human body are imperceptible, the majority of which are dormant, dead stars where origin power cannot reside. Only a very few awaken, known as life stars, much like the vast cosmos where life-sustaining stars are a minority, with the majority being unsuitable for life, Dean Hai continued. But these few life stars are the key to life evolution. They are the nodes through which origin power circulates within the body. Just as a few life-sustaining planets are what make this vast universe uniquely brilliant. A series of statements. It gave Li Yuan a sense of sudden enlightenment. Directly pointing to the essence of life evolution. With countless stars in the human body, even if life stars make up only one part in a million, the total number is still enormous, Dean Hai said. High-ranking cultivation techniques are about our minds gradually sensing the life stars located throughout the human body, imprinting spiritual marks on them, and eventually linking hundreds or thousands of life stars together. Forming a great cycle, with origin power circulating through these life stars, nourishing every part of the body, making these life stars stronger and stronger. Li Yuan was all ears. The essence of high-ranking cultivation techniques was something he had not known in the past. Within the same species, with a genetic similarity above 99.9%, life stars are the same, Dean Hai said. The 7 high-level cultivation methods are derived from the myriad body stars, finding paths based on the 7 more fixed, common roots of life stars in our human bodies. Allowing a large number of humans to sense life stars in a relatively safe manner, one after another. Law creation relies on oneself, continuously sensing the stars within the body to find a circulating path of life. Dean Hai looked at Li Yuan. This is very dangerous. It's like sending a spacecraft to reach an unfamiliar planet. What if it's a dead star? Death. Li Yuan hesitated before responding. Right. With countless stars within the body, it's hard to know if it's a dead star before the mind directs the origin power there. Dean Hai sighed lightly. One failure would cause the body to be injured once. 2 failures, 3 failures, until eventually the body completely collapses. However, as a higher spiritual being, the number of life stars awakened in your body is certainly far more than that of ordinary people, Dean Hai said. Combined with your strong spiritual power and impressive skills, your spiritual sense will be clearer, allowing you to avoid many small mistakes. Moreover, this is not a few hundred years ago. Nowadays, you can refer to the 7 high-level cultivation methods and find the common traits of the life star trajectories in our human bodies. Overall, I judge that your chances of successful law creation should be over 80%, Dean Hai made his assessment. 80%? Li Yuan couldn't help but say, I remember President Li said before that I had a 40 to 50% chance of success. Foolish. When you were signed, were your spiritual power and techniques as strong as they are now? Dean Hai spoke indifferently. Predictions can only be based on the current stage. If your techniques don't improve quickly enough afterward, then it's normal for your chances of success to drop to 50% or even lower. Likewise, if your techniques quickly reach the 6th stage, then your success rate would approach nearly 100%. Li Yuan had nothing to say. Techniques at the 6th stage? He was still far from even reaching perfect 4th level. Law creation comes after you become a prime warrior. What's most important for you right now is to improve your physical quality and techniques, Dean Hai spoke calmly. As for techniques, you've received enough training, it's all about your comprehension. But physical quality, the earlier you become a prime warrior, the stronger your vitality, the more law creation failures you can withstand, and the greater your chances are, Dean Hai said. I have prepared a heavenly materials treasure for you, 100 marrow spirit dry. Dean Hai spoke indifferently. There are 20 units in total, and each unit should let you withstand 10 sessions of uninterrupted absorption of the high origin spirit spring. Within 2 years, it should more than double your cultivation speed. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, the effects seemed to be incredibly potent. His growth rate was already fast, but to increase it by more than double? However, the pain from using it will also be several times that of the spirit marrow cleansing. Even more agonizing than the marrow cleansing? Li Yuan was stunned for a moment. That intense? Involuntarily. Some parts of Li Yuan's body were already aching faintly, and just the marrow cleansing had been terrifying enough. Marrow cleansing is an external application, but this is taken internally. Although both are a form of cleansing, there will be slight differences, Dean Hai said indifferently. I have prepared everything. Whether you use it or not is up to you. Think it over and let me know, Dean Hai said calmly. He pondered for just 3 seconds. Dean, I am willing, Li Yuan gritted his teeth. It was just several times more painful, right? He had already endured the marrow cleansing 5 times a month. What was there to fear? To enhance his strength faster, what gain comes without pain? Won't you consider it more carefully? Dean Hai smiled. I know you have strong willpower, worthy of a prime warrior, but this kind of pain is not that easy to withstand. I've made my decision. I'll do it, Li Yuan asserted through gritted teeth. Fine. The items will be delivered to President Li. You will administer it under his guidance each time, Dean Hai said indifferently. Now, you can go. When your physical quality reaches level 15, should you plan to seek trial by ordeal in the Star Realm, come to see me again. Yes, Li Yuan felt a surge of emotion. To meet with Dean Hai before venturing into life and death trials? After Li Yuan left and returned to his residence, Li Yang and Dean Shu entered the martial arts room. Dean Hai, Li Yang and Dean Shu both greeted respectfully. I have prepared a total of 20 units of 100 marrow spirit desiccant for Li Yuan, enough for 20 months of cultivation. Dean Hai spoke indifferently. Li Yang, it's in your hands. Supervise each session to prevent accidents. 100 marrow spirit desiccant? Li Yang and Dean Shu were both astonished. They doubted their own hearing. This was for Li Yuan's use? Dean, is it really 100 marrow spirit desiccant? Li Yang couldn't help but ask. Can Li Yuan endure it? 100 marrow spirit desiccant, when paired with high origin spirit spring, has an incredibly astonishing effect, Dean Hai explained indifferently. Even a treasure like the stellar earth marrow crystal can't match its short-term effects. The only downside is that it's somewhat painful. But I just tested it, and the kid does have impressive willpower. Consider it a test of his resolve, Dean Hai said breezily. What? You were the ones who asked me to train him, and now you have reservations. Dean Hai's expression was teasing. Li Yang and Dean Shu felt a shiver in their hearts, and they quickly shook their heads. To ordinary students, they were venerable vice deans with significant authority and mighty strength. But in front of Dean Hai, they were like students. Additionally, upgrade Li Yuan's contract level to SS for now, Dean Hai continued indifferently. Increase his free resource quota from 2 million to 4 million Blue Star coins a month. If there is still a shortfall in cultivation resources, let him figure it out on his own. Yes, Li Yang nodded. Now, leave, Dean Hai instructed. Let me know before Li Yuan, at level 15, goes to the Star Realm for life and death trials. Dean Hai closed his eyes. Li Yang's eyes shone with understanding, realizing immediately. Dean Hai evidently intended to give Li Yuan some life-saving items at that time. Li Yong and Dean Shu left the office and descended the stairs. Is it necessary to be so harsh with the 100 Marrow Spirit Desiccant? Dean Shu shook his head gently. I've only seen it once, and that prime warrior almost resorted to suicide. I heard before that to torture some captured members of the alien race, 100 Marrow Spirit Desiccant was used, driving them to seek death and spill any intelligence, Dean Shu said with a sigh. Dean Hai is still as ruthless as before, perhaps too much. Without being ruthless, how can one establish oneself? I was mentally prepared when I recommended Li Yuan to him, President Li said with a smile. Sister, haven't you heard the rumors about Dean Hai chasing down that black dragon? What rumors? Dean Shu asked, puzzled. I heard, back then, it was Dean Hai on the South Sea Island. A carefully built villa was destroyed by a tsunami caused by the black dragon. It wasn't an assignment for Dean Hai originally. He applied for it himself. He chased it for days and nights, made his way into the deep sea, and slaughtered that black dragon, skinning and deboning it. President Li finished gossiping in one breath. That ruthless? Dean Shu was somewhat shocked, as she had only been at the university for a few years. She hadn't interacted much with Dean Hai, she had not heard about it before. Of course, I've been following Dean Hai for nearly 20 years now, what don't I know? Li Yong said with emotion. I will keep a close eye on Li Yuan. If it becomes too much for him, we'll pause it, Li Yong added. Sure. Dean Shu nodded. Soon after, having seen off Dean Shu, Li Yong was about to look for Li Yuan. Li Yong, you tell a good story, a detached voice suddenly echoed in Li Yang's mind. Come here a moment, and repeat it to me. Dean Hai, Li Yong was instantly startled. In the following days, Li Yuan continued his orderly cultivation. Kunlun Martial University gradually returned to calm. On August 8 at 10 in the morning, inside Li Yuan's villa, in the underground martial arts room, all the lights were turned on. Li Yong and Li Yuan stood there. In Li Yang's hand, there was a small black bottle, its body completely black, revealing nothing of its contents from the outside. So much time has passed. The effects of your marrow cleansing medicine should be almost gone by now. Li Yong said seriously, today, let's have you try the 100 Marrows spiritual elixir. Teacher, why did in the underground martial arts room? Li Yuan couldn't help asking, and have me move all my belongings out? You'll understand in a bit, Li Yong said. Li Yuan nodded. I'll ask you one last time, are you sure you want to use it? Li Yong asked. Teacher, let's give it a try, Li Yuan laughed. If I can't endure it, I'll naturally give up later. All right. Li Yong stopped persuading and handed the black bottle to Li Yuan. There are 10 tiny pills in a unit. You can start by taking one to try, Li Yong suggested. If you can withstand it, consume the remaining 9 within 10 minutes, Li Yong instructed. Li Yuan accepted it and opened the bottle, pouring it into his hand. Black, resembling calcium tablets, they emitted a strange scent. 100 Marrows spiritual elixir? I thought it was liquid, Li Yuan thought to himself. Over these days, Li Yuan had already prepared himself mentally and didn't hesitate. He took one and put it directly into his mouth. No particular sensation. He drank some water handed to him by Li Yong, and finally swallowed it down. For the first 3 seconds, Li Yuan felt nothing unusual. Gradually, as a 4th-level high-rank expert, Li Yuan introspected his own body and could feel streams of strange power rapidly spreading from his chest and abdomen to every part of his body. A tingling sensation. It was somewhat itchy, it was somewhat painful. Is this it? Li Yuan's willpower was remarkably strong, and he easily withstood it, not giving it another thought and directly swallowing the remaining 9 black pills. Li Yong opened his mouth slightly but didn't dissuade him. Swiftly. Li Yuan gradually noticed something was amiss. The streams of strange power seemed endless, growing stronger and penetrating every part of his body. Such agony, Li Yuan clenched his fists tight, his whole body trembling slightly. As if fire ants were gnawing at the flesh over his wounds. As if blades were repeatedly scraping across his bones. And then, A subtle sadness, much more intense than the pain of marrow cleansing. Moreover, as time passed, the pain Li Yuan endured escalated continuously. His complexion completely changed. Li Yuan finally began to lose his ability to cope, no longer caring about Li Yang's presence. He suddenly curled up on the ground. Pain. Deep into the marrow pain, much more severe than the agony of 5 marrow cleansing sessions. Li Yuan, as if he could hear the sound of marrow being extracted, his muscles twitching. His entire body turned red as if on fire, sweat seeping out like plasma. Li Yuan's face was utterly contorted. He longed to endure. But it was simply too painful. The power contained in the 100 marrows spiritual elixir had completely erupted. It was thoroughly purging impurities from the body, all hindrances to the absorption of origin power being cleansed. This suffering seemed to seep into Li Yuan's soul. Pain. It hurts. Li Yuan lay on the ground, wailing, his demeanor utterly collapsed, rolling madly about with veins on his neck fully exposed. Suddenly, Li Yuan swung his arm, striking towards his own head. Such unbearable agony. In that instant, Li Yuan wished only for death. In his consciousness, there was only pain. At this moment, he just wanted to end this suffering completely. Just then, whoosh, a pair of hands reached out like lightning, restraining Li Yuan's hands. Preventing his action. Li Yuan struggled fiercely, but to what avail against Li Yang's strength? He effortlessly suppressed Li Yuan. Yet, seeing Li Yuan's state, Li Yang's heart also ached. Even with Li Yuan's formidable will, he was tormented to the point of wanting to take his own life. One could imagine just how excruciating the pain from the 100 marrows spiritual elixir was. For a full half hour, the effects of the 100 marrows spiritual elixir gradually faded, and Li Yuan's cries slowly subsided, with a thin layer of impurities emerging on the surface of his body. But Li Yuan's spirit seemed nearly broken, as he lost consciousness completely. Unclear whether he had fainted or fallen asleep. No wonder almost no one uses this stuff for cultivation. Li Yang finally released Li Yuan's hands and muttered to himself, "Dean Hai is really ruthless, having me supervise." Could it be that he envisioned Li Yuan might contemplate suicide? He had slept continuously until around 2 in the afternoon, when Li Yuan's consciousness gradually started to wake. Eyelashes fluttering, his eyes opened slightly. Huff. Li Yuan's consciousness quickly became clear. Did I just endure the unbearable pain of the 100 marrow spirit withering and eventually lost consciousness? The recent experience surged into his mind. That terrifying pain that seemed to penetrate deep into the marrow and soul was so intense that merely recalling it made Li Yuan's frown unconsciously. It was truly too horrifying. The pain of the 5-time marrow cleansing overlaid on one another was child's play compared to it. At the moment, the pain had completely passed, but subconsciously, Li Yuan was unwilling to remember it. Thump! Li Yuan stretched out his hand, trying to get up, only to feel his whole body as if being pricked by needles, aching all over. Nevertheless, this level of pain merely made him frown as he sat up without being affected. Only then did Li Yuan notice a thin layer of gray-black dirt covering the surface of his skin. A gentle wipe with his hand, and it was rubbed away like a snake shedding its skin, revealing the dirt-free, jade-like smooth skin of Li Yuan beneath. Brimming with vitality. Awake? A cheery voice sounded from not too far away, as Li Yang walked over. "Teacher, you saw my disgrace," Li Yuan said as he slowly stood up. He had already recalled the scene where he had nearly succumbed to thoughts of suicide because he couldn't bear the pain. This showed that his willpower was still not strong enough. "What's there to laugh about? You think it's shameful to feel pain so intense you want to kill yourself?" Li Yang chuckled. "You did quite well. At 17. To be able to endure 10 minutes is frightening enough. I doubt there's a second one like you in the entire school." Though the 100 marrow spirit withering is a heavenly material treasure and a marvelous marrow cleansing rarity, highly valuable, in reality, it's more often used as a means of torture. Li Yang laughed. "Aimed at high-value captives, a single pill can cause unbearable pain to an ordinary prime warrior, driving them to desire death. After one pill, they would usually spill everything. And you? You took a whole 10 pills? That's an entire unit's worth. In terms of willpower, the majority of high-rank prime warriors wouldn't be stronger than you, Li Yong remarked with a sigh. There were words Li Yong didn't say. Even if it were him, he couldn't confidently claim he would perform better than Li Yuan. Li Yuan listened silently, his face showing no joy. He was more reflective, understanding that his inability to withstand the pain signaled his weakness, rather than it being strictly due to the overwhelming agony. If he was weak, he needed more training. Don't be too hard on yourself, Li Yong said as he looked at Li Yuan, unable to refrain. Willpower and spiritual power complement each other. As your spiritual power grows stronger. For example, if you possessed a 29th level spiritual power, with your willpower, you should be able to endure this kind of pain. If you had spiritual power comparable to a flying heaven warrior, you could easily suppress such pain. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Spiritual power and willpower are like physical quality and martial arts skills. Strong willpower can bring out the fullest extent of one's spiritual power. But if spiritual power is too weak, even the strongest willpower cannot compensate for it. Moreover, no one is born with strong willpower. Li Yong shook his head, just like a person's comprehension. While there are innate factors, the numerous experiences and enlightenments one encounters can reshape one's comprehension, even leading to transformation. That's where the saying, a late bloomer, comes from. The same goes for willpower. Most people, after going through various trials, will grow increasingly strong in will. While a few, after experiencing certain life upheavals and major setbacks, might find their will weakened. Li Yong looked at Li Yuan. You're so young, yet your will is so strong. In the future, it will undoubtedly grow stronger. You must believe in yourself, Li Yong encouraged. He could see that Li Yuan had always been confident about his willpower. And he didn't want the other to start doubting himself because of this. Thank you for your guidance, teacher, Li Yuan said respectfully. Do we still need the 100 marrow spirit withering pills? Li Yong asked tentatively, or how about using them when your spiritual power is stronger? No, teacher. Li Yuan smiled faintly, a determined look in his eyes. I want to rise up from where I fell. I aim to try again in 1 month's time. Scared? To say that Li Yuan wasn't scared at all would naturally be untrue. Who would willingly subject themselves to such hellish torment? But Li Yuan understood better. To temper one's will, the most important thing is to face one's weaknesses, pain, and mental shadows head-on. If he gave up trying because of the pain from the 100 marrow spirit withering, then as time passed, that issue could become a psychological weak spot and might even worsen into a hard demon. It was something he had to overcome. Are you sure? Li Yong asked again.
Certain, Li Yuan affirmed assertively. Next time, I will endeavor to avoid harboring any suicidal thoughts.
All right. Li Yong nodded, no longer dissuading him. He recognized that for someone with such a formidable will at a young age like Li Yuan, the heart tends to be extremely resolute. Once they have set their minds on something, it is not easily swayed. By the way, I have made a request to Dean Hai, and he has agreed. Li Yong grinned. From now on, your monthly free resource quota will increase from 2 million to 4 million. What specific resources you apply for is up to you decide. And if it's still not enough, you'll have to find a way yourself, Li Yong added. Got it, Li Yuan nodded. In the school, or rather, the national system, there is a cap on the resource quota for students of different levels. Ordinary students at Kunlun Martial University mainly rely on practicing high-rank cultivation methods to enhance their physical quality, and their resource quota is mostly spent on spirit-nourishing potions and a few first-rank blood essence potions, which is enough for them. But what about Li Yuan? If he wanted to maintain a rapid advancement, a monthly resource of 4 million blue star coins would still be far from enough. After seeing off Li Yong, Li Yuan immediately took out a bottle of high-origin spirit spring from the resting room. The crystal bottle contained about half a liter. As soon as the cap was opened, a rich fragrance wafted out. It was like someone who had gone hungry for 3 days and 3 nights suddenly smelled the aroma of rice. And an irresistible urge to gulp it down rose within them. 1 serving costs 1 million blue star coins? Li Yuan muttered to himself in amazement. It was indeed expensive, he quickly swallowed it down. Soon, streams of origin power madly surged through every muscle and bone in his limbs and body. Li Yuan clenched his teeth and gently closed his eyes. He was sensing with his mind throughout his entire body. He felt every muscle, bone, and organ as if they had been starving for a long time, madly devouring the circulating origin power. His physical quality was improving rapidly. The transformation from solid rock cultivation techniques draining exercise really is efficient. My body feels as pure as new, there's not the slightest obstruction to the flow of origin power, Li Yuan reflected inwardly. The transformation exercise was indeed painful, but its results were also outstanding. Phew! Li Yuan began to practice the solid rock cultivation technique in an attempt to maximize the effects of the high origin spirit spring. As Li Yuan cultivated, the aching in his body quickly dissipated, gradually returning to normal. An hour and a half later, your life level has increased from 12.8 to 12.9. A subtle prompt flashed across the Divine Palace panel. After another half an hour or so, Li Yuan finally stopped. 12.9. Li Yuan glanced at the Divine Palace panel, a hint of joy in his eyes. At this rate of cultivation, I could probably reach around level 14 in about 2 months. Even without high-rank cultivation methods or mastery in techniques, Li Yuan's rate of improvement in physical quality was nothing short of terrifying. Keep pushing. He decisively ordered 6 nutritious meals and then took a bath. Tonight, he still had to engage in actual combat practice with teacher Zhang Lun. Just like that, having met Dean Hai, Li Yuan had broadened his horizons and was further strengthened by the process of solid rock cultivation technique. His state of cultivation underwent another change. Every day, he began cultivating visualization method from early morning. For the past year, Li Yuan had been dedicating roughly 2 hours a day to strengthen his spiritual power without deliberately seeking to temper his willpower. But starting from August 9th, he continuously pursued another extreme of visualization method. Even while cultivating the observing the great sun starry sky scripture, whenever Li Yuan's consciousness entered that vast starry sky scene, he would deliberately try to get closer to the scorching sun. To make the burning pain his consciousness endured even more horrifying. Before this, my strong willpower was mostly forged passively, Li Yuan thought intensely, but deep down, my primary purpose was to increase my spiritual power and lessen the pain. Before, strengthening spiritual power was the goal, and tempering the will was incidental. After all, who would choose to be beaten daily if not necessary? But the truth proves that my willpower is not strong enough, not nearly strong enough. Li Yuan's eyes were resolute. Well then, I will actively temper it. Just becoming stronger in spiritual power. Not enough. My willpower must also progress faster. This change made Li Yuan's process of cultivating the visualization method even more painful. Solid rock cultivation technique was mainly for the physical body, whereas the scorching sunburn of visualization method targeted the soul and consciousness, not even allowing for unconsciousness, only successive collapses of consciousness. It's through repeated tempering that steel is made. And Li Yuan wanted to forge his spiritual will to be unbreakable and unshakable. During the day, Li Yuan insisted on attending general knowledge classes. Brother Yuan, I feel like your eyes have become different somehow. Ji Yu Chang'an noticed the change in Li Yuan. Is that so? Li Yuan smiled. Yes. Ji Yu brother is right, big senior brother, it seems like your gaze has become sharper. It's the aura. Yes, it's like a spear, becoming more fierce, and Nong also commented. They all noticed the subtle changes in Li Yuan's aura. Haha, maybe I didn't rest well. Li Yuan offered a poor excuse, laughing. Let's focus on the class. Soon, the general knowledge class teacher arrived. Today, we will delve further into the weaknesses of the body structures of 9 types of flying star realm creatures, after which, you can switch your combat targets to these creatures in the Kunlun 9 mountains to gain a direct experience, the teacher said slowly. Besides general knowledge classes, Li Yuan spent almost all his time practicing the spear technique and cultivating other methods. Teacher Zhang. Faster. Even faster, Li Yuan wielded his long spear, fiercely battling with Zhang Lun. While fighting, Li Yuan also roared, "Teacher, I don't feel the pressure is strong enough, not enough, don't hold back with me, as long as you don't kill me, go ahead and beat me to a pulp." The long spear was like lightning, its might heavy as a mountain. All sorts of killing moves from the stellar spear technique were unleashed to the fullest by Li Yuan. Accompanied by Li Yuan's roar, that indescribable momentum even made Zhang Lun slightly astonished. Having taught students for so many years, he had never encountered someone as crazy as Li Yuan. Good, after so many years, I've finally come across someone crazier than me, Zhang Lun revealed a smile. In Li Yang's class. Teacher, with the vigor reaching subtlety and the mind sensing the entire body, Li Yuan raised a question, then stepping into the fifth stage of unity of heaven and man. As this, heaven, referring to the external environment, does it mean that from the fourth level to the fifth stage, the movement technique will break through before the spear technique? The movement technique is a combination of the mind, body, and the external environment. Smart. Li Yang revealed a smile. Before the fourth level, the movement technique often lags behind the spear technique, swordsmanship, and so on. But from the fourth level to the fifth stage, it's often the movement technique that breaks through first. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, it was a month later, September 1st. Li Yuan had truly come of age. Cultural universities all around the world had already begun their sessions one after another. And Li Yuan and his peers had truly become freshmen. The Blue Star Youth Ranking and Blue Star Young Heroes Ranking had all been updated. The ranking for Li Yuan's 2042-2043 class was fixed, becoming history. Li Yuan's final ranking on the Blue Star Young Heroes ranking was 16th globally and 4th in Xia country. This did not necessarily mean that the top 15 were stronger than Li Yuan, just that they had higher points in the Starry Skies fighting network. The new Blue Star Youth ranking belonged to the new class of global high school seniors, who had their own exciting stories. On September 8th, Li Yang once again came to Li Yuan's villa, bringing with him a new portion of 100 Marrow Spirit Drought. "Have you thought it through? You still can give up?" Li Yang asked finally. "Teacher. You're already here," Li Yuan grinned, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. "Today, I really want to try again to see if the 100 Marrow Spirit Drought can defeat me." "Fine." 10 minutes later. Ah! The endless, horrific pain enveloped his entire body, tormenting Li Yuan to the brink of madness. He was howling in agony. The pain climbed to its zenith. The terrible efficacy of the 100 Marrow Spirit Drought erupted. Its erosion and torment of the body was something a normal martial artist could not possibly withstand. But this time, Li Yuan, though howling in agony and his body turning crimson, his teeth clamped down almost to the point of drawing blood. Clenched his fists tight, his bloodshot eyes looking as though they would burst, yet he still maintained a sliver of sanity. Hold on. I must hold on. These thoughts erupted continuously from the depths of Li Yuan's spirit. On the path to becoming a powerful warrior, one could fail, one could lose. But one's heart must never bow, never cower. In terms of sheer talent, Li Yuan was actually not particularly strong. But deep down, he had the madness and the resolve to challenge anything. Half an hour. In Li Yuan's consciousness, it seemed longer than the past year. Finally, the effects of the 100 Marrow Spirit Drought were rapidly waning, the hellish pain steadily diminishing, and though still painful, Li Yuan suddenly felt a sense of relief. A comfort that came from the soul. It was an absolute delight. Ha! Great. Li Yuan lay on the ground, his limbs still twitching with pain, as he couldn't help but cough and laugh heartily. "This feels amazing." In the distance, Li Yang was shocked. He had watched the whole process clear as day. He had been ready to stop Li Yuan again, but he had never expected that, just a month later, Li Yuan, who had suffered to the point of near suicide and eventually lost consciousness last time, this time, while seeming still in agony, had actually endured it. This transformation of willpower was simply beyond belief. After a while, Li Yuan gradually returned to normal, lying on the ground resting. Amazing. Li Yang inwardly uttered 2 words. Talents often inspire envy, but it's those with great resolution and willpower that truly earn respect. Li Yong. Thinking over it, Li Yong couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. In my lifetime, to have the chance to teach such a disciple. Although Li Yuan was his student, and although Li Yuan's strength was still very weak, at this moment, Li Yong had already made up his mind that Li Yuan's future achievements would far surpass his own.